Greetings, Earth people and pool fans around the world. Welcome to day two of CueLee's Connecticut Nineball Open. We are here at US Billiards, Jason Shaw's pool hall in Connecticut, for a World Nineball Tour ranking event. And this is the losers qualification round. So
No, it's still.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
this is
Okay,
the qualification
okay,
round.
yep.
So each of these next matches gives one player to go through to the last 16. There's already 8 players undefeated waiting. And we are starting with the match Yi against Anton Raga. This is MH Potting Penglaze. This is Mad Apple Billiards streaming. And I'm here in the comedy box with my friends Kendall Quickfire Cook and also Patrick Glynn.
This is the one responsible
guy.
for all these great views you're going to get. Thanks, MH. Thanks for that. It's been a lot of fun
It has, and this
so
is
far. One day down.
we got a lot of good names already knocked out of this tournament yesterday, and I know Yi got a little bit of an upset, got knocked down to the losers one loss side, and Anton Raga is playing very well. Anton wins the lag, and is
Win
about
or
to
go
break.
home.
That's right. Now, these tables so far yesterday have been breaking really easy. Everybody's making the one ball in the side. Real question is, where's the 2 and what are you going to do with it?
It's interesting opening shot. Probably going to run this up the rail.
Yeah, I mean,
You could play safety up by the 5 or 4-6 too.
yeah,
The 2 down.
first shot of the match. Are you going to play it safe or go aggressive? He's also got a bank shot on the 2, which he might like.
I think only if you're going to play that 2-way. Drawing it up table.
Yeah, and the 3 was nicely in the middle.
Did play to make it. Great shot.
Yeah, and like to have been a little bit off the rail here so he could control the cue ball here as he shoots this 3 ball. He needs to get nicely on the 4. And while you're down there, does he have to knock or develop the 6 ball?
Maybe with the 4, I think
Or is he just going to leave that for a 6-9 Carome shot? Puts that in the heart of the pocket. He's looking good, isn't he, already?
Yeah, he would have liked to have the angle there. You're talking about developing the 6. I think if he would have came a little shorter, he could have nudged the 6 up a bit. Still played to the 5.
Yeah, and he just might like that Carome shot where you just don't want to mess with it. Nice draw shot there to get on the 5. Well, this shot here, this will tell us what he's thinking here.
Just going to float 2 rails around, and I think you're right, play the carom on the 9.
Yeah, and that little angle there that he walked over and pointed to tells you, yeah, it's definitely lining up for the 9 ball here. Yeah, it's just a little bit steeper than he wanted to be. And if he'd run forward a little bit, this could be a natural sort of rolling shot. But here he has to sort of stun into the 9.
He's just lining up. I'd be surprised to see him miss that ball. Oh, cue ball held up, so he's all right. Taking the first one down.
Start the match with a break and run. That's always a good way to start.
Replay of this carom shot. Just stops it in time.
And Yi just sitting majestically in the background, watching, waiting. And it just shows how important the lag is.
So if all goes well, we're supposed to have another stream that's going to be up and live at some point today. So you'll have a choice between a couple of matches. It is up. All right. Who's on that table?
Score table 2.
Let's take a look. Lee Van Corteza against who? David Alcady. So that's the other YouTube stream.
Yeah, and David Alcady was playing great yesterday. And he stayed late to watch his
Make sure you guys subscribe too. So sorry about that.
his Spanish counterpart, or young up-and-coming Spanish player who beat Darren Appleton yesterday. And David Alcady was on the sidelines rooting him on.
Nice.
Not nice for the Darren Appleton fans.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's about a perfect break. One ball in the side pocket. He's got a really nice line on the 2 and fairly open table here. He's just going to run around the pattern. It's going to sound like we're in an Indian call center, possibly. Well, it is. Maybe. Got to have a divider.
And the way these tables have been breaking, and it seems like most of the players have got it down, the cut break and the one ball in the side, that lends itself to break and runs. And doesn't matter what your world rating is. If your opponent makes you sit in your chair and you don't get to shoot, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. It's always about the break.
And so right now, this is the Anton Raga show.
Well, I mean, I think more than anything, they changed the break up to change the cue ball, right? I mean, so it's not as predictable.
Yeah, and I thought because they are breaking out of the box, and the idea of that is to make it a little bit tougher to break and make everything easy. But I'm noticing they're not even, with this cut break, they're not even going to the edge of the box. So yeah, after the break, the cue ball hits the rack and still has a lot of speed in it, and that's really the unpredictable part is where the cue ball ends up. But the predictable part is they're making the one in the side very regularly, and the wingborne a lot too.
He's got to avoid the 9 here. He's going to have to. 9's kind of right in the natural path, so he's going to have to alter it a little bit.
And Anton Raga is world ranked number 49 in the world, according to the updated Matchroom world rankings.
Well, everything I've seen him shoot has been extremely well hit. I haven't seen him make too many mistakes. And if he keeps his break going, he's not going to miss much.
Yeah, it's a race to 9. He's 2-0 up. Ko Pin-Yi has not shot yet. And under these conditions, I do expect to see someone stringing a lot of racks together. There you can see John Mora from Canada in the background, majestically.
What's with the word majestic today?
John Mora has a majestic quality about him. He
just said that about Ko Pin-Yi.
Well, he also, look at him. 2 of the most majestic pool players right there.
Well, down to the final 24, correct? That's where we're at.
Yes. We got 16 players who are on the winner's side who are already waiting in the last 16.
No, 8. And these are
Oh,
playing,
8.
these are
Correct.
playing off for the other 8 to
That's right.
make up the final 16. Well, was he going to get a shot again?
Yeah, and there you see the cue ball flew sideways across table. Almost inevitably gets collisions with those balls in the middle of the table. And now the billiards gods have said, well, this is a little tough. He still has a shot here, but to shoot the 2 in and get on the 3.
It's going to be a heck of a stroke sitting on the rail like that if
Yeah.
you do even try.
Well,
I think he will. I mean, a stop shot there isn't horrible either. You know, if he can just hit it to stun it.
Or just roll it in gently and, yeah, take a long cut on
That also.
the 3. If you get your hand on the table, you'd be playing a little draw shot there, but can't do that.
Yeah, the angle's good. You just trying to control it in any way other than, see, push out.
So we get first look at Copigny in this match. Left with a dilemma.
Kind of the same
challenge.
choice, right?
Yeah, he hasn't changed much by playing that push. It's just
made it a little bit more obvious. Is he going to forfeit his first opportunity?
You know, and if Copigny hands his back, does
he did.
And Anton pushing it, you know, just a couple inches aside, what difference does that make? Not much, really. He wastes no time, so he knows what he was. Okay, so he was, played position for a.
Didn't quite work.
Safety there. Yeah, he kind of threw his hands up like he wasn't happy about that.
Well, because he's just set him up to get him worse. Only thing even semi-safe against these guys is dead stuck. Even that's not safe sometimes.
Yeah, and this might be one of those shots where you sort of half ball it and get the cue ball on one side rail and the 2 ball on the other. Bring the 4 and the 8 into play.
And break it up. But he left kind of a window. I mean, I don't know if it's I think it might be hittable through there.
It does look like he's right on that window. I think the 3 ball. Well, I don't know. Don't know if the 3 ball's stopping the 2 ball go. And we can't really tell from here if he has a clean shot at the potting angle on the 2 ball. So he is jumping over the edge of the 8.
Oh, almost got it in there. Looks like he had room. 3 balls going to go for him, but left him stuck over the top of the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a really difficult shot to stroke well. He got lucky and unlucky. Gave himself that chance. He played a good jump shot.
Asking him to go over and asking the ref to watch the hit.
Yeah, because it is all ball fouls only. You touch this 6 ball in any way. Well, made that look easy, didn't he? What a great stroke. And Anton's looking good now.
Should be able to just bump the 8 out of the way. You got to be a little bit careful not to get it just wrong. Kind of use the 8 as a stopper, stun it over.
Yeah.
Just wants to make sure he hits this 8 in the right spot so that he doesn't interfere with any of the other balls or put the 8 in a terrible spot.
And he's got to dig down a little bit, doesn't he?
Just a touch. Just stun it over. Shot. Improve the lie of the 8. Got good on the 5. He's going to roll up to the line, I think. Looks like he was looking for that side pocket. That's going to work again for him, and then it's looking good. Stop shot.
Well, so far, Anton is playing perfect. Kopeny had that one safety shot that he played. And you might say he was a little unlucky to end up on the window. But look at this shot, how tough this is. Stroke it. If you got a straight stroke, easy. But yeah, we're not seeing anybody full power break shots that I've seen.
The only one I saw doing that was Jonas. He kind of had a little bit different break. I don't know about full power, but definitely harder.
Now, if they were not using the magic racks, do you think we'd be seeing all these cut breaks quite as much? Seems to me at the moment the only break.
Yeah, I mean, if it's working, why change?
And he's
Well,
even
I mean, he's in the middle.
He's even closer to center, which puts more speed on his cue ball, more than.
Well, right, because it's been about trying to control the cue ball. His cue ball's perfect.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's basically getting the cue ball to scoot out sideways, hit the side rail, and come right back again. And in this occasion, it didn't get hit by any other balls.
Sitting really nice here. Wide open rack.
And if you can break like that and play like this, there's no reason for you to ever give up the table.
I'd probably like to get to the other side of that. He's going to have to take the long route now.
Yeah, and that might have been his choice because it takes the other balls out of play. That he now's going to play a little draw out to get above the 4-ball, play the 4-ball in the same pocket that he's playing the 3.
I meant by the long way around. That a little light.
Yeah, that makes this a little tricky, isn't it? I mean, he's still favourite to make the 4-ball. He's got to negotiate the cue ball backwards and forwards and make sure he doesn't let either of the side pockets enter into this. Yep,
Absolutely
fearless.
perfect,
Yeah, that turned out really
How's the
good.
speed? I mean, look at his perfect angle to come over for the 6.
And he doesn't have to do too much here, really, because he wants a similar kind of angle on the 7-ball that he can go around the table and get back up for the 8. So he really just wants to come out to the middle of the table here. Ooh,
oh, boy.
And this is the first mistake, turning point in the match.
I mean, stretching a little bit, and he was taking it for granted, I think.
And what a huge difference to this match. You know, we could have potentially seen a whitewash if he kept going the way he did. You could call that an unforced error, really. There was no good reason to miss the 6-ball there. And now, your first look at Copigny.
Waiting patiently for his opportunity.
Yeah, that'll do.
And we're just going to see one rail up here, I think.
I'll lift himself a little tester here.
All right, go on the board. Well, Raga, unforced error, Ko taking advantage.
Yeah, and now we get to see if Copigny is breaking the same, which I'm sure he is.
Got anything? Oh, there's your match you're watching.
So we've got Imran Majid is down right now, 4-0 to Jose Alberto Delgado. Last night, Jose beat Darren Appleton, knocked him out of the tournament.
Everybody else is pretty close.
Kopin Han is down 4-0 to Carlo Biado. John Moore is up 2-1.
Cole just trying to get back here, so see what he can do with his break.
He's going all the way closer to the edge of the break box.
Yeah, so which is making me assume he's going to hit it just slightly softer.
Yeah, and there we go. CueLee's lost it up table a little bit.
I think he can possibly see the 2 or at least come off the rail first for that 2.
Yeah, he can see it. He's got to get up table if he wants a chance at making the 3.
Yeah, I think he's looking to put it between the 4 and the 9, come around 3 rails.
Yeah, and if he ends up on top of it, you've got 3 in the side, and if he overshoots, 3 in the long corner, the same pocket that the 2 ball's going in.
That's pretty good. Isn't going to quite get where he wanted, but he's, well, I want to be right on it.
Yeah, that's one of those shots. He couldn't really hit it hard, otherwise he would have collided with the 4 ball.
I mean, just having clean control compared to being right on top of it gives you a safety option, no matter if he had the...
Yeah, he's ended up really unlucky actually to be so tight on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's pointed on the rail there to where he wants to contact the second rail to get behind the 4. And he wants to make sure that the 3 ball is kind of also doesn't have a clear part of the pocket when he's done here, just in case he doesn't get behind the 4.
Hey,
just like that. So the 3 ball is safe. It's not as good as he wanted because now Anton has options.
Choices, yeah. One of them being he could try and make 7 here, carry him off that 3.
And he's got kind of a stop shot type safety available where he can run through a little bit, be behind the 3 and the 7 and the 3 both go round table and then end up down table.
He played the 7. Is he going to come out of it? It's a good shot. He didn't necessarily get the reward he was looking for, but made the ball. I think you're going to see him send this up between the 4 and the 9 to that end rail. Kind of hold the cue ball down here. Maybe it goes for it. I don't know. I would think it'd be safe, though.
Yeah, he was trying to just get that underneath, behind the 9-ball.
Other side of the 9, yeah. He's waving at it.
Because he knew he wasn't going to be hooking him behind the 5. He really wanted to have him frozen up and difficult bridging on the 5. But he's left an open shot here for Copigny. Yeah, and in making this 3-ball, he needs to figure out where the 9-ball's going and where the cue ball is going. It's one of those shots that you can end up frozen on the 4-ball, strangely, instead of on the 4-ball.
Well, he kept the cue ball out of the pocket.
And it looks like
I think he's got that off the rail for sure. Might have it straight away.
Yeah.
And no work to do for position, so he can really focus on just making the ball. Might even be going to get his short cue.
Yeah, I think he is. He's just gonna prefer to just jump the edge of the 4-ball instead of going rail first. Because the cue ball is so close to the rail, it's difficult to judge the rail first. Because the contact point with the rail is so far away from the 3-ball. And he's already played a good jump shot. He didn't make his jump shot before, but he got very close in that 3rd rack. So he's favourite to make this. Makes it look easy.
Perfect angle to come off one rail down by the 6. Maybe even play even longer and get all the way to the end rail, but that direction. It's fun as these guys dial in. You can just see they got the table speed down. He ended up kind of too straight on this ball.
Yeah, and he may opt just to draw back and take the 6-ball a long way. And there you go. He's just standing behind that line right there. That's interesting. To control his speed, he chose to go the longer route, draw to the side rail, and bounce back out.
More room for error, right?
Small margin, yeah.
Doesn't really have to do much here except for make it with speed, and it should float right over to shoot the 8 in the same pocket. All right, and somebody asked about the bracket link. It is linked in our chat if you're watching on the Extreme channel. Really appreciate you guys subscribing. Like I said previous, we run our stream weekly and get ad revenue. We use all that ad revenue for our juniors program at the Mad Apple. And we spread that money around. We sent some to Sam Henderson. We got our junior players we've done. So we appreciate all the subscriptions. That helps us generate money for those guys too. So
Yeah, we
make
do
sure
have
you
a
get over and subscribe.
very good junior program, the Mad Apple.
All right, nice job there by Raga.
Anton Raga's quite young himself. He's only 25 years old.
Yeah.
From the Philippines. And his little replay of that little jump shot. Just jump over the edge of the floor.
I mean, it is kind of a unique time in pool too, in the fact that the equipment has gotten so good, and like none of these guys, or a good portion of them, anyways, never had to play on bad equipment, except for the guys from the Philippines. I've seen some of the stuff they play on over there.
Yeah, and if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of the new generation people that have access to all this great equipment constantly, just how far they can take it. We'll see. I keep suggesting it because I want to get somebody to bite, but I think a total offense 9-ball tournament would be no safety play.
And what do you do when you run into a...
Oh, you got to kick, try and make something.
Just like the old bar rules days. Huh?
Yeah. Be exciting. With these guys, you got such incredible shot makers. They just don't shoot them because who wants to take the chance, Other guys just going to safe you.
Can I ask a question about the all offense
Sure,
Nineball?
yeah.
So how would it work if a player, he's playing his offensive shot, but he just he misses?
Well, right. I mean, obviously, there's going to be like two-way shots. You know what I mean?
I missed. I
Yeah,
wasn't
right.
playing safety.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's why bar rules doesn't work anymore. You have to pretend you don't know where the cue ball's going. It doesn't really make sense.
Well, all right. You get my point. It'd be fun to
9-ball
watch.
ring games where you do have to go for a shot.
Yeah, I guess like chip tournaments.
I think that's what you're thinking of, because I know you grew up playing a lot of 9-ball ring games, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. What's going on there? Yeah, you don't want to try and get that table. That's their table. That's just going to lag like crazy like that because it's trying to transfer over. Hopefully it doesn't make theirs lag. It doesn't look like it did, though.
One ball in the side, wing ball in the corner. Cue ball narrowly misses, scratching in the side. He got both points of the side pocket there, but he came out good.
So I'm really surprised we haven't had to explain it more, but I'm going to explain it. This dual view, our right-hand camera is actually intentionally about 2 seconds behind the main screen. And it's so you can watch the replay if you don't notice something or you want to see it again.
Yeah, and we've been doing it ever since we started streaming at the Mad Apple. And I've always said, I think everyone else is going to copy eventually. I haven't seen anyone do it yet. But I do think we're going to start seeing some of the other pool streams copying us and adding that second overhead view. It's nice to be able to read the table, but you've always got that overhead view to look at. Well,
those pockets.
Yeah, and these 4 3/8 pockets, you wouldn't really expect that ball to go in the way he hit that.
Just going to slide down in front of the 6, set 6 in the same pocket.
Yeah, with the angle he's got on the 6, he's not going to stay there for the 7 in the side, is he? He's got to come back out to the middle of the table.
Same pocket, yeah. think he just curls this back up the table instead of trying to come across. Perfect shot. And Raga's going to take another one, going up 5-1.
Yeah, Copigny here now just have to have his fingers crossed, hoping that he gets a chance here.
Well, Raga's only made one mistake, so over on our other stream, which is over on the YouTube for Mad Apple Extreme, we have Lee Van Cortez against David Alqueda, and he's up right now 3-1. You know, my brain, when I try and read those, it doesn't work the same.
Lee Van Corteza.
Yeah, right.
Anton Raga's countryman from the Philippines. The older generation and the new generation, all present.
How many Americans are left in, do we know?
Billy Thorpe, still going strong. He's also playing right now. He's 2-2. And of course, Shane Van Boning is on the winner's side. He's already made it through to the last 16.
And you've got, for your side, you got Shaw. Anyone else?
When you say my side,
You know, Great Britain.
yeah, Jason Shaw, and of course we're rooting for him because it's his tournament.
Be something to see the owner win, especially after all the work he put in.
Yeah, Englishman Imran Majid is playing right now.
He was down pretty strong the last time.
A little
I looked. Where is he now? All right, he's coming back 4-3 right now.
Yeah,
So he's down by 1.
that's right, to Jose Alberto Delgado from Spain.
Copigny with the push out here. Just giving him enough to see the edge.
Yeah, and Billy Thorpe is tied up against Alexa Pelselch. And he was playing really well yesterday.
Good safety there. Snugged him right tight to the 4. Yeah, I think Raga's only really made an error once, and that was the 6 ball.
Yeah, and that shot right there is really, shows your class, doesn't it?
It's perfect speed.
Hit that so well, and Copigny in trouble here. And the speed, he's got to choose his speed here. I mean, there is a shot where you hit it soft and get behind the 5, but that has to be hit so well. You may choose to hit it harder. He's gone for this soft shot. Look how good this is.
Shot.
That is absolutely brilliant. He picked that line just perfect. He's almost less than edge here, has he? The shot was just really, really well struck. Under pressure.
If you look at the overhead there, I don't think he can see that edge. I don't think.
Yeah, looks like he's looking at thin snick in this end and sending the cue around the table 4 rails, around all the obstacles, including past the 9-ball here. Collided into those balls.
Ah, plenty of room. Nice shot. I don't think he got rewarded. He's going to look, though. Maybe he did. This is the one that fools me every time looking at it. Looks like that's 6.
And it's obviously close because he's gone back to have another look. He's staring down that line and deciding. So that tells us it does go, but it's not a full pocket.
When you're fighting the physics here, having the 6 on that side. Didn't quite get there. He's going to leave it open, too. So, hoping he's going to get a good look at the table. Uh-oh, we have a fly.
So he's left himself an angle where he's really going to have to negotiate around the 9-ball here. Probably just play a little bump into it.
Problem with that is the 5 is not sitting open. You have a very specific spot to get.
Well,
He's going to be limited on
but
where he gets here for the 4.
Yeah, he's going to, if he stops right there, if he uses the 9 as a blocker and stays pretty close to that. Looks like he's digging down, actually. He might be trying to draw clear of the 9. Okay, no. Did negotiate a little bump forward, and he's okay there with that angle on the 4.
Well, this is where I'm saying this is the angle he ends up with. So you're either settling, taking that 5-7. It's not a great line to get to the top side of the 5.
Yeah, and so shooting the 5-7 combination, he should be able to control the 5-ball and bump it towards the other corner pocket.
If he's going to do that, I think he's just going to try and draw this on the top side of the 6.
Yeah, playing the draw shot allows him to get more angle or closer to...
All right, never mind. Look at this shot.
It's just unbelievable. I'm sure he was trying to hit the 7 there.
He's even chuckling a little at that one because I don't think that came exactly the way he was looking at it. So a good smile there.
That was an amazing shot. We'll take another look at that in a little bit. But for now, he has to roll this 5-ball. And make sure he doesn't hook himself behind the 9 and the 8. Nicely controlled little brush on the 8-ball. At least he hasn't frozen the 8 on the 9. Again, managing to keep the 8 and 9 out of play on that shot.
It's tight here. It looks like he is just going to draw back. It must go past the 9 and the side.
Well, he might consider the kiss shot here.
Yeah, I don't think so, but maybe. He did get further than he would have liked, so back cutting this past the 9.
Yeah, got himself back in control. And
There you go. To 2 he goes. Down by 3, breaking. If he can get the break rolling. There's that shot that he made to get on the 5. So I'll give it a chuckle.
yeah, so let's look at that again. What was he?
Yeah, go back one more.
What line was he really taking here?
Well, I think that was the line. It just was a little bit whippy. And
Because the way the 8 and the 9 is, he doesn't really have any chance. Maybe he was trying to hit the 7. It would have been an incredible shot.
Yeah. I think that's what he was laughing about, is he kind of got outside, still got around that 7, and came out perfect. How's our other stream looking? You got the scores up?
Okay. Quick update on other matches going on right now. Mario He is up 6-2 against Loho Sum. We got Do the Kind is 4-2 up against Daniel Gutenberg. John Moore is tied up again 3-3 against Hai Chai Chen.
1 ball drains, and he's got a shot at the 2.
Yeah, so he's got to consider himself fortunate that that one fell in. Didn't make the normal balls, as it were, the one in the side, or the wing ball. Kind of unusual layout here with all the balls just strewn in this big long line.
He was looking at the natural line of bumping into the 3.
And if you do bump into 3, you got to do it very gently.
She did.
So he's going to play this 3 in the side. He's going to, look, that line he's shown you there, he's going to glide off the edge of the 8 ball and hopefully control the cue ball to the side rail and back out for the 4. But he's got to negotiate this contact on the 8 ball just right.
I don't know if he's actually going to make contact on the 8. No, he just did.
Yeah, he had no choice but just to glance it. He's got just enough angle here that he punch the cue ball sideways. But getting from the 5 to the 6 becomes a lot easier if you get the perfect angle on the 5. He needs to get just past straight.
Yeah, so this round is scheduled to conclude at noon. And that's when they're going to do the final 16 draw. So then we'll know what that bracket looks like.
Do they redraw it? Or is it already diagrammed out?
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Well, Kopingi making quick work of this rack. And lessening the gap by 1 again.
Yeah, we just got confirmation. Yes, the 8 players that come through from these 8 matches here, it will be redrawn. Not completely randomly. They're paired up 1-to-1 with the 8 players that are already
So it's seeded.
on the other side, waiting the winner's side. I'm not sure if it's seeded or whether they're just going to do a random draw.
Random pair. I see. So none of the guys that made it through in this round will play each other the
Correct.
first round.
Yeah,
I got you.
everybody's going to be paired up with one of the gentlemen who are waiting on the winner's side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Carlo's in the top 8 yet, right? Carlo.
No, Carlo Biardo is playing right now. He's up 7 against Kopinyi's brother, Kopin
Okay.
Hun.
So he is on the 1 loss.
He's on the 1 loss side. Of course, once they make it to the last 16, it reverts to single elimination. And Carlos Biardo just needs 1 more rack. Against Kopin Hun. But Kopinyi has his own problem here. Dealing with Anton Raga. So really, if he's really got to be looking here at some kind of thin cut safety.
Yeah, we was trying to get behind the 7.
Yeah.
Short.
And he knows that's not good. The problem is, Anton has his choices here. All those balls down table to hide behind. Kopinyi couldn't find a way from that position to get down there.
I think you're going to see Anton try to.
He does have a bank here, and the
Yeah,
three ball
he's not-
does cut. Sneak behind the 5. Beautiful. Great shot. And Anton's played some really good safety shots, and that was right there was a safety error from Kopinyi. And he finds himself in trouble. And he's got a couple of different ways he can get through to hit this. One of which being a jump shot, which I think he's just run off to go get his jump cue. You know, going to the side rail and getting a good contact on the 2 doesn't seem to lead to anything other than selling out. This here also is going to be tough for him not to sell out. He wants to leave the cue ball up table, and hopefully the two ball gets enough speed to go back down table.
Had to hold it right there.
And yet again, Anton has an easier safety. I say that. It looks like that two ball does go. He may just be shooting at this. Because if he can roll this two ball into the pocket, he's definitely got a chance to get on the three. There's a couple of small windows to get on here.
He's going to get past the 8 and the 5.
That's the one he's going to choose there, yeah, down towards the bottom rail, underneath the 5. He's got to make sure the cue ball doesn't hit the 8 as he tries to get through here.
Oh, okay. What are we talking?
Yeah, so when he went down there, when we thought he was looking at the 3, he was probably just checking that those, where those windows were. And he's managed to play a good safety there. Oh, what a nice shot.
Perfect shot. Ends up behind the 5.
Yeah, he couldn't have done much more there, could he? So it's going to be 2 kick shots in a row.
Gonna hit that one much better.
There you go, measuring. Distance from the rail. Little mirror image. Kick system. And of course he's aiming for a thin edge on this 3 ball. Not far away from missing the 3 ball completely. Hit that absolutely perfect. That's 2 brilliant one rail kick shots in a row.
Yeah, push the 4 plenty of distance so he could control this next shot too.
Well, he deliberately left himself that steep angle to make the position natural. You can just roll this in now.
Lots of options here. I think he's just going to slide over, shoot the 7 up in the corner there. Oh.
Feels like he's kind of on.
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, no, it is. Yeah, he's pretty straight. Stop shot.
I mean, I think that's the biggest point takeaway is just always being on the right side of the ball and how crucial it is.
Yeah.
These guys, it's what these guys are so good at. They're
Yeah,
just always given a play,
Yeah, they've got such great speed control. Yeah, here's this other kick shot.
He had 2 great ones, that long rail kick and then that.
he's not phased, is he? Because Anton's put him under a lot of pressure here, and then you end up with tough shots there. Okay, so the players that are undefeated at the moment, they're already through the last 16. Shane Van Boning, Lee Ri-ten, Ko-Pin Chung. So all three Ko brothers are still active right now, although Ko-Pin Han is in deep trouble in his match. Moritz Neuhausen from Germany, Wu Kun Lin, Naoki Oi from Japan, Chung Yu Lung, and homeboy Jason Shaw are the already through to the last 16. Made it through undefeated. What we're watching here is the winners' qualification for a chance to join those in the last 16.
Yeah, no results yet.
And it's a race to 9.
Mario, he is as close as he gets. He's 8-3 right now. To be the first into the qualifying round out of this bracket.
And of course, the pressure is on these referees to get these racks good. Job made a lot easier because of the magic racks. And it really does change the nature of the matches, doesn't it, having those magic racks? I suspect that we wouldn't be seeing everybody with the cut break if the racks were traditional triangle racks, which just seem a little bit less predictable.
One's gone. Shape on the 2. No real problems.
Yeah, and they'd like to string a few racks together here.
3 comes up past the 6-8. Perfect speed, just going to have a nice little stop shot to get to the 4. This is dot to dot. It's almost a bunch of stop shots at this point. See how little he moves the cue ball here in the last.
Yeah, it looks like he's planning on just bringing it back an inch or a couple of inches.
Yeah, you're just not going to see much movement. This run is set up about as perfect as he can get it.
And this, similar to the last, you may just back it up in a couple of inches.
Yeah, there just won't be any rails involved here, I think.
Yep, get nice and straight on the 5. Drifting down nicely for the 9-ball. And Copigny levels this match up. We didn't know at the first of this match if Anton Rugger was just going to run away with it. He did make a mistake. He had that one shot that he missed.
Well, I mean, the one thing, it doesn't matter in these matches. You could have a guy up 8-0 and you could still end up in a... Any one of these guys are capable of not taking 9 racks in a row, keeping control for that long, you know.
I don't think I can do anything from here. And Lee Van Cortese is up 6-3 against David Alcady. Well, he had another perfect break hit, but he's got unlucky there. It looks like the 6-ball is now not giving him a shot on the 2. So he's called a push. Now, where do you push it to not give Anton Rugger an advantage here? And the 2-ball does not go past the 8. It does have a shot on the 2 into the right-hand corner pocket. And he has a safety where he could just shoot the 2 straight up and down, back down the table, and get it to rest somewhere near the 3-ball. But he's really looking for something more aggressive than that. He needs to find a snooker here. If he just doesn't want to hand control back to Copigny. Yeah, and after a good old look, Anton said, "You know what? I don't see how to gain an advantage here. Maybe Copigny can teach you something." And yeah, he's pointed to that same spot, so it looks like he is just trying to get the 2-ball straight up and down table.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties with one of our cameras, so we had to switch up our traditional end view here. We'll get that fixed by next match.
And that is the shot that Anton was considering. And Copigny has showed him perfect execution of it. Anton's got his jump cue out. And wishes he could have played that shot himself. So he's got a real good chance to hit the 2-ball, but how do you leave it safe?
Yeah, he's going to leave this. He's open enough for Hoping you to have a choice here. I'm sure if it goes past.
Yeah, both players have had a good old look at that. See if it goes past the 8.
Well, and even if it did, getting back here for the 3 ball is going to be a task in itself.
Yep, another safety similar to the last one. Looks
I
like
think he left the edge.
he's going for his jump cue. I think he's trying to hit the right-hand side of the 2, not the center of the 2 here. And he's going back for his regular shooting cue. Yep. So it looks like he's playing a little bending mass A shot. And ended up with a really good safety. What a great shot that was.
Perfect speed, yeah.
Yeah, he'd been looking at the jump shot and he realized it's just bend it a little bit. Get behind the 6 ball. And Copini's going for his jump cue now.
We got a score update of any type here while we're...
And that was Anton's little mass A safety shot, which put Copini in this spot.
A little bit straight.
Yeah, if it had a hair more angle, it'd have made it and got on the 3. So the first match to conclude today is Carlo Biardo is through to the last 16. I don't know if Copini is paying attention, but his brother Copin Han just got knocked out. But he's got his own he's got his own problems to worry about at the moment. So he looks like playing a loopy draw shot here. With perfect speed isn't required to get on the 3. Yeah, there you go. He's drawing around the pink 4, hit the side rail. Still needs a little bit of spin to kick down, so he's not hooked on the 3.
We got the cue ball
he
there.
did, and that helped him get safe, whether he was thinking about that or not. He got the second prize there. Copini, again, total eclipse of the 2 ball. Yeah, so he looked at a couple of options there, kicking around behind it, but he wants to jump over the 5. It's still going to be a 1-rail kick after he jumps, and he's showing you right there where he wants to hit it. Taking the little handle off his jump cue because this is an extreme angle that he needs to elevate the cue through. He's so close to the 5.
Got over, got a kick, and they're going to get safe, I think. Well, didn't quite roll far enough to hook him, but...
well, it's enough to keep him alive in this rack.
yeah.
Good hit. But Anton's been showing that he plays safety so good that Copin's probably expecting to be in trouble again here. Well, Copini is going to get a clean shot at the 2-ball.
Yeah. 2 balls hung out for a while here. Should have a shot count on this one because it's been quite a few.
Yeah, and he played a shot similar to that earlier and got it wrong, as he did that time.
Yeah, and he really put it in an ideal spot.
At that speed on that cue ball, they had no chance of hiding behind the 8.
I don't know what they're looking for. Clean the cue ball, maybe.
Ref using a piece of chalk to mark the spot. Yeah, and all the refs are armed with these little teal-colored microfiber cloths. This shot here, he has to he can't really get up on the 3, so he's just got to drift across and end up close to the 6-ball. Oh, he did that absolutely perfect. That's as good as you could possibly do that.
It just comes straight down the line drawn on the table here. Get the cue a little bit longer here. He's going to more than likely roll forward. Could go around the 6, but you get in trouble trying to do that sometimes.
Yep, just choosing whether he's going to shoot the 9-ball the long way, which I think is what he's going to do.
Raga going to break the tie here. Took a huge lead. Copini has come back, and now Anton's back in control.
So England's Imran Majid knocked out by Jose Alberto Delgado. That's 2 Englishmen in a row that Jose has knocked out. He put out Darren Appleton last night. Billy Thorpe is just 1 game up, 5-4 against Alexa Peggy.
Mario, he put on the final game against Loho Sum, 9-4.
John Moore has got his back up against the wall, and you can actually see him shooting in the background of the shot there. He is down 3-8 against He Chen.
Boy, I saw him kick at that ball and just rattled it in the jaws. Well, do you like it here? Go for the quick win. And I think it's pretty tough to resist.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a gimme, but neither's the 2 ball. Cutting it the other way. And so out of the 2, I probably do prefer the kiss shot on the 9. Okay, and he just went around to look at it, so he is playing the 9 ball here, I think. Well, look at that. He's looking around, walking around looking at the 3 ball.
Well, I mean, like you say, it's no gimme on the 9, so.
Doesn't seem any tougher than the thin cut on the 2. Unless he's considering banking the 2. And if he does go for the 9, so he can play it in a way that there is no shot on the 2 afterwards. There's an element of safety.
Just don't know if he can hit it soft enough to control it. I think he's got to let it go if he's going to slide over because the 2's so far.
Yeah, and the cue ball is kind of not in the best place for this kiss shot. This would have to be a sort of a hit it with speed and a little bit of draw back to it, I think. Otherwise, you just don't have enough speed in the cue ball.
Right.
And so, yeah, he's going around looking at the 3 again. Looks like he's planning on running out. Which means he's got to dance the cue ball around the back of the 9 to get on the 3. Cutting the 2 ball to the left pocket. And if you don't like either of those, he definitely has safety options.
But you can see him. He's just back and forth between the options.
Yeah, he's got to figure out which he likes best.
Neither is great.
He's not going to shoot unless he feels it.
Neither is great, but I think one of them can let you win. And you get a chance to still hook him, luckily.
You'd be playing the 9, no doubt. But not Anton. He didn't like those offensive options.
I mean, it's probably way smarter than any of it.
Except if you'd succeeded in any one of those, you would have kept Kopi and Yi away from the table.
Yeah, right.
You're not guaranteed to come out good with Kopi and Yi kicking or jumping. Kopi and Yi, of course, world champion multiple times, 9-ball and 10-ball.
Yeah, you're for sure in the right spot if you've got him sitting at the side, because he can catch fire.
Is he going 3 rails here, is he?
2.
Okay, that way. Oh, and he scratched.
Well, that's unlucky.
Thought he had a chance for that to end up safe. And Tom Raga's decision there paying off. It looks like the 2, the 3, the 4 goes past the 9. Which means he just needs to get straight on the 3 so he can draw back a little bit to get on the 4. Of course, the 4-7 combination is
not bad
not
either.
the end of the world either. And we'll see which way he chooses by what angle he gets on the 3. Oh, he has given himself an angle, so he is planning on playing the combination.
All right, our YouTube Mad Apple Extreme wrapped up. I don't know what the final score was, I guess.
Oh, on table 2 over there?
Yeah. What was the final of this? Bill? What was the final? Yeah, Lee Van Corteza took 9-4 in that match. So into the final 16.
So strong Filipino contingent here with Carlo Biardo, Lee Van Corteza, and Anton Raga coming on strong here. And Anton's a quick player. He's not afraid to stop and think when he has to, but when he's in the clear here, he doesn't take too much time.
One closer. Puts him 2 away from the win. Still got to just never lose control. These guys, anybody's capable. So I'm still waiting for our 9-0 match to come up. Somebody's going to snap it off.
Yeah, with tables breaking the way they are in this tournament, you would expect some large runs. Just 2 games away now. Oh, and that time the 1 ball managed just not to go in.
Wide open, too. Exactly what you don't want to do.
Yeah, you can see he's not happy with that. He's been making the 1 in the side almost every time. And there's a lot more to this match yet. hoping he was just looking down the tangent line there, which heads towards the 7 ball.
It's a little bit of a touchy shot. Won't have to
And
get the
he
roll.
Got a couple of nudges that weren't planned. And he ended up okay, yeah, and he apologizes. They apologize for any little bit of luck, don't they, these days?
Yeah, it's way different some days.
He was trying to just go through the gap. There was a small gap here. I think he wanted to miss the 8 and the 7. And he's ended up reasonably on the 2. The 3 ball's not far away from its pocket at the other corner of the table.
Should just be able to pop out here past the 6.
And he's forced into hitting the top of the ball here. Yeah, that was fairly natural, wasn't it? Gonna make sure he hits this soft enough that he doesn't drift behind the 5. And the 5 ball's got several pockets, so
check your settings, Alexander.
perhaps his extension. He's going to swing around to the middle of the table and play the 5 in the same pocket. Gave that a little bit more than he wanted. Still okay, though. And these 2 balls he's going to play in the same pocket too.
A little straighter than he would have liked on that shot.
Yeah, and it looks like he's slightly short of straight, which is kind of an awkward side to be on.
Looks like he may be coming back for the side pocket here.
A big
Draw to the end rail.
Big draw shot. Landed on the spot there. Cue ball took a little turn as it brushed on the edge of the spot.
Okay, back in control. 6 games to 7. Copeny
And he looks so calm, doesn't he?
on the break.
Alrighty, just update on other matches. Yeah, Mario, he did make it through and put out Loho some. John Mora still going. Actually, he's 5 to 8 down in the background there against Ho Chad Chen. And Billy Thorpe is ahead in his match 7-4 against Alexa Pecci. And as we said, Levi and Cortez are already through. Knocked out David Alcady. Now, the reason Copigny got that chance to win that last rack is because the one ball didn't go in. Okay,
Went there.
back to normal.
And 2's going to hold up, so he'll have a shot.
And this gives Copigny a really good chance to draw level. First shot here is a tester. Thump the 2 ball in. Make sure you're not hidden behind this big wall of balls in the middle of the table.
I was going to say, even if you're only out to where the 2 ball is sitting now, it's not a horrible shot to take on that 3 ball.
And that's it. You've got these 2 windows. One close to where the 2 ball is now, and one close to where the cue ball is now.
So I'm sure he's going to just push this over to the side rail and try and come up table a little bit.
Nice. Digging down on the ball,
Yep.
which tells us he may be trying to get across.
Yeah, he's going
Back
to
to bring the cue ball back to where it is.
Just like that.
Oh, and that's the way to take the group out of play, isn't it? Get underneath
Yeah,
them.
look at the...
I say
still
take
got
the
behind
group
that.
out of play. Somehow the Nineball's still in play. And that was pretty unlucky. And he's already played. He played 2 really good kick shots in a row earlier in this match.
So he's got the rails figured out.
And this ball either has to go in or catch a thinner hit and get the cue ball up table for a safety. Oh, look at that shot. Another perfect kick shot.
Has he missed a kick?
Brilliant. No.
I think every kick he shot, he's put in.
And hit with good speed to come out. Incredible kick shot. Great recovery.
Yep.
And that one drifting wide. Big miss, that.
Yeah, going to set Raga up to take the hill here.
He played that brilliant kick shot recovery to give him a chance. And he could have drawn level, but now he's giving Raga a chance to get to the hill. And it goes through the window into the side pocket between the 8 and 7, he tells us.
Well,
use a couple of extra rails to get there.
long way around him. Okay, Raga going to take this to the hill.
And he looks younger than he is. I mean, 25 is young. He looks younger than that. But when you see him play, he's a relentless warrior. A very seasoned player, obviously. And he's got no fear playing against former world champion CueLee's. And John Moore's opponent in that table right behind in the shot there, right underneath the Cyberts logo, is one rack away from putting out John Moore. Looks like he's run out a little bit out of position there. And Anton planning and breaking and running this set out. But again,
Nineball almost went.
yeah, one ball almost went also. Dry break. This match is definitely not over. CueLee's gets another chance. Ball's wide open. He's got to figure out what to do with the one ball here. He's really got to play some kind of constructive safety. And that's the one thing in this match so far that he hasn't really been perfect at, is his safeties.
Let's hurt him. He gave up a couple of shots, trying to get him safe.
He's been brilliant at kicking his way back out of safeties.
Yeah.
So he's either going to chip the one ball back down table towards where he is, or in hit it and get the cue ball down there. It's going to be the one ball. And the cue ball this time. I think he got it. I think he hit it just soft enough. So Anton does have the edge on this one ball. And it's not that easy to find a ball to hide behind. And he's thinking about thin hitting off the one and getting behind the 5, which is a really tricky, small little window to get into. Oh, and he's playing a little. He does have to bend this a little bit. So the 2 balls taking that edge out. He's made the 1 and the cue ball. We'll get a replay on that shot in a minute. Try and figure out if he was actually shooting the 1 ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was trying to massay that ball in.
Well, that's just what CueLee's needed. Nice ball in hand to start off on this rack where no 2 balls are together. And what's that silly phrase they always use? A road map.
Yeah, I mean, it is too, though. Yeah, Anton has had a couple of dry breaks. Nothing going. I think all week or all weekend so far, I think I've only seen him missed maybe a half a dozen times on the break. Y'all definitely figured that out quick.
And John Moore breaking in the back there means his opponent's still on the hill, but John's not going to let him take that last rack.
It's like in golf, clean the ball just to improve your lie, just that.
Well, I don't think he's quite happy with that cue ball didn't go exactly where he wanted it, and so he feels he got something weird happened. Maybe got a heavy contact. He's giving himself a little bit more angle on this 6 than he was planning. You're saying in golf that they have the ball clean to actually change its position a little bit, or change the way it's sitting?
Yeah. Just fluff it.
And I'm sure that's not what Kopi knew he was doing, but that's an interesting shot, isn't it?
Yeah, you think you're on the wrong side, but it's actually the right side if it's long enough.
Yeah, and these great players, they don't think twice about using extra rails or more speed or play a shot that the lower divisions wouldn't consider. Just to get better position. There in the background, you see in the blue shirt, that's Shane Van Boning. He's just practicing at the moment. He doesn't play till later because he's on the undefeated side.
I'll tell you, Raga started this match out 5-1, I think it was. Yeah, was the biggest lead.
Yeah, and Kopi News stayed very cool the whole time. You never know when your next chance is coming, but when it does, you've got to do something clever and make the most of it.
Oh, what do you predict, MH?
Wow, it's so unpredictable.
Think he's going to run these last two? You're going to pull her together, get a shot.
That's definitely not unimaginable. He's got to figure out the difference between why on the breaks he didn't make the one on the side. What happened? There you go. One in the side. Corner ball.
2-ball going to come out.
Wing ball goes.
3-7 giving him a challenge.
He's taking a good old look to see if the 3-ball goes. Yeah, because the 3-ball's frozen on the rail, if it doesn't go past the 7, it's a pretty tricky either combination or kiss shot. Both of those are sort of really difficult, have to be hit perfect.
From any angle, yeah.
Yeah, because the 3-ball looks like it's frozen on the rail. That makes the kiss shot almost impossible with a double kiss. Jumping in the way. That 3-ball may just go. Well, he's got as good as he could on it, and that tells you there is a space through the 7. And he doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. Right there. Okay, draw back a fraction. Get straight on the 5 in the side. But all focus has to be striking this 3 ball accurately. It's one of those situations where you'd like to go take one of the other balls and just measure it, see if it fits, but you can't do that. That would be a foul. Oh, he did hit the 7.
And honestly, he rolled a little further. He wasn't trying to come back that far, but I
Tough to
think
imagine hitting the 7 and it's still going, but it's messed up his position completely. And what happened to the cue ball while we were watching that? He drew back. We'll take another look at that in a little while. How did he end up with this shot on the 5 ball?
that's super tight.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that he really tried to play for this shot when he was lining up and was very close to just 5 in the side pocket. He was already there.
Yeah, that shot was pretty thin in there. I think he thought he was stopping for the side. I don't think he really was playing this corner pocket.
It's tough to imagine someone of his class and caliber.
Even if you don't have this, maybe you try and play that bank.
Yeah, and that might be what you're thinking. I mean, it's a straighter shot, isn't it? The bank shot. He doesn't like this. Got a great camera angle here watching him shoot this. Yeah, he's coming off the edge of the 5. It looks like he's cutting this into the other side pocket.
Yes, he did.
Oh.
What a shot.
Brushed both points. But the billiards gods are not going to let him out yet. You've got to come with another one now, Copigny, if you want to stay in this match and in this tournament. He knows he cannot turn over this rack to Anton Raga. He can play
Safety coming.
a super thin, safety and just leave the 6 ball up there. He does have a chance to bank the 6, which I know there's a lot of players here who might just be banking this because the cue ball then goes around the table for the 7.
Oh,
Did
no.
he just miss that ball completely?
He did. Oh, and he stopped it.
And that is probably the match, and he knows it. It's the first time I've seen his expression change on his face.
Yeah.
I mean,
Went to just really thin it.
that's pretty thin. And as soft as he hit that cue ball, you know he was playing an extremely thin hit.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't want to hit almost any of that.
6 ball would have barely moved.
That's going to end things here. It's 2
He's
straight.
ended up actually freezing to the end rail, which is the one spot.
See a
He's
little
not frozen
frustration
completely,
from
but
him.
he's really close. He's going to be okay, though. I'm still betting on him getting out here. And the 7 ball looks even closer to the rail than the cue ball.
It's like somebody giving you a piece of candy and they throw it back at him. End up that straight.
Anywhere but right there.
As you say, I don't think he's going to struggle to still finish this match out, but sure makes it a lot more interesting.
Well, and it looks like, at least when I saw that shot, it looked like the cue ball did bounce fractionally off the rail, which does make a big difference here. Because if he tries to play any kind of draw shot, if the cue ball's frozen to the rail, you catch the underside of the rail and
Yes.
and it goes all wrong. But and from there, it actually looks like they both have a slight gap.
Yeah, I mean,
Which means
anything
it's
you
not,
play
right?
here is not super easy, is it? Looking at from that other, you could just see it's just like out of all the spots, you know.
Because you really can't get off the rail, can you? I mean, but honestly,
Well,
he
yeah.
could just follow forward and then leave the cue ball right in the corner pocket here, the same pocket that he shoots the 7 into. And from there, he's got a cut on the 8 in the side. I think that's what he's going to do. He's just going to roll forward, end up really close to the corner pocket.
Played the rail
He's
a little bit to help
maximized,
him.
maximized his distance off the rail as good as he can there. And he's going to wipe down his cue. He doesn't want anything weird happening here. But as good as he's been playing in this match, you'd favor him to make this shot, no problem. But it's not a gimme. And he's got to control the cue ball too. So he's got to hit this the right speed. And figure out which side of the 9-ball he's going. There it is, heart of the pocket. Nice speed off the rail. Or is it?
Most interesting last 3 balls in history here.
Yeah, why does it always get so difficult towards the end? Now that these guys are making this look easy.
Yeah.
So he's got a bank shot here to put Ko Pin-Yi out. And make it through.
Yeah. He's got to calm himself down and stop smiling first.
Yep.
'Cause,
And again, he's also a very, very calm player, isn't he? He doesn't show much emotion. Except for right now. This is your moment of zen.
all right. Puts it all beside him,
No
puts
problem.
the 9 down, takes the match. So Ko Pin-Yi out of the tournament, and we have Anton Raga going to move on to the final 16.
He's going to replay this shot and show you how he was supposed to do it. Further away. Zing.
Yeah,
Nice
I mean,
little
it is different out of the situation, you know. You get ball in
he
hand
didn't-
on the 6, you miss your second ball, I'm sure you're not.
Well, and
You
they
know.
were so straight. You can see this one going wrong and just following straight into the corner pocket. Next time you play it that way. So, quick recap on these qualification round. Lee Van Corteza is through. Jose Alberto Delgado from Spain is through. Carlo Biardo from the Philippines is through.
8-8 there.
John Moore.
Yeah.
And you can see right behind you in that, I don't wonder if we can, that table behind us where John Moore has been playing, I don't know if our stats are updated. Is that match over? We're seeing it at 8-8. Both on the hill. The cues are still on the rack, so maybe they're just taking a little break before the last rack.
Well, I think that match might be over.
Dude the Klein from China is through. Anton Raga just made it through, as we just saw there, and Mario He. Those are the players that have made it through to the last 16 and now are going to join the other 8 who have been waiting for them. Those other 8 being Shane Van Boning, Ru Li Teng, Ko Pin Chung, Moritz Neuhausen, Wu Kun Lin, Niyuki Oi from Japan, Chang Yu Lang, and last but by no means least, Jason Shaw, owner and proprietor of US1 Billiards in Connecticut, where this wonderful event is happening. And so we'll be back with you as soon as the action starts back up again. Stay tuned.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Or I'm sorry, noon.
Noon. Okay, yeah, it's noon. They're going to do a redraw and figure out what the pairings are for these the last 16. We'll see you soon.
All right, so for everybody watching, this is Hill over here on Billy Thorpe's match. This is to get into the final 16, last match to go.
Greetings, Earthlings and pool fans. Welcome back to CueLee's Connecticut Nineball Open. We are at US1 Billiards, Jason Shaw's pool hall, and we are down to the last 16. This is MH Potting Penglaze, and I am joined in the commentary box with special guest Imran Majid, Moscone Cup player. Imran, thank you for being here.
Hello, guys. An absolute pleasure to be in the booth with you.
And I'm not sure if I should call you the Maharaja. Is that what they call you?
That's what they called me, yeah. And that's the meaning is Indian King, yeah.
Right.
They say I'm the best Indian player in the world. So
I bet that's true.
who knows?
Do you like that name?
I'm indifferent, yeah.
They've given it to you. Okay, so here we go. First rack. It's bumped up to a race to 10 now. This is a single elimination format. And we have Shane Van Boening against Lee Van Corteza.
And Shane crunches them as usual. He's got a pretty nice shot on the 2, and the 3's laying handy. So he can just bump into the 5 here and hold for the 2.
And there's going to be, I mean, these tables with this magic rack, they've been breaking. Everybody's playing the same break. It's all a cut break, isn't it, nowadays?
Yeah, with this new matchroom format, players are trying to get the 1 ball in the side, and any other ball is a bonus.
Give me that bit closer.
So yeah, the 1 ball's the ball you're trying to get in the side.
And that being the case, it's not unimaginable that someone's just going to break and run the whole set out.
Oh, it can happen. There's been a 6-pack, a 7-pack in this tournament. Yeah, it's easily done, yeah. Shane's a bit unlucky there that the 5 balls come and blocked his path for the 4 ball in the top pocket. So he has to manufacture a position here. Played that very well.
Wow.
Had to cheat the pocket there to move the cue ball in pretty much perfect position. He can just roll this in. Touch of inside maybe. Or does he nudge it out? He nudges it out.
I'm wondering if he's going to bump it there.
Yeah.
Did that well. Shane's coming from the undefeated side. But now they made it to the last 16. It's a wash, isn't it? It's a fresh start. Single elimination.
That's right. Most players treat a tournament of this nature like 2 tournaments. First, you want to make the cut. That's your first tournament. And then final 16 is a separate tournament. That's the mentality you have. Shane pretty clinical, taking the first rack. Captain America.
Captain America.
I'm the one who actually made that name for Shane. Captain America, yeah. It was in the World Nineball Championship. He was playing Copenhagen in the final. I can't remember the year, about 6 or 7 years ago. I was commentating with Ted Lerner. And I come up with that name, and it stuck with him.
Captain America's perfect.
I had another one, the American Express.
Yeah.
Yeah. But actually, I think Captain America should be Jeremy Jones now, because he's captain for the Moscone team.
Because he is the captain.
Yeah, and SVB should be the American Express.
I feel like the Captain America will stick for Shane probably more. I think it's a catchy.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Because he really is. I mean, America's got a lot of good players, but Shane just is continuing to be sort of the number one.
He's a cut above the rest. Yeah, gotta say.
He works harder, doesn't he?
Yeah, whenever you see him, he's hitting balls, practicing.
And missed the 1 ball in the side, but made balls anyway. He does seem to be hitting that break harder.
Yeah, he hits them harder than anybody else on the circuit. He does lose the cue ball a lot. He does come up dry sometimes, but most of the time he gets a shot after the break. You know, for example, this break, he didn't hit him great. He didn't make the one. He hits the balls with so much force that a ball's gonna go in somewhere.
Yeah, no, so some of these guys are hitting this cut break pretty soft, really. I mean, it's not super soft like some of those other wing ball soft breaks, but
Yeah, I would say
they're not really trying to crunch it at all, and it's just make the one in the side. You don't need to. Well,
some players are not even using a break cue now because you have more control with your playing cue when you're breaking.
yeah, and that makes sense. And you are spinning the ball. It's not a plain ball, center ball hit, is it?
Well, there's 2 or 3 different types. Some people play with English. Some players play center ball. There's no one given way to hit this break.
And so what? Some people are drawing sideways to the side rail, or possibly let it go forward.
Everyone's drawing to the side rail
Okay.
because you have to cut the balls to make the one in the side.
Yeah.
Left hand spin, 11 o'clock on the cue ball, floats around 2 rails, catches the third one. Yeah, that will do nicely. Just pop the ball, nothing else to worry about here. I got to say the equipment is lovely, yeah.
Yeah, and they just got those set up. We were setting up the streaming equipment the day before, and they only just got all the pool tables put back together and the cloth on. All these tables are new. So they used to have Brunswick Gold Crowns here. They got rid of all of them and put these nice new Rasson tables.
Yeah, aesthetically pleasing as
They
well.
are. Everybody's talking about, and of course with the Magic Rack, it's not quite as advantageous. But the way the balls fall through to and actually sit right in the triangle that you see him pulling them out there. But if you're using the regular triangle, the balls are already in it. You pull them out.
Interesting thing about the rack down there is he's pulling the balls out like a few at a time. You can actually lift that whole tray up and then slide the rack out. It's really kind of ingenious.
Yeah, well done to Rasson, yeah. Nice tables. Pleasure to play on. Captain America, rack number 3. He is leading 2-0. So the players are trying to make the one in the side and track the cue ball towards the 9 ball to try and make that as well.
So they are trying to make the 9, because the 9 ball counts, doesn't it?
Yeah, so Shane tried it there. He was pretty close.
You've sort of got almost as much chance of getting a collision and making the cue ball as you do the 9 ball. Don't you find, trying to crunch through the middle of the rack? It's a sort of a risky, seems like a risky thing. I mean, that's the nature of this break, isn't it? Though the cue ball has to have speed on it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the players say it's better than the last breaking format. This is less predictable.
Right.
The last breaking format, where the wing ball was wired, and some people getting the 1 ball as well, and a couple of other balls, you weren't actually playing 9 balls, more like 5 or 6 balls.
Sure. And then you saw some really soft breaks, and there was just no need, if you're that sure about making
the wing ball, you
play a controlled.
Why hit it hard? Because you can control the cue ball as well. Kick and stick here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he didn't catch that right,
He
but
just survived.
He's got it safe.
Yeah, and the game has to. You got these great players here. The game has to, and the equipment has to test the players.
Yeah, I thought he might play the bank. Good try. Oh, Shane's faced with a horrible shot here. I don't think you can see all of the cue ball. I don't think you can get to all of the cue ball. Maybe the right-hand side, so some low right with some deep draw. Failing that, it could play rail first and go around the angles.
Yeah.
It's a tricky
Gotta make sure
position. Or you could just make the ball and play safe. Yeah, rail first. Yeah, that's pretty good. He's going to have a shot. Yeah, nicely
Yeah,
done.
and he played for that window, didn't he? Because
Yeah.
he's
Mm-hmm.
in danger of going behind the 4-ball there.
He's queuing with low here. Maybe he's trying to go into the 4 to hold position. Yeah.
Yeah. Now what? Bank shot on the 4.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to refuse this yet. Overdrew that slightly. This is quite a responsive cloth, so you've got to make sure your touch plays in sync.
And would you say that the pockets are playing tightish, or how are they?
Well, it's a new cloth, so they're always going to play pretty generous.
Yeah. Slides in off
I mean,
if you brush the rail.
Yeah, even at the matchroom events, obviously the new cloths and the 4-inch pockets, but they still play pretty generous for the first few days.
Is that how small they are? 4-inch?
Yeah.
Wow, that is tiny. These are 4 3/8.
He's a bit out of line here. He's got to come with a good shot here, Shane does. Not sure if he can miss the scratch. Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, good shot it was.
Captain America flies out into 3-0 lead.
And Lee Van Corteza watching, waiting, hoping to get a chance.
Yeah, that's all you can do when you're in your seat. Just try and prepare yourself mentally for the chance you get, if you get one. I was a spectator in a match yesterday. I was playing a guy from Chinese Taipei, Reed Teng or something, and he kept me in my seat. Yeah, 5 or 6 racks. Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you become a spectator,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and you narrowly missed the cut to the last 16.
Yeah, disappointing in my match this morning. I scratched 3 times, and you can't do that on a race to 9. Off the break, obviously, and the cue balls got kicked in 3 times. That's the way it goes.
And there is random luck comes into it, and that's...
Yeah, of course, yeah. Fine margins at this level.
You had a good match against Nails.
Yeah, I beat Niels yesterday. Yeah, it was a pretty good match.
And that one went hill, I think, did it?
No, 9-7.
9-7.
Yeah. It was a pretty clever shot because he actually went for the bank, I think.
Yeah. Wow. That would have been an amazing bank. Yeah, because he got...
Yeah, 2-rail bank because he's on the 2-ball and he'll be safe if he missed it.
Yeah, almost. And it looks like he might have... Has he hooked him there, do you think?
I think he's hooked, but it's not too hard of a swerve. A little masse around the 6-ball.
Yeah, of course that's not the whole problem, is it? It's not going to do any good.
No, if
to leave the cue ball up there.
Yeah.
You're almost better off 1-roll kicking it with speed to come out. But
he's got a hopeful position here. He's hit it too thick. Yeah, way too thick.
Really tough to imagine how he would have had any chance of getting on the 2-ball there.
Yeah, probably had to slide in between the rail and the 9 and go take that route. It's not a given this rack because the 8's in a tricky position. He might have to play an 8-9 combo
Yeah.
Three, four, five, six lay pretty good. So he'll be thinking about the 8-ball. He'll already have that in mind.
And with the 6 there, though, is there a chance to do something else other than the combo?
Yeah, if he gets a good angle on the 6, he could maybe bump it out. Or play short side position on the 8, you know. He'll have some options.
Yeah, it all depends on how good you feel about that combination. It's not exactly straight.
It's
probably
pretty
not that
doable,
terrible.
though. Yeah. He's just working it out now. Pro players like to think at least 3 shots ahead.
Well, I'm sure he was thinking about that, whether to shoot that combination right from the start, wasn't he?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's perfect. Just roll this in and play the combo. Unless the 8-ball goes, it might just slide in off the rail.
Wow.
It doesn't look like it from this camera angle. No, he's playing the combo, yeah. Got to err on the thin side here. Aim to hit the 9 towards the long rail. It goes clean in, yep.
Yeah,
4-0.
We haven't seen much of Lee Van Cortese yet. It's a clinic from Shane.
No, and we might not see him shoot. That's the nature of this beast.
Yeah, Shane is the number 2 ranked player in the world at the moment. But that doesn't really mean anything, because if Lee Van Cortese gets a chance, he may just run out the rest of the set. I think you never know what's going to happen. But with the tables breaking as nicely as they are,
They are breaking beautifully.
It sort of lends itself to that kind of possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is, like you say, the random part is the cue ball. He can control it to the side rail here, but there's random collisions, and there you go. He didn't scratch.
He always seems to get a shot, which is massive.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful little layout, and
I mean, the 2-ball didn't have to land there, right?
right, and
The
he
cue
almost
ball didn't have to land.
it was almost in the pocket, and that would have completely changed the match. But I don't suppose Lee Van Cortese expects to get a shot this rack either.
No, he won't be. Sat in his chair, he's thinking, okay, 5-0.
And it's tough to keep yourself mentally ready, isn't it? Because I don't know what he's thinking in his chair, but he's not feeling that great about sitting there watching. And then all of a sudden, in a minute, he's going to be up with some kind of weird problem that he's got to solve.
Well, knowing Lee Van, he's not going to get flustered. He's been around the block, you know. He's been in this situation thousands of times. So he'll stay within himself and just pounce when he gets a chance. A 4-pack is quite standard in this tournament, I've seen. Yeah.
Seen quite a few of them already.
Yeah. Yeah, most players by this time in the tournament, down to the last 16, would have had at least 2 or 3 4-packs.
Well, Shane Van Boening halfway to his goal. And Lee Van Cortese has not yet left the starting block.
It's a great warm-up for the US Open, this tournament.
Yeah, and of course that's why all the players are in town. That's why you're in town.
Absolutely. It's a very strong field, and you're playing against the world's best, so you can't get better practice than that.
You're looking at this tournament as your warm-up.
That's right, yep. get into the grease, you know,
And it's a huge
feel a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and it's a huge field, isn't it, in the US Open?
Yeah, it's a massive field, yeah.
Pretty much all these players, plus a lot more. And this one here is a 64-player field.
One ball straight in, 9 ball. Yep, there you go. Thanks for coming.
Well,
6-0.
what do you think about the 9-ball break? I mean, I guess if they are playing it, it is a skill, and you
There
have
is
to
a skill,
give
yeah.
him credit for it.
He's been practicing it, yeah.
We've got the replay here. See how that 9-ball makes it in.
So that's the perfect.
Yeah, it was sitting right there,
yeah.
and it gets whacked, just like you said. Was that the cue ball that hit it?
Yeah, it's the cue ball.
Yeah,
That's
so
what they're
that's
trying to do.
so that's exactly what he was playing.
Yep.
Bring the cue ball across to the side.
And go into the 9. You
And then
either
go
make it into the
straight
corner
into the
or
9
the
ball.
side pocket, yeah.
Because the 9-ball doesn't move, does it? These
No.
balls are racked so good.
You do have a chance of scratching the old whitey, but...
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what I was wondering. I mean, it's almost 50-50, isn't it, on that shot?
Yeah, but, you know, you take
give
a
it a chance.
gamble. You
Yeah.
take a gamble and go for it, yeah.
All right, back to live. Another successful break. And when you can break like this, you don't ever have to turn up the table, do you? So,
No, it's... if you got a good break, you don't have to play well.
a little thinner on this shot.
Touch a left-hand
But
spin,
not
yeah.
a problem.
I like the way he went 3 times across the table. These are quite fast tables, the cloth. Brand new, of course.
Perfectly controlled little draw shot.
He's a little bit straight on this 6, so may not be able to get close to the 7. Might have to shoot the 7 from some distance, or medium distance at least. I think drawing back to the center table.
Yeah, a little drawback.
Spin this round 1, 2, 3 rails for the 9 in the top right. Inside English. Has he overhit it a little bit? Yep, see, that's caught him out a little bit. Should make it though. Shouldn't be a problem for SVB. SVB 6-0. Or is that 7?
7-0 now.
7-0. In like 25 minutes or something?
How long has this match been, Patrick? It doesn't even feel that long. It's barely started, it feels like.
Yeah, we started, I think, right after 12:30, so almost 30 minutes.
And they lagged for break, I'm assuming?
Lag for the break? Yeah, lag is massive.
And
Yeah.
so that is Lee Van's only mistake,
Yeah.
if you can call it that.
-1.
And so Lee Van is just hoping for a little bit of luck on Shane's break. And that is it. The cue ball is the unpredictable part.
This is the first tough shot he's had in this match so far.
Yeah, what do you do with the 3 ball here?
Depends if he's choosing to attack But if he's choosing to attack, he just got to roll it in and bank the 3, maybe. Okay. Quite a cute angle for the side pocket.
He's looking at it.
But these are quite generous. These
And this could be a
pockets.
two-way too if he's going to dart through that gap between the 2 and the 8.
Wow.
He's on it. Look at that. And he would have been pretty safe, most
Yeah.
likely, if that had bobbled.
That was 2-way, yeah.
That's a great shot, though, isn't it? Just pound it into the side pocket like the pocket's big.
Bottom left on the cue ball.
Well, that slightly difficult position that he started with didn't cause him any problem at all. It didn't slow him down at all. He is storming ahead.
He's making it look too easy. That's the power of the break. I urge everybody to practice their break. You don't have to be a great player to win tournaments if you've got a good break.
Yeah, let's take a look at this shot. How narrow is that
Yeah.
pocket there, Imran, from that angle?
That wouldn't be easy on a diamond, trust me.
Yeah, everybody always talks about the size of the pockets, but they're always just talking about the corner pockets, of course, that dimension. The side pockets are another thing altogether. They're actually a lot bigger than the corner pockets. Measurements like 5 and 1/4 or something. And if Lee Van Corteza does end up with a shot in the next couple of racks, what a massive pressure on him to do something with it.
Oh, look at this.
Another
Shane
beautiful
Roadmap
line.
Van Boning. That's what we should call him. Needs to mind his work getting on the 5 here. Doesn't want too much angle on the 4.
Right, kind of where he is right now.
Yeah, kind of where he is right now. Wants to draw back to center table off the 4.
Because the 7 blocks the long pocket, so he has to get.
Exactly, yeah.
Just make sure he doesn't bring the side pocket into play here.
He could go with inside, yeah.
Oh, go forward.
3 rails round the back of the 5.
Ah, right, round the back of the 5. Brilliant. Just
Yeah.
like you said.
It laid perfect for that.
Yeah, I would have hit that with outside English and scratched in the side pocket.
Center table again now. Doesn't want to be straight on the 6. He's going to be straight. Tish. Yeah.
So with a little angle like that, what's he looking at? Maybe just following forward 2 rails?
I think you can go forward with some high left. 11 o'clock on the cue ball. Yeah, nicely done. This is quite a treat for us. We don't always see a 7-pack, you know, and this could be the whole set.
And this might be quite a headline if he runs the whole 10.
Absolutely.
Has Lee had a shot in the first couple of racks? He had one shot in which rack? In the 3rd rack. So we've had a run of 2, followed by this, which is that a run of 6 now, is it?
This could be...
Or 7?
Yeah, a historic
7.
moment. No, actually, Earl Strickland's actually ran 10 racks
Right.
back in the day.
And that was
when he got
insured
$1 million.
for $1 million, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So this is not far behind that.
And I read about that, and it did include quite a few, 9-ball breaks or 1-9 combinations. Or
Yeah, couple. Wow. The quickest match I've ever commentated on.
Well, we'll have to keep you for the next match then. All in the side as per normal.
And he's got a shot. Yeah. Wow.
We've been corrected in the comments. Lee Van shot twice so far. We're going to have to...
I mean, this is a given as well, this rack. It's all over, you've got to say.
He's on the hill. And Lee Van is a great, great player, but doesn't really matter much if you don't shoot.
This is naughty pool. We have a saying, one of our best players in England, Judd Trump, he's a snooker player.
Mm-hmm.
He plays naughty snooker.
Naughty.
This is naughty pool, yeah.
He plays a lot of interesting power spin shots like that.
Yeah,
you don't see the other players play.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, guys, short and sweet. It's been an absolute pleasure to witness this, actually.
Lee's jumping up. He's going to try and grab his cue. Hey! He missed. Awesome.
What a performance.
Well,
great show by
great
Shane
sense of
Van
humor
Bonen.
from Lee Van Cortez, who had his moment of defeat. Shane Van Bonen, it's just an absolutely phenomenal performance there, showing you he's planning on winning this tournament. He's not the only player who feels that way, but thanks for watching, everybody. Stay tuned. You know this is not over. We've got a lot more pool coming up. We'll be streaming the next match on Table 1 very shortly. Imran, I don't know if you would stick in the commentary box on the next match.
This was so short. I want to
We'll probably
do some more.
we'll probably be starting up right away.
Yeah, I think the next matches are going to be going 2:45, 3 p.m. ish.
Okay.
So it's going to be a little bit. We're going to be on a bit of a break, but
We'll take a little pause here, and we'll be back shortly. Imran, thank you.
No problem.
We'll speak to you soon.
Speak to you soon, guys.
Welcome back to CueLee's Connecticut 9-Ball Open. This is a world ranking 9-ball ranking event. We're at US1 Billiards, which is Jason Shaw's pool hall in Connecticut. This is MH Potting Penglers. I'm joined again in the commentary box with Imran Majid. Thanks for being here, Imran.
Hello, guys. An absolute pleasure to be here.
We had you commentate on the previous match, and everybody was watching.
For about 25
fully
minutes,
understands
yeah.
how quick that match was. The most incredible match.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, Shane broken ran 7 in a row. He actually broken ran 9, but 7 consecutive racks. Put a demolition job on the slayer, Lee Van Corteza.
Yeah, and poor Lee Van, he got to the table twice in one rack. A couple of safeties. I think he was actually trying to bank the 2-ball on that second one, but that was it. Shane took over.
But what a matchup we have here. Yeah, the Eagle Eye against the informed Anton Raga.
Yeah, and Anton, I commented on his match earlier this morning, played phenomenally well. He's playing really, really well. He knocked out Copigny.
Well, his last 2 matchroom events, he's got to the final twice, I believe. The first rack is a dry break from Jason.
Would you? And the way these tables have been playing with the 1 ball in the side, would you call that a mistake?
He probably mishit him, or it could be a bad rack by the referee.
Ooh, ouchie.
That's possible. Even with a template, if you don't get them all perfectly touching, it can have an impact on the rack. That was a nice shot. He had to play that with some inside. It was a better shot than it actually looked. He's a little thin on this 2-ball, but can go across the table twice. Well, maybe 3 times, actually. 1, 2... Okay, twice. In good position here.
Pick his window here on the 4-ball.
Yes, pretty natural, and the 4-ball leads natural shape for the 5. Everything's connected here.
Yeah, he's got a nice layout.
Yeah, he's got a nice demeanor about himself as well as he goes around the table. Not too hurried. Playing within himself. Just nice momentum, I would say, he has.
Yeah, and he doesn't waste any time. His last match, he really did. He put on a bit of a clinic too. He did make a couple of errors, which swung. We thought he was going to totally whitewash that match, and then Copigny came back. Copigny came back. Yeah,
9-7. Yeah. He is the best player in the Philippines at the moment. Gives all the players like the likes of Dennis Okulo, he gives them a handicap.
Really?
Money matches. Yeah.
You're kidding me.
All of them. He gives them the 7 or the 8-ball. Yeah.
Wow. Well, he must be very good. I'd not seen him until this morning's match, and very impressed. And Dennis Orcolo, he's known for like his money matches, isn't he?
Yeah, the money match king. That was his name for many years. But
Anton's bots in balls.
May well be a new kid on the block.
Wow.
I say new. He has been playing, underground matches in the Philippines for years and years.
Sure.
But he's just hit the tournament scene.
Must have learned his skills somewhere.
Yeah, just hit the tournament scene now, and he's
He's 25 years old.
Yeah.
Fresh-faced. You know, people might think that Jason Shaw has a home field advantage, but these tables are brand new, the cloth's brand new, and when the pros came in the day before to practice, he was too busy, of course, organizing and making sure that the place was ready. And
he's nearly going to scratch there, and he's actually got a shot on the 1 now. He wouldn't have had otherwise. he hit the far tiddy of the side pocket or knuckle and gave him shape on the 1. Thank you very much.
The point.
The point, yeah. That's an American terminology, the tiddy, right?
Yep. Yeah, you hear it. You hear it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to say it today, but
Yeah. We say knuckle or far jaw.
and of course it's.
Looks like he's got a nice angle to get on the 3. Float down table. 3 to 4 could be a bit tricky. May have to draw back off the 3 and play the 4 long.
And he walks around with such confidence, doesn't he? He always looks like he's
Yeah.
not bothered by any of this.
Mm-hmm.
And I always notice Jason Shaw has such an sort of an easy looking stance. It's like his legs are fairly close together and he just bends down. Not quite like some of these other more sort of elaborate, stretched out stances.
Jason's always had that kind of lackadaisical approach, which serves him well, actually, I think. I don't think he's too big on alignment and getting down on the shot right. He's just such a natural talent.
Seems to just wander in.
He knows he's going to make the ball. Just stand how you like, really.
That's
You're
amazing,
gonna
isn't
make
it?
the ball, yeah.
Let that be a lesson to everyone out there. The stance don't matter. Just
Yeah.
get your cue in line and point it in the right direction. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It works.
Yours is more kind of snooker style, isn't it?
Yeah, it's less snooker style than it used to be. I have adapted my stance over the years. It's
Because-
not so compact as it was when I
Because
first
the game's
started.
different stance for a different game.
Yeah, my cueing arm is a little away from my body and not so compact near my body as you would like in snooker.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously you have to yank that cue ball around the table and you don't want your arm hitting your chest, you know.
Oh.
So you want to, have some
A little bit more freedom.
freedom, distance from your body to the cue arm, yeah.
Well, match tied up, 1-1. Let's see if Jason can get the 1 in the side
Yeah.
on the break here.
A better break than the first one, which was dry, which might not have been his fault. Usually a very good breaker of the balls, Jason. Ooh,
Going.
another dry one.
Wow.
That's not a very good sign, Jason.
And a nice open table
Need
for
to-
Anton.
Yeah, it's rather concerning that for Jason Shaw fans, 2 dry breaks in a row.
Interesting way to get what looked like an almost certain position. Get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, the one was quite thin, so he didn't plan on hitting the 5 ball there.
He was going through that gap to go in and out then, huh?
Yeah, if he didn't hit it, he would have been nice on this 2. I think he can still cut it in. He can go 1, 2, 3 rails in the back rail. and come
All the
back
way up
round
to the
there.
top. Yep,
Yeah,
just like that.
There. Slide. Nicely done. Could have done with a bit more speed on the ball, but it looks very thin to cut in. Might opt for the bank here.
Yeah, because he doesn't really need to move the cue ball, does he? just do whatever he needs to do to get this bank in. Cutting the ball is also an option, but of course then you've got that big sort of snooker zone that he's got to negotiate his way in and out of. There's the bank.
Expected him to get that, and he expected to get that as well.
Yeah, and he did have a nice angle on that bank, so he was able to send the cue ball down table. And from that kind of angle, these pockets seem to play tight. Sliding down the rail, like you were saying before, on a new table is making them play easy at the moment. And so what? They'll sort of play a little bit tougher as they get played in.
That's right, yeah. Jason's recently changed to a carbon fiber shaft, so I don't think he's completely dialed in with it yet. But such a natural shooter, don't think it will be a problem.
He was a late adapter, or he came to carbon fiber more recently.
I don't know why he changed. Maybe got bored with wood and wanted to try out carbon fiber, and he probably thought everybody's using carbon fiber these days. Let me give it a go.
I was noticing out there, though, there's still a lot of maple out there in the field, and Billy Thorpe using keel wood, which is maple, but I think it's just sort of toasted a little bit, basically.
Yeah.
And what do you shoot with?
Carbon fiber.
You do?
Yeah. They say once you go black, you never go back. Yeah, so I'm sticking with my carbon fiber. Yeah, I love it.
And you wear a glove?
I wear a glove. Yeah, that was a bad miss by Jason.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was a bit rushed. Took it for granted, I think, and you can't do that at this top level. Bad mistake. That was a bad shot as well. Totally underhit that. Lucky for him, he's laid nice, pretty good on the bank.
Yeah, he came just far enough, didn't he?
He's already missed one bank, so let's see if he gets this one. Yep, straight in, not a problem.
Yeah, that's going to bother Jason Shaw.
Yeah, Jason hit that 8 ball right into the rail.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's saying on the chat that Jason uses a Perry's graphite shaft, so it's not carbon fiber. Thanks for that, W Hawkeye.
Graphite.
They used to make graphite snooker cues back in the day, and yeah.
They were never really considered very good, though, were they?
No, they weren't.
People didn't like them.
Yeah. So this is a new thing.
And they're frictiony, they're draggy, so you kind of have to wear a glove.
Right.
More.
What, with carbon fiber? Or
Well,
graphite?
even carbon fiber, yeah,
Yeah,
most
both.
of them. No, there's a
Yeah.
couple of them that are a little bit different, but the vast majority of them are just carbon fiber tubes with no finish,
Yeah.
and they drag just a little bit more. If you wear a glove, it's a moot point.
That's a good break.
There is a
Just got
brand that
shot.
makes P-Shower cues out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. Have pioneered a completely new. It's carbon fiber, but it's mixed with another fiber, and it slides much better than the simple carbon fiber tubes
Okay.
that most of the other ones are made out of. And
It's going airborne. It's going to land right on the 2. And a little draw on it. Nice shot. Yeah, carbon fiber has its advantages, disadvantages. I like the advantages. because I travel a lot around the world. It's never going to warp in your case or bend. Yeah, they're
robust.
virtually indestructible, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of cue repairs back in Wisconsin, and of course, a lot of players with their maple shafts, they drop them, they ding them, they shaft cleanings, get out the, refinish them, and the carbon fiber users aren't come to me for anything of that nature.
So pretty good lay of the land here for Anton.
I'm going to play a little kiss on the 7-ball here and just nudge it towards the corner pocket.
I'm not sure. I think he'll just draw away and play the 7 in the same pocket. Yeah.
Right, you are.
Has a very good cue ball, Anton, from what I've seen. Well, if you play 10 hours a day, you're going to have a good cue ball after a while, aren't you?
You would hope so.
Yeah.
That seems more true for some players than others. What's your practice trading regime like, Imran?
I've never really been a practice person. I still have to practice, obviously, but I don't do 6-7 hours like some players. I do my 2 or 3 hours, more constructive practice than just hitting balls and stuff. I don't pot any balls. I don't make balls when I practice. I practice the break. Sometimes I'll do like 100 breaks.
Wow.
I'll practice my kicking and my safety. There's no point potting balls because I know I'm going to do that forever.
You do that. You've got that down.
Yeah. Nice break. Does have a bank on the 2. And his cue ball will go around the houses and have shape on the 3. So kind of a do or die shot here. I reckon he shoots it.
Yeah, and he was playing very aggressive in his earlier matches too.
Yeah, at the top level, they do want to.
Because if you play a safe, your opponent's going to play a kick, and then you've got to hope that you get another, that it comes out okay.
No. You want to take the bull by the horns.
And there it is. There's no better outcome than that one. 3-ball goes. There you go. No marker needed. Referee definitely takes that magic rack out. Not too much problem here, is there?
No, pretty good.
Gonna negotiate the 5
open
to the
table.
6. He's straight, so he's probably just going to draw back.
I mean, these guys play rotation, 15 balls on the table in number sequence, so 9 ball is a piece of cake.
Yeah.
You know? That's probably the most common game in the Philippines, rotation. Yeah, that's what I practice as well sometimes.
Rotation?
15 balls in number sequence.
Sure.
Yeah. I play the ghost, 15 ball ghost.
Can you beat the ghost in 15-ball?
It's taken me about 3 years and I've beaten it once.
That's very, very difficult.
About 100 sets, yeah.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's very tough.
A great training.
Yeah, it's awesome training, yeah. You come and play 9-ball afterwards, it's a walk in the park.
Yeah.
Just got to be careful getting position here on the 8. Yeah, no problem at all. Perfect.
Yeah, and the first half of the rack in your 15-ball rotation is tougher than the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of
with all the clutter.
Banks and combos and caroms you have to play with in 15-ball because you don't always get a good lay of the land. There's so many clusters.
Oh, break and run from Anton there. And this is what he did against Kopi and Yi this morning. And Jason Shaw's missed 8-ball. You might look back on that as quite a bit of a turning point. You know,
Absolutely.
This could be the Jason Shaw show right now.
Yeah, yeah. It could be the telling factor, yeah, that 8-ball.
It's early days yet. 4-1 in a race to 10.
But as we saw in the last match with Shane, you know, one mistake and your opponent can actually win the whole set.
And that's why Jason's not worried, because he's planning on doing that.
Yeah, when
I'm
he gets
sure
the chance.
he's sitting there thinking, you know.
But if he keeps on breaking dry, it's going
Right.
to be tough. Jason just should try and emulate what he's doing. If your break's not working, and your opponent's is, just try and copy what he's doing.
Yeah. Actually, quite surprised though. The box, which obviously narrows your the places you can put the cue ball, but they're not even going to the edge of the box on this cut break. They're getting.
They're moving the cue ball in slightly.
Yeah.
Well, Anton's is virtually in the middle of the box.
Yeah, more so than anyone else, close to the center.
Yeah, yeah. I was doing that in my earlier matches as well. It was working pretty good, but then the next match it wasn't working on that particular table. You've got to try and read the table and see how it's breaking. Every table breaks different, obviously.
Mm.
Yeah, pretty good safe. Might have to go behind the 4 and kick this 1 rail, 2 rails. Not sure if he's got an edge.
Yeah, not a lot of spaces there behind the 4.
Oh, that's nice. He could see quite a lot of the 2 ball.
That's a good result.
Yeah, good shot, Jason. I would feel Jason desperately needs this rack, you know. Otherwise, could be an uphill task.
Do you think he's going to play a soft kick shot here and try and get the 2 ball through that gap by the 4?
I think he's going to go 2 rails and hit. Oh, 1 rail. Oh, what a shot. Yeah,
That's
okay.
beautiful. That's perfect.
I didn't see that shot straight away. See the Filipinos at the kicking and safety. That's why they're miles ahead. They've got that side of the game down. Obviously, it helps when you grow up playing with Efren and Bustamante.
Yeah.
You know, you see the way they kick, and you know.
Yeah, and these guys are household names in the Philippines, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Filipino public, even the non-pool playing Filipino public,
Yeah.
pays attention to pool.
I used to go to the Philippines quite a lot. There used to be a lot of tournaments out there. I used to go to Manila like 3 or 4 times a year. But tournaments seem to have died down there now. It was a pretty good kick. It's got some distance. Tough shot for Anton if he's going to attack. But I think it's just going to stun behind the 6. Soft stun. Well controlled. Nicely executed. Yeah. That shot wasn't easy. See how Jason kicks this 1 rail with a soft speed. Good things can happen if you make contact here. Left him shot in the side.
Yeah, he had a chance there to get lucky. He also would have liked to see the 2 ball go in, but he got a good hit, but it's not enough, is it?
He's got to mind his work here, getting on the 5. Because the 7's in the path of the natural position. He's going forward with top right. Okay, I see. Now he's going to swing round 1, 2, 3 rails. Yeah, makes sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So he takes the 7 out of the equation this way. Smart thinking.
A little bit steeper than he wanted.
Yeah, but it's not a problem. Anything but straight. These pockets do play quite generous, so no reason to get straight in.
And an angle to get back down on the 8 ball. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, he doesn't want to shoot the 6 in the top. He wants to play it in the side, and as you said, he wants to look for that angle. Didn't play for that,
Little
and that's a
nudge.
scratch.
Oh, wow.
That's a scratch. Bad mistake by Anton. Didn't expect that.
Yep. There's no real need for that. Jason Shaw fans out there, breathe a sigh of relief.
I've got to say a big shout out to one of the sponsors, nightshot.com. They are mine and Jason's sponsor. You can see their logo on the top right-hand part of the screen. It's now changed to Rason, but that's where you'll see
It's
the
rotating,
sponsors.
yep.
Yeah. And for those of you guys who don't know, is Nightshot are the biggest billiard suppliers in the Middle East. Sports equipment and billiard tables, cues, you name it. Yep. Jason Shaw just opened up a pool room in Dubai with Nightshot. I just went over there recently for the opening.
How is it?
Yeah,
I
lovely
bet
pool room.
that's beautiful,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Very nice pool room. Plush chandeliers, really nice furniture and decor. It's got some lovely ambience about it as well. Yeah.
What kind of tables do they have?
They got Nightshot tables, which are
Nightshot.
very good. Yeah, very good. The Royal table, which is the high end of the Nightshot tables, they're really good. Really built like oxes. Yeah, you could compare them with a Brunswick Gold Crown. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a better break by Jason, but no cigar on the 2 ball.
And
Pretty unlucky how the balls have spread, really. I mean, that just comes down to luck. He did hit a good break. Cue ball central. No shot.
and even if he plays a good safety and maintains an advantage, the 3 still doesn't go.
It does go in the bottom left corner pocket. It looks like a tricky rack, but it's actually not. If you get on the 3, the 4 is a carom on the 7.
Mm.
It's quite a doable rack if you do get a chance.
Sure.
Left hand spin, nice control, good shot. Now, if the 9 wasn't there, he could have maybe played a jump, but he's going to have to kick this.
With good speed. I mean, it doesn't really look like it's going safe.
Yeah,
with anything
he'll
other
be
than... No. Oh, he can.
aiming to just lay on it. Yeah, that's a good containing shot. Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, good hit.
Jason was looking to see if he could play it off the 7, but I don't think that presents itself.
Is there a way for him now to get the cue ball behind the 6 and the 8?
No, I mean it is doable, but you're gonna let the 2 ball loose.
What do you like here?
I like thinning it and maybe going back behind the 9 and 5. I mean, if you don't get the snooker, you're not selling out as well. Maybe he's just getting his cue ball behind the 9 and the 2 back down table. I don't see any future in this shot. Unless he's
Oh, wow.
coming
That
this
is
way.
incredible because he has achieved it. Look at that. He's going to get behind the 5.
Okay, that was a good shot. Yeah, that was a good
He
shot.
plucked that out of nowhere, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, the speed was perfect on that shot. Me personally, I wouldn't have played it because you have to get the speed perfect.
Yeah, and know exactly where the 2 ball is going to end up.
Yeah.
Incredible shot.
This is a tricky situation as well for Jason. Maybe he's just got to thin it and try and come back behind the 9 or 5. Yeah, that's all he could do. Oh, he didn't want to hit those.
Wow.
I've got to say that's probably the new shaft. Yeah, he's not so dialed in with it. I'm sure if he played that with his maple shaft, he would have got a good cue ball there. Yeah, underspun it, I think there. Tried to go into the 6-8 to develop it and have a shot on the 3, obviously.
Yeah, and with the 4 and the 5 down table, it's not impossible for him to play some kind of break shot, but
No, if he gets straight in on the 4, he needs a little bit of right spin here and leaves a half-balled shot on the 5, so he can play 1 rail into the 6-8. I'm not sure if he's got that angle. Yeah, he's looking at it now. Half-ball shot on the 5 from there, from the rail.
into the same pocket that the 4's going into.
Yeah, into the same pocket, leave an angle to bust the 6-8 open. Or he could play it behind it and hook him behind the 8. So he just pointed his cue onto the rail there where he wants his cue ball to land.
So, okay.
You got to
and then into the balls.
And then into the balls, yeah. I would say probably somewhere near the first diamond after the side pocket. Touch of right-hand spin. Just missed it. Too much spin, yeah. It was a good effort.
Wow.
Now, has he got any action on the 8-ball cross side bank? Or even a treble? Tricky situation.
A treble off 2 rails.
Yeah. I'm not sure what he's going to do here. He's looked like he's going to play a snooker somehow. 1 rail behind the 8. Yeah, 1 rail behind the 8. Overhit it.
Just leaked out.
Yeah.
Now Jason has a good chance to get behind the 8-ball.
He may just go ahead and rip at this bank. I know he's tempted because he likes to attack. I'll go ahead and bank it. Let's have a... No, he's playing the right shot.
Thinning off it.
Yeah, he's playing the right shot.
But he's not got a snooker, though. He's given a chance to Anton here.
No, he hasn't got a snooker.
Was there no safety where he could kind of get behind, leave the cue ball up here behind the 8 and send the 6 ball back down?
Yeah, there is that. It's a little bit touchy. The cue ball's traveling a long distance, and you go over a little bit of chalk or dust, and it's going to veer off. So pros tend to stay away from those, although he did attempt it, and yeah, it slightly moved off, and there you go, you sell out. So, yeah, I'm surprised he played that, actually. Pros don't usually play those. Ooh, bad miss. You got to aim far jaw there, Jason. He knows that. I mean, it has been tough for Jason. In his defense, he's been working so hard to get this tournament up and running.
Yeah.
And in the short space of time, a week, I think they had to get this all ready. And, you know, he's been working relentless hours to try and concentrate and do all that stuff as well, you know.
And still have a million questions of people coming to you.
Absolutely. Ooh, that's a bad shot.
Oh, wow.
Didn't want to pot the 7, although he's still okay on the 8. Not the best performance I've seen Anton in a match so far.
No, he's okay.
Yeah, I've got to put that down to Jason's new shaft. He wouldn't be missing those balls with his maple shaft.
Now, would that make a player just want to go get the old one and switch back? Or
No, I think he's made a
just gonna fight through it?
commitment now. Yeah, he's just going to persevere and go through the motions. Because every player will, once they make the transition from wood to carbon, they will have, you know, doubts.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it just doesn't feel what you're used to.
Yeah, the feeling is completely different to wood. And, you know, there's quite a few adjustments you have to make. So that'll be going in the back of his head right now. Oh, what am I doing with this shaft? Where's my wood shaft? But you just got to persevere and get on with it. Yeah.
Mm.
Rack number 7. It is 4-2 to the Philippines. Yeah, you see he's using a little bit of left inside spin on the ball and trying to draw the cue ball around the 9 to get it kind of central. Has got a combo 1-3. This should be pretty doable for Raga because he's a rotation player, plays a lot of combinations. Usually tougher combinations than this.
I'm going to have to start playing more rotation.
Yeah, to all you budding 9-ball players out there, don't go and throw 9 balls out on the table when you're practicing. Chuck 15 balls on the table and see how you do.
Now, not only did he not make that ball, but he also didn't get himself
No,
a shot
no.
on the 1 ball, which is
yeah.
turned out to his favor, but that shot went wrong. Bit of a problem here.
I don't know why he would have put the cue ball there. I would have thought more central table to make sure you have a shot. He's going to rip at this 1 rail.
Yeah, with speed, it might
Yeah.
make
yeah,
something.
Yeah, good things can happen.
And the 3 ball was hanging too, and he's now got the 1 over the pocket. I don't know if it's...
Can he see it full ball though?
It looks like he's just getting straight down to it. So he's...
Oh, he can. He can hit the left-hand edge of the 1. That'll do nicely. Yep.
That's a good shot. Well,
Yeah,
well
open
judged.
table. He's got to take this chance now. I think he will. For me, I'd like Jason to slow down a touch here just to get back in the mix, if you know what I mean. He's overhit that a little bit, but shouldn't be a problem. Can play 2 rails for the 7 in the same pocket. Distance not a problem for Jason. Also hails from a snooker background, as we all do from the UK.
And British pool.
And British pool, yeah. Obviously tight pockets, yeah.
And he did very well, didn't he, in the British pool world before he switched over?
Yeah, he's actually a world champion at that game, yeah. Black ball it's called. He won the world championships in France.
It's a newer name though, isn't it? When I was a kid growing up and sneaking into the pubs and playing pool, we never called it that. Is that just now with the advent and the comparison to American pool, which we didn't have to do back then because we didn't know any better?
That's a good question. I don't know why they call it blackball, but yeah,
They want to
I don't
distinguish it
know.
from 8-ball, and it's kind of the same concept, it's like same
It
sort
was
of game.
Back in the day, it was just pool, wasn't
Pool.
it?
Yeah, that's the only
Reds-
thing we
reds
called it.
and
Pool.
yellows.
Yep.
You go
That's
down
right.
the pub, you see reds and yellows,
Yep.
and you just call it pool. But
And you foul and you miss your next visit to the
Yeah.
table.
now they started to, even Chinese 8-ball, they call it hay ball now. I don't know why. Maybe it's a sponsorship thing or something.
And that's a relatively new thing, isn't it? It's like a
Yeah.
9-foot snooker table with American pool balls.
Yeah.
Is
It's
that-
not a new thing. No. They've been around a few years now. Not Chinese 8-ball, yeah.
Well, relatively though. I mean,
Yeah, relatively in the grand scheme
because
of things.
it is basically the rules of American 8-ball,
yes,
right?
Yes.
and the balls are American pool balls.
Yeah, on very
So
tight
it's kind of like
pockets.
an interesting sort of hybrid
Yeah, it's a hybrid,
on a-
exactly. You hit the nail on the head there, yeah.
on what's best described, I think, as a 9-foot snooker table, really.
Mm-hmm. Concerning dry break again by Jason. That's 3 dry breaks in a row, I believe. Has left a cut shot on the 1 ball. Needs to find a path for the 2 ball. Overcuts it by a mile. Nearly head-butted the ceiling. He jumped up.
Yeah, I feel, obviously this match is not at all similar to the Shane Van Boning match where we were just seeing some perfect play, really.
Yeah, it
There there's no critique of Shane's performance there, was there? There was
No.
no mistake.
one-way traffic, an absolute demolition job.
I know both these players are capable of playing like that.
Yeah. Does he
But
go
are they
into
gonna?
the 6 here to develop the 3? Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, very nice.
And Anton was playing kind of like that earlier today, although he didn't run a whole bunch in a row. There always seemed to be random problems that didn't, but he was playing so well.
Jason should find his groove here because Anton's let him off the hook a few times in this match already. He's probably thinking, oh, well, he's a good player, but he's not playing too well right now. Let me
Yeah, and I think
try and make a match of this.
that's right. That's true of both players, really. They both slipped up.
Yeah, some errors.
So he needs to get an angle on the 5 to get over for the 6.
Oh, someone just told me on the chat, hay is black in China, hence the word hay ball.
Ah,
So, yeah, it's all about black ball. Black.
so he's just conceded and left himself this angled shot. He doesn't mind it.
No, well, that's the right shot. You don't want to be straight
You don't want to
in,
be
do you?
straight on the 7
Yeah.
and find that other window. No,
Anything
right.
but straight in, yeah. So, yeah, he's back in the match. There's one little tricky shot to... There you go. Yep, 5-4. He's knocking on the door. There we go. That's better, Jason.
Okay, now he's got a break. But like we were saying, he doesn't have necessarily the home field advantage you might guess, this being his pool hall, because all these tables are brand new, and he didn't get to practice before the tournament.
Exactly.
So he's really not played on these tables, and so the question of dialing down the break, what do you have to do to adjust to get that 1 ball, which at the moment keeps going a little bit too far forward
Yeah, well,
for him.
he just needs to find the sweet spot on the 1. Yeah, which he will do.
Just cut it a little bit thinner. Does that make it go a
Thinner
little bit
or
higher?
thicker, whatever.
Yeah.
You should just gauge from where the 1 ball is hitting on the rail. At the moment, Jason's 1 ball is hitting before the side pocket. So he's probably got to hit it a little bit thinner.
And now he's going to the middle like
Yeah.
Anton. And
Yeah, experiment, change the spot of the cue ball, hit it thicker, thinner, just find a sweet spot. Because he does usually break very well. Another dry break. That's quite amazing. 4 dry breaks and wow.
Yeah. Yeah, can't run a 7-pack if you can't make a ball on the break. But yeah, not just the one, but the other balls didn't go in either.
Yeah. Complete contrast from the last match,
Yeah,
right?
incredible.
Yeah, pretty open table. Once it gets on the 5, I think that's all she wrote.
This shot's a little tricky though, isn't it?
I think he just, yeah. If he goes forward, try to nudge the 6. That can be tricky. He could just draw off the side rail, play in the middle of the table.
And he's just gone down to point to that window.
Yeah, he wants a natural angle on the 3 to get to the 4. So he's going to try and play intricate position here.
Well,
Okay, no, he did what I said.
He
Yeah,
took your advice.
the fail-safe way. Yeah, just take everything out of the equation. Probably plays the 4 inside here. Underhit it. Did play the 4 inside. Anton not at the races. That was a better shot than it looked. He played that with some inside spin. We do have the matchroom crew here. Brendan Moore and Jake Aspey, making sure everything's running smoothly.
Yep. And they are very nicely allowing us to stream this.
Yes, it's a nice result for you guys. So it looks like Anton's going to take a 2-rack lead. Hasn't performed his best so far in this set, but everyone's human. Everyone can have a bad set.
Yeah, the real question is, can you battle through it and keep the match?
That's a sign of a champion if you can play bad and win.
Yeah. So a little update on other matches that are going on currently. Actually, of course, we all know about Shane Van Boning versus Lee Van Corteza, beating him 10-0. Lee Riteng beating Jose Alberto Delgado 10-4. Ko Pin Chung 10-1 over Carlo Biardo. And Moritz Neuhausen 10-3 over Du the Kine. And the matches that are currently going, Wu Kun Lin is 3-5 down against Mario He. Niyuki Oi is 4-2 up against John Mora. Chang Yu Lung is tied up with Billy Thorpe at 2-2. And back to this match. Anton Raga 6-4 ahead of Jason Shaw.
Nice break by Raga. Yeah, open table. Yeah, ominous signs. I got to say, this is 7-4 in the making.
And breaking if he runs out here, which means, if he gets his breakdown.
I mean, we say it's a given, but how many times did we see players mess up? And
Yeah, and it's never a gimme. You've got this number of balls on the table.
yeah,
Believe me, I know how to mess stuff up like this.
me too.
Plenty of ways to go wrong.
We've all done it.
We don't usually expect it from these, players of this caliber. But there's so many moving parts to this game.
Someone's written the Chinese 8-ball, the prize money will steal all the players soon. Well, they do have a ridiculous prize money, 750,000 for first in one of their tournaments. I mean, that's proper money, right?
Yeah. And a very large viewing audience.
Yeah.
I read somewhere that there's more snooker tables in Shanghai than in the whole of Britain.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, yeah. They're all snooker crazy now. And they will take over the snooker world in the years to come, yeah. It'll be all Chinese. All the top players will be Chinese in the next, say, 10 years or so.
We'll see about that.
I hope I'm wrong, but that's the way it's looking like. Right, it's going to cut this in the side. He's seeing if the 7 goes past the 9. It looks like it does. Or he could play around the 7 between the rail and the 7, just like this, and have perfect shape.
It looks like he's just going to draw back then and play the 8 into the
Short
left hand.
side. That's pretty perfect. Yeah, can just draw to the rail now.
Play the 9 the long way.
Mm-hmm. Anton's probably thinking, I've played bad so far in this set. I can't play any worse, so let's get my act together.
Yeah, to be 7-4 ahead, knowing you can do better.
Yeah. Yeah, he's played terrible for his standards, and he's 7-4 ahead. Asia will take over the billiards scene soon, someone's written.
No Chinese players won the World Championship in snooker yet.
No, good point.
Ding Zhonghui was predicted to.
Mm-hmm.
Millions of people back home watching him and expecting him to.
Yeah. I got to say, the quality of your stream is awesome. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
And I've done a lot of commentary over the years, and it's probably the best I've ever seen.
Yeah, they've got a little team here. They do a great job. Mr. G in production over there giving us the thumbs up for that comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm sure all the viewers would agree. I mean, awesome clarity.
We've worked really hard at trying to perfect this over the last, 5 years.
You've done a great job. Keep it up.
You're going to play the 3-9 combination in a shot's time? He's got to shoot the 2 and not scratch. It's
pretty difficult to get right behind it because you want to be straight on it. I'm not sure if he'll play that shot. We will see. You might be right.
Because he can't stay up there.
It's got quite a big angle. It looks like he could come between the 8 and 7, play the 3 in the side. Or
And that was the
he's missed the
plan.
ball. That was the plan, but he's missed the ball. Easy jump shot for Jason. And Jason could have a 3-9 combo if he lands good on it.
Take a little look at this rest shot.
Yeah. See, for a snooker player, this is a hanger.
Yeah, I know the American players always like to avoid the rest at all costs.
Yeah,
And they
yeah. Might not even need to jump this. Okay, he's jumping, yeah. Should have some sort of combination on the 9 after this. Oh, he's
caught the
trying to
rail
come round.
first.
That was a little bit risky.
Unlucky there.
Yeah.
Was he trying to catch the rail first, do you think?
I don't think he did. No, I think he's jumping directly at the ball here. No, he got the rail first, yeah.
Yeah. And that wasn't a terrible attempt at getting underneath it, if that's what he was playing.
Yeah, it was a bit tricky, though.
He needs to get behind the 7.
It's a good cue ball. It's a good cue ball.
Behind the 9.
He is behind the 9. Yeah, nice shot.
Wow. Way to pluck one out of the middle of nowhere.
He's got to go airborne. He's going to try and maybe cross bank it in the side. I don't think he can see it full ball.
Because you can't jump over the 7 too. You're saying jump over the 9.
Or the kick.
Yeah, he's going to play the kick.
Yeah, he's going to kick here. Oh,
And
he wants his cue ball where the 6 is behind the 6. Let's see if he pulls this off. If he catches it like 3/4 ball, that's very possible.
Oh, wow.
It was close, right? He got a nice roll there. Jason not too pleased. But it's got to get some spin on this. Yeah, he got a nice spin on that. And it's a pretty good leave, is it? No.
Unlucky there.
Sticks it up. I'm not sure if the 5 is come and help Jason. Yeah, it doesn't part. That's a pretty good roll for Jason. This is tricky. I think I just... What's he doing? He's carom on the 5? Oh, no. Wow, what a shot. Good attempt. No, he's left this up.
And that's just crept out too.
Chance for Jason. Looking ahead, he might have a little problem with the 6 ball. Might have to play it long off the 5. Or in the same pocket as the 5.
Or the combination on the 9.
Yeah,
Try
but
and
you have
avoid
to get
that.
right behind it, so
Yeah.
you want to avoid that, really.
You don't like that shot unless you're straight on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no need, is there?
He
It's got
plays.
other pockets.
Yeah. Plays behind it. Long. Ooh. Didn't look like it was good at first.
The labels.
Not the
Tight
best
on the
of
rail.
angles, yeah. Might have just stop your rock there. He's going forward behind the 9 with spin. Is he? What is he doing? Yeah, just take the shot.
It's a tricky shot, isn't it?
No, this is a hanger.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem at
Okay.
all. On a snooker table, that was a tough shot, yeah.
And sometimes if it gets a kick or a skid or whatever, that shot becomes... And
Yeah.
finds a way to miss itself sometimes, or maybe it's just me, but...
Yeah, in
I'm sure it's
snooker
just
and other cue sports, you tend to get more kicks, but not so much in American pool. Wisely taking a timeout. He's back in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. 7-5 in a race to 10 and breaking. And let's have a look, see updates on any of those other matches that are going on. Nukio Oi has extended his lead to 6-2. Wu Kunlin is 4-5 behind Mario He. Chang Yulung is 5-2 up against Billy Thorpe. And they were 2-2 last time I looked. That Billy Thorpe needs to kick it into high gear. And Jason Shaw is coming back in this match. He now trails 5-7 against Anton Raga.
Got to say, shout out to the chefs at this pool room. Yeah, very nice food.
Yeah, and that is
Some good Korean stuff as well.
Yeah, Jason Shaw's mum.
Okay, she's
Jason Shaw's wife's mum.
okay, mother-in-law. Yeah,
Mother-in-law. Runs the kitchen, and I've heard good things. I haven't tried it yet. Have to run out after this and grab some. But he's got a nice pool hall here.
yeah, very nice.
All nine footers. 4 dartboards. And actually has a couple more 9-foot tables usually, and they've kind of spread them out here, moved a couple of them out just to create this little arena area that they've got these the 2 stream tables on.
You don't usually see pool rooms in America with all 9-foot tables. You usually have a couple of
That's right.
7-foots at least. I don't know if he had any 7-foots before and he took them out for the tournament, but
No, I don't think so. And
okay.
yeah, he was saying, yeah, no, he's not a fan of them. It's his place.
A lot of the Americans call this the big table.
The big. That's right.
Yeah.
It is. This is the big table.
And for us, it's a small table, obviously, coming from snooker. Yeah.
But you're a pool player now. It's been a long time
Yeah, I'm
since
a
you've
pool
played snooker.
player now. Yeah.
Ancient
let's
history.
Stop that reference about snooker now. Yeah.
I mean, how long's it been since you've been a pro pool player?
I started in 2001, so professionally 22 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Still can't get the 1 ball in the side. Come on, where's your luck? There you go. Hurrah. He's hooked on the 2 now, but better than hanging the 1.
Well done. And he's got a kicking stick here on the 2 ball. He can kick the 2 ball down table, leave the cue ball right there behind the 9.
A little humorous fist bump there from Jason with that little last lucky roll to kick that 1 ball in. And there's
Nicely executed.
There's that kick and stick that you described. Yep. Anton's going for the pitching wedge.
Someone's asked, what's the prize pool? I know it's 15,000 to the winner.
He's got a good chance to make the 8 ball here.
Yeah, that's exactly what he went for.
Great shot.
He does jump very well for a Filipino. Usually Filipinos don't jump that well.
Well,
because, you know, they've mastered the art of kicking. But
it's a new generation now, though, isn't it?
yeah, it's a new generation. He's probably the best jumper I've seen coming out of the Philippines.
Yeah, Jason Shaw's little moment of good luck. Not helping him much.
And Raga's going to be a real force to contend with in these matchroom events now on the World Nineball Tour. He's had 2 great finishes in the last 2 tournaments. Yeah, I don't think any players are going to be looking forward to draw him.
Okay, he's all business, isn't he? Probably plan to be a little bit straighter on this 9-ball. No problem. Center of the pocket. Yeah, and here's this jump shot that got him back into this match. He sees the 8-ball hanging. Good, great little jump shot. And Jason Shaw's just got to sort of sit there and meditate a little bit and be ready.
It is a race to 10. You just want to make sure your opponent doesn't get to 9.
Gentleman in the green shirt back there, he's the pool table technician. He put all the bedcloth on and leveled all the tables.
I've known him for many years, yes.
Had a little chit chat with him yesterday. Nice guy.
Every time I come to the States, he religiously watches my match. He comes and sits right next to my match and watches it.
Does he?
Yeah, yeah.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's an Imran fan.
Yeah.
As am I.
Oh, thank you. I'm a fan of you too now.
Yeah, now that you've met me today. Very nice. Yeah, it makes it look easy, doesn't it? That's how you're supposed to break.
Yeah, Raga's break has been more effective in this match than Jason's, got to say.
And he's looks actually pretty nice on this 2-ball to dance around the 9-ball and get on the 3. And got himself a chance to get to the hill.
Yeah, and I wouldn't bet against it.
And he does have really good control of his cue ball. I've noticed this a lot. He's not afraid to get close to other balls. He knows exactly the path he's going to take.
Yeah, stays in line very well and close to the object ball, yeah. Almost Efren-esque in that regard, yeah. Cue ball on a string.
That might become a new word that he's just invented.
Efren-esque. That needs to go a little bit. Oh, nice bump.
Yep, a friendly little kiss on the 7. Well, it's almost certainly going to make this 9-ball and get on the hill here. And if he makes another break like that, it could be curtains. But Jason is going to be sitting ready, waiting, hoping that he gets a chance, and then plan on, running the next 5 out, which is not really completely unimaginable, is it?
We've got a strong field, but saying that, a lot of players are at another tournament somewhere in America.
Yeah, there's a Michigan tournament going on. Is that right, Mr. G?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the top European players are there as well. I know the Polish contingent are there. And maybe the Austrians like Albin and Max are there as well. So yeah, lovely break.
Mario, he is here.
Oh, got snookered by the 7.
There we go, and that's what Jason Shaw needed.
Okay, we might have action.
This match is not over yet.
Someone's asked me, do I have a snooker table? Sheikh Ahmed, no, I don't have a snooker table. There's so many snooker clubs in London on every street corner. You don't need to have one in your house.
What do they call you? Is that a new nickname?
Never heard of it. Okay.
So there's a
What does
push.
Jason do here? Does he give it back? Okay, he's
I'm
giving it back.
surprised he would give it back. Why would you?
I mean, it's not a straightforward safety. We'll see what Anton does. Yeah, good choice by Jason. Wasn't easy to execute that safe there.
You'd rather be shooting this shot than have laid it.
I'd rather be shooting this shot. Yeah, and now you can play a real good safety. You can weld him under the 9 as well if you want. You can go behind the 7. You've got options. Yeah, you can play the bank, which he went for. Pros like to attack. They have the mentality: if I get this shot, I could possibly win the match, not the rack, the whole match. You know, run a few racks from that shot, and you know, it happens quite a lot.
And Anton sights
Behind the 8. Yeah, perfectly welded.
Oh wow. Yeah, he hit that really well.
Jason's got to take a flyer at this. I don't think he can predict what's going to happen here. Not the worst outcome.
Yeah, I mean, he's left a clear shot on the 2. There is definitely a cut on the 2 all the way up. Just looking at that 4, whether it tied up or not. I think it goes.
Yeah, the 4 does go. I think he's going to go for this 2. Looks like he's
if he makes it, he's got a good chance here.
looks like he's shaping up for the cut in the corner. Touch of left-hand English. Center pocket. Nice shot. He plays with a lot of spin, Anton, from what I've seen.
And he doesn't mind using an extra rail and going further to get a little bit better position.
A little bit closer to his work, yeah. Yeah, so the tournament will come to a conclusion today. Someone's asked. Yeah, we'll finish tonight.
Yeah.
Wants to maintain an angle to get on this 9, which he has done. Yeah, just 2 rails. Cuba will float just past the side pocket. May catch the 3rd rail.
And that is just perfect.
Thank you very much.
Well, Jason Shaw made a valiant effort. Anton Raga goes through to the semi-final, the quarterfinal, and we're gonna leave the camera on this Billy Thorpe match, and we'll be back in the commentary as soon as the next match starts on table 1. Can we just update them on the score? What's the score here, Mr. G, in this match? Okay. Billy Thorpe is down 2 games to Chung Yu Lang is at 8. Needs 2 more racks. Looks like Naoki Oi is 9-3 up against John Mora. Mario He is 8-4 up against Wu Kun Lin. And we'll leave you with this Billy Thorpe match. We'll be back shortly.
All right, everybody, we are back, Mad Apple Extreme, with another match here. We got Ko Ping Chung taking on Mortiz Newhausen, the Rack's runner-up. And in the booth with me is Sim and Darren Dynamite Appleton. What's going on, guys?
Hey everybody, yep, Del Sim here, watching this match with Moritz and Ko Ping Chung, who I've watched on the last stream as well, and happy to have Darren with me in the booth.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm very happy to be here, and we've got two young guns, I won't say Ko Ping Chung's an up-and-coming player, but he's a very established, but Moritz, the new kid on the scene.
Yeah, last month and a half, he's really blown the scene up, isn't he? I mean, all this year, twice World Junior Champion. Now traveling as a professional, I think he's got a lot to offer. He seems to be the full package. What do you think, Daz?
Definitely. I remember watching him a couple of years ago. I think he beat Carl Boys at the World Nineball Championships about 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, I'm going to have to rub that one in.
Yep. Might have been Carl's last tournament, so I think Moritz might have actually retired Carl finally, officially.
I really hope he's listening.
Yeah, he might be probably on the train to Atlantic City. But and I think that's when I really took notice of Moritz, and he's gone from strength to strength, and recently got to the final of the Racks tournament last week. Should have won that tournament. Really.
Heartbreaker, wasn't it? That's the last two now. He's been up 8-2 and lost 11-10.
But that'll just make him stronger because he's young. Good experience for him. Sometimes losses like that will help you when you're young. Just you learn more by losing than you do winning.
I think he plays all games well. You know, he's an avid straight pool player. Plays one pocket, which is not uncommon for a 19-year-old from Germany.
Yeah, and it helps that he hangs around with Joshua Filler. They're best friends, so he's going to learn a lot. All the games, one pocket, bank pool. So I'm guessing you might see him at the Derby City Classic next year.
Definitely, yeah. That'll be one for him. Who's a favourite, do you think, based on establishment?
Just on experience alone, I'd have to say Ko.
Okay.
But if we're talking on form, then I think Moritz. So it's a tough one. I think it's at this moment in time, you'd probably say Moritz on form.
Definitely.
But, to bet and think against Ko Ping Chung is very difficult. I haven't seen either of them playing this tournament, so I'm not too sure how they've played.
Yeah, Baby Ko's been playing unbelievable. He just has that beautiful smooth stroke. The timing and everything is perfect.
Yeah, he's gone quietly through the tournament. It's the first time I've noticed him here this week, so that means he's been very comfortable.
Yeah, I think he actually went on. Was he on the loss side? I don't know if someone's got the bracket up, but maybe we could check, see if he did use one of his 2 lives, getting through to the last 16. We are in the quarterfinals right now.
No, I believe he come through the winners because I would have seen him on the losers bracket. That's where I was.
How was the conditions out there, mate?
Yeah, the tables are playing great. My only slight criticism is that the pockets are too big.
Right.
But that's just because we're brand new tables. Obviously got the slide. But in general, I mean, the tables do play beautiful. And it's amazing how far Razon have come when I think a Razon 10 years ago, where the tables, to be honest, were garbage. But they've just massively improved them. And that was really because the likes of myself and Jason, we were sponsored by Razon from a very early stage of their infancy, and they kept asking us for feedback all the time.
Yeah.
So that was the main reason why they got the likes of me and Jason on board, to give them as much feedback as possible, and they listened.
I think you need that, though. It's the
definitely.
same reason Diamond was successful in the early stages.
Definitely.
It was a player feedback table.
And that's what you got to do, I think, with any product, I think.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, if the players give it good reviews, then people are going to buy it.
100%. All right.
So I just double checked. He did come through the winner's side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he is playing well. He reminds me of Adam Shaw. Remember Adam? Kind of has the same. He's like has the
Adam
same
Shaw.
demeanor as him.
Yeah, that's a name from the past.
Yeah, won one of the GB9s, didn't he?
Yeah.
Tier 1 back in the day.
He played a bad shot there. He didn't want to hit the 6 with a cue ball, but he did, and he's left Moritz the first opportunity.
Yeah, and this is where he's just been eating up his opponents. He's been feeding off their mistakes. Doesn't make many himself. also a good decision maker. Makes the right call. Knows when to take his foot off the gas a bit.
Yeah, I think the strong part of his game for someone so young is that he has really good cue ball control.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see him having to take long shots and pull out these massive shots just because his cue ball's so good.
But he has the power when he needs it, though.
Yeah, definitely, and he's got that in his locker also.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Got a slight angle on the 5 here.
Yeah, I don't see too many problems,
okay. Yeah, just enough to hold it. It should be straightforward from here.
He's switching hands too. So another ambidextrous player.
Yeah, that's a big benefit if you can do that. That's something I always never really tried to practice, really, and I sort of regret it.
I think, for the snooker fans, Ronnie O'Sullivan made it more famous than what it is, And then I think younger players started to practice with the left hand.
Yeah.
Or the opposite hand.
Well, in pool, it's always been there. I'm guessing because in American pool, most of the players are useless with a bridge.
Right.
So they're just they've learned to play with their opposite hand.
Or behind the back. You never see that, would you?
Yeah, like Bustamante.
Yeah. But Coe's actually, baby Coe, he's unbelievable with his left hand too. His opposite side. He played a really good shot in his last match.
Yeah, I think every player I've seen is okay with their opposite hand except for me. I'm not so good with my strong hand at the moment, but yeah, it's unbelievable how a lot of these guys can break and run with their opposite hand.
Yeah, but you didn't need to during your dominant side because cue ball was too good.
Yeah, my cue ball was decent, but also I was pretty good with the bridge. In the UK, we call it a rest, just because I did play a little bit of snooker.
Yeah,
and I guess that's the Brits are usually pretty strong with a rake bridge.
The rake. I like the rake. I prefer that as a name. Give me the rake.
We've got a nice crowd here. When I walked in about an hour ago, I thought, wow. Good atmosphere.
Yeah,
Had a great match with Billy Thorpe and Lung Chang from Chinese Taipei. I think he was up 9-2. Billy got back to 9-8, and Lung managed to fall over the line. He's made the 9. There we go.
Oh my God, golden break, guys.
That got kicked.
Definitely got kicked in there. I don't see a replay.
Yeah, that's the thing. What hurts it? It's my pet 8, that 9 ball on the break. I ate it. I'm not going to lie.
It shouldn't count in the bottom 2, I don't think.
Yeah.
If it's going to count on the break, just do the last. I mean, it got cut in.
For me, just because you get respotted full stop, but everyone's different. Some people love it, some people hate it.
I get it for its entertainment value, right? For the layman, they want to, and the cheering aspect of it, right? But for a player, because you're such a deep-rooted player, you hate to be sat in the chair and lose it right like that, don't you? He hasn't really earned it.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I know there's a way to break on, with this break rule, there's a way to break. And some guys are great at getting that cue ball to go back into the stack, so they give themselves the opportunity to make the 9 on the break.
Yeah.
Like Ruaz, in my opinion, is the best at this break.
Catch is good too.
Catch is great. It's Shane, all these guys. So there's definitely a skill to the break, but how the balls land after the break for me is just pure luck.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they are being pushed around. They're being. I mean, look at that again. Do you think this break format could be adapted?
I don't know really.
Or do you think that after time, the pro players are just going to get used to a break anyway? They're going to figure it out, right?
I just don't like the 9 on the break because it's happening too frequent. That's the only thing I'm up against it.
Yeah, it's my favourite bet on the side.
Because, if you look at the table now, he isn't going to run out here, or if he does, it's going to be a great run out, right? So, this is what I like about it, where compared to before when we played the 1 on the spot and you was guaranteed the ball on the break and you can control the cue ball, I mean, that was too easy at this level. Mm-hmm. So, for this reason, I like the break because you get more play, or you should get more play, unless you're very unlucky, like the guy what lost to Shane 10-0, Levan this morning. Just very unfortunate that he happened to be the guy what's back on the back of a 10-0 defeat, and Levan might have been the best player in the tournament, but we will never know. Right? Just the way the game is. He might be thinking he could have won this tournament, but he just didn't get to show his skills, and that's just unfortunate. That's pull. It happens.
It does.
But more times than not, you're going to get your opportunities at the table. With this break format, this is a great shot here. If he doesn't make the 4th,
doesn't want to make it,
and he's okay.
I was going to ask you just before. I didn't want to interrupt, but how would you have played for a bank there to break out the 6?
Possibly, but he'll have had to get quite high
on
for the
it,
bank
right?
just because the 4 ball, the pink 4, was frozen to the rail. so it makes it a lot difficult. And and then he'll have had to bump into the 6 and 7, and he wasn't guaranteed shape on the 5. So I'm guessing that's why he's played the safety. He's played it very well, but it is kickable.
He can use the same line that he saw the 4 go on.
Yeah, the hard thing is that the first
Wow, what a
played it
shot.
great.
What a
Wow, what a shot!
He's made it.
Wow.
God.
I mean, if that ball's over the pocket, it's a standard 2-rail kick from most of the top pros, but he had to hit that cue ball on the right-hand side of the pocket as we look.
And
So-
avoid the 5.
So that made it a great shot.
Yeah, nicely done.
He might punch him behind the 7 and the 6 here.
I wonder if he plays a 2-way, and tries to sort of break up the 4, break up the 6-7 as well as play the bank
No, I don't think so. Because even if he breaks it, he's not going to get he's not going to get an open shot, is he?
using the 9 instead.
Yeah,
Smart.
just keeping it simple.
I like your shot.
Yeah, I liked the shot because he could have broke it up and just slightly and
Yeah.
got the 5 up table as well.
Yeah.
Where this is pretty standard. They probably jumped this, Yeah. So this is standard for these guys. It's just amazing how good they jump.
Yeah.
And
this,
and the equipment helps that, especially
this
this.
propel cue is about 14 millimeters at the tip. It's insane. I think that's too fat.
And this Q-Tech does jump very easy. This Q-Tech jump cue. I don't. What's the name of the jump cue, Dale?
The Q-Tech propel.
All right.
Yeah. He was signed up this year, I think. You notice he kept the back on too. That's how good these things jump. Look at that.
It's like that. That's like a normal shot for him, I think.
That's what I'm saying. They practice it like they practice the break.
Like me, I'm just worried about getting over the 9-ball there.
He's just worried about the 9-ball.
Just make contact.
He's also quite tall, mate. You're
It's
you're not the
unbelievable.
tallest pal.
Well,
are you?
these guys practice their jumps probably an hour a day. I mean, no one ever did that before.
Does he spin off the rail here? Hit rail first.
Yeah, you might play rail first, try and get behind the 9.
Yeah, I like this shot. Very underutilized, I think.
It's a bit too thin.
Too thin, yeah. Would have got by the 9 normally.
And he's left the bank.
Yeah, the bank's on.
Got to be careful. These rails are playing short because I missed a couple like this yesterday, short. So you've got to tell yourself just to hit it a little bit wider.
Yeah.
And he did.
Wow. How good's co-playing? My God.
Yeah, and it's a big rack even though it's early in the match. 2-1 and 3-0s at this level is quite big.
Yeah, it's huge.
I'm happy with my match yesterday. I should have gone up 3-0. I didn't. And ends up costing me the match, really.
Yeah, it's tough, mate. I mean, it's a very tough field anyway.
Yeah, that's why you can't. You got to get, when you've got them early stages of these matches are very important. If you can get off to a good lead, like 3-0, it makes a huge difference, especially in these races.
Yeah, 100%.
But 2-1, and then the guy breaks and runs, it's 2-2, and then you're back to square one.
Yeah, just a reminder on the rules, it is single elimination. So from this last 16, there's a 30-second shot clock as well, being managed by the referee. You can see there, they've enclosed the arena for this final 4 table. Set up.
Yeah, got quite a big crowd. I'd probably say there's a good 100 people here for sure, maybe more.
Yeah, I think they're at capacity. They've been turning people away at the door.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the fire code around here.
Yeah, I noticed when I arrived in the car, I couldn't get in the car park, so I had to park at Wendy's. Nice plug for them.
It helps that they're close, doesn't it?
I saw Chris Mellon next door.
How comes he's not over?
He's next door at Wendy's.
You're just a different table.
I think he's actually flying today. He had an exhibition last night in Cardiff.
Oh, okay.
I was getting an extra bit of pocket money. Yeah, I think he arrives today
Fair enough.
for the US Open.
Is he going straight there, is he?
Yeah, I think most players fly to Philadelphia, don't they? And they get the train
Mm-hmm.
or hire a car. It's about an hour from Philadelphia Airport.
I've noticed that Coe's been putting the brake a little bit wider.
Yep.
He's going right to the edge of the box. You want to tell people why they do that? Is he trying to shorten it or widen it?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is they're not hitting them that hard. That's the first thing I do notice. And what they're playing like a delayed draw
Right.
when they're breaking. They're accelerating through the cue ball and they're really letting their cue follow through and hold out there longer instead of just snapping or punching the break. which a lot of us can have the tendency to do, where you just hit the break or punch it. These guys are just softly drawing through the ball and accelerating through the cue ball that little bit longer. And it seems to just get that delayed draw on the cue ball. So that's why you're seeing the cue ball arc back into the stack. So it's quite difficult. I've been trying to practice it a lot lately, and I still haven't got it down. Where you watch Francisco Ruiz do this break, it's just unbelievable.
He's so consistent, isn't he?
He gets that cue ball to arc every time, and it's coming off the same spot off the rail. I mean, that's so hard to do. It's unbelievable. Well, he played it great there, Chung, and he was very unfortunate with a leave. And this just to show you how good they are with the jump cue. I mean, I won't even contemplate playing that jump shot there. That's after the break.
Yeah, he's
I
not
mean, he
even
had so
thinking
many
about-
options there to push out,
Yeah,
and he decides to jump it as if he's like he played it as if he's
Supposed to make it.
supposed to make it. I mean, he's lost the game because of it. I mean, I would never play that shot.
not in a million years, eh? But that's the development in the game, like you were talking about. It's a different style now.
Yeah, that's the new generation.
Yeah,
You got to change your style of play a little bit. I guess it's like most sports, really. You got to go with the what's happening right now.
very few grinders left in the game, isn't there?
It's because of the equipment. I think I put it down to the equipment. Because the jump shot, the equipment for the jump cues and the break cues are so much better. The balls are better. The cloths are better. So
It's a
it's just a
faster
different
game.
style of play now.
It's a faster, more aggressive game, isn't it?
Mm. And they're all technically better now because, obviously, in general, the pockets are smaller than what they've ever been. Where back in the old days, they play on 5-inch pockets with those thick cloths, dirty balls, and the equipment was not as good. So it was just a different style of game.
You required a stroke, didn't you?
Yep, and they had like a windy stroke, like a Buster Mighty style stroke, where now it's just completely changed. It's just they're all like robots now.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I think that Moritz has got the benefit of both. I think he has the good fundamental, but also understands, I think, American pool for its physics.
Big time. I mean, just watch him play. Look at his stroke. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a good stroke to teach the young kids. Like, look at it. It's just everything's perfect. His hand position from the cue ball's perfect.
Yeah,
And he's going through smoothly. There's no movement, and that's the key. You're always looking for that movement. Is it that shoulder drop
yeah.
or the head lifting before you hit the ball? And we've all been guilty of that, but with him, it's very limited.
Yeah, and you got to say the same with Filler. That's why Filler has so much success, because his mechanic is so good.
Yeah, we could be looking at the two players from Germany. I mean, Joshua and Moritz, in years to come, been a big dominant force in the likes of the World Cup of Pool, the World Team Championships and stuff like that, where there's two players and a woman. And if you got his wife, who's improving all the time also, Pia.
Yeah, she just won a big championship, didn't they? They both won the same, ladies and men's.
No, she lost in the semi-finals.
Oh, was it lost?
But
Okay.
yeah, still a great result.
Hell of a
She's getting there, you know what I mean? She's getting up there with the best players in the world. You'd have to say she's top 8 player in the world now. So that's we all know how strong the Asian girls are,
Yeah, definitely.
and the likes of Kelly, they're going nowhere.
But it's like you said, she's being coached. She's got a great setup where she is.
Unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, you get to practice with Joshua Filler, who, in my opinion, since Ephraim Reyes and Strickland, is the best rotation player I've ever seen.
Remember, you kind of guided him a bit.
Yeah,
early in his
I got
career,
him to the World Pool Series very quickly.
Yeah, I remember that over here
Yeah.
in Steinway, right?
Yeah, I wish I kept hold of him.
Yeah, that's right. And you see where he's gone from just strength to strength, don't you?
Unbelievable. Yeah, I might not have. He probably is the best straight ball, best rotation player I've
You
ever
know what I
seen.
love too is he has the character. He loves
Oh, he's got it.
he plays the part of the villain, but off the table
yeah.
he's nothing like that. So he
I
has a
love
good-
him. I love him. I think. Yeah. I just love his character, the way he plays the game, his stroke, his confidence, how good he is under
Yeah.
pressure.
So aggressive.
I mean, who are you going to pick over him to play that spot shot for you if you've got to save your life? There's no one
It's true.
in history, in
I
my
might
opinion.
pick Moritz now though. Tell you that.
Well, yeah, but he's got to prove it. You still need to. Can he
Yeah.
really do it under that big spotlight? It's like Fedor, as good as great as what he is, he still needs to do it on that big stage for me.
Yeah.
I'm convinced he will do, but he's still got to win those big matchroom events before I put him in the same category as Filler and Francisco.
Did he win the World Nineball Fedor?
Yeah, it was when it was in a
When it
pool
was,
room in Qatar,
Qatar, right?
where, no disrespect, but it wasn't the first few years in Qatar.
Empty stadium, right? Empty arena.
No, but it was a good production back then. All the tables were streamed. There was, even though the arena was like a 5,000-6,000 seater arena, but there might be 700 people there, so it felt empty. It looks empty, but it was actually a good tournament in the early days. And then the last couple of years, they had it in the pool room, which is like ridiculous.
Yeah.
For a world championship, no disrespect to the pool rooms out there, but to have a world championship in a pool room is a bit tatty, let's say.
Flawed.
Yeah, and
Definitely
so
flawed.
yeah, it's, even though it's a great title to win and there's a lot of pressure, don't get me wrong, but doing it in that big matchroom arena, like the US Open, for example,
Wow. Wow.
or the World Masters, and that's the big test.
You got a bit lucky there. You hit that one bad.
Yep.
But I agree with you on that front. There's a few people saying that he shoots like Fedor, only faster.
Mm.
I think Fedor can kind of get caught up in his own mechanics sometimes.
Yeah,
Could almost be too perfect, or try and be too perfect.
he reminds me of a young Johnny Archer. There's Fedor. I mean, I've no doubt he's going to be multiple world champion. He's going to win US Opens, but
Yeah.
until you actually do it, I mean, he has done it. Obviously, won a world championship, so I'm not discrediting his title.
No, of course.
It's just the setting. It's just a setting for me.
Mhm.
Like, he still hasn't played a Mosconi Cup with a crowd yet,
Right.
right? So we'll find out probably this year how he deals with that. Where we saw with Francisco last year, he didn't play amazing in the Mosconi,
Right.
but he didn't play terrible either. But this year will be his big test to see how he
Yeah.
handles the Mosconi.
I think people are expecting big things from Moritz every time he steps into the room now.
Oh, this kid, yeah.
Yeah, you just kind of like, switching it up on this guy. And I know we're more like a podcast right now than a than a match commentary, but it's good to hear from people like Darren that dominated an era and has been, world champion, has been, Masters champion, multiple titles over the years.
Yeah, Moritz is he's got everything going on for him, really. And he's a good kid, good attitude,
Very mature.
very well spoken. Actually, his English is really good.
Yeah, it's another credit to the Germans that they learn business English from a very young age as part of their schooling.
Yeah, and he steps into the shot every time, more or less consistently, does the same routine over and over again. So yeah, a lot of people can learn from Moritz's his setup and his stroke.
He's relentless as well. When he gets in front, he very rarely takes his foot off the gas in it, and I don't think he does anything stupid. I think he makes the game look very simple. That was probably the worst error he's made so far in the match.
Yeah.
Got away with it, obviously, but
He's just going to keep gaining confidence all the time. Obviously, he's young. He's still probably at times where he's probably a little bit shaky and everything else. But with experience and wins, you just gain more confidence, and then that helps you under pressure.
seems to control it well, doesn't he? Like you said, he's a gentleman off the table. Talks to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Old, young, signs autographs.
Yeah, and he's good looking as well, so that's going to help him.
Wow. With the ladies.
Well,
That might hinder him,
not just
actually.
the
mate.
ladies, but sponsorship. I was thinking more on the sponsorship side, but obviously Dell's British. He's
Yeah, we're a bad bunch. Doesn't hurt to have a decent visage, mate, does it?
yeah. Someone put. I think Fedor wishes shot like Moritz. I think Fedor does shoot like Moritz. It's just a different style.
Yeah, very much so.
I don't think anyone shoots much better than Fedor, if anybody.
Would you say the competition is more difficult in this era than it's been in previous years or decades?
There's more better players.
Yeah.
Where before, I mean, when I was successful, I'd probably say I looked at the field and I thought there's probably 15, 20 players.
Right.
Right. Where now I look at the field, I think there's 30, 40, 50.
Yeah, that
I
could all
think
compete.
there's 60 players who can beat anybody on the day right now.
That for me is just an insane stat.
So yeah, you got your consistent players like Filler and Ruiz and Shane, all those
Right.
guys. There's probably 10 of them. There's probably 10 guys where you think, well, yeah, they're probably finishing the top 16 of virtually every tournament.
Right.
But then there's another 50 guys who can beat anybody on a one-off match. For example, like a Chris Mellin or...
As an exhibition player
yeah.
type style,
No, I mean, it's just that if you go into a match with Shane Bambone, and if your game's right and everything rolls for you at that particular time,
win.
you can win. But the problem is that can you beat Shane Van Bonen? Then can you beat Francisco Ruiz in the next round, and then beat Fedor in the round after that? That's the problem. So in a one-off match, right now,
odds are all
there's
over the
50,
place,
60
aren't they?
guys who can beat each other, but there's only like about 10 or 12 guys, in my opinion, who can win it back-to-back matches.
Interesting that
That's the difference, really.
I fully agree with you there, mate, and that's why I kind of asked the question, because I think there's so much talent on the tour right now, and the opportunity is there for them to earn money and to be a professional in this game. So interesting that Coe took a break there, quite early on in the match.
Yep.
He kind of might. Do you think he's trying to take Moritz out of rhythm?
Oh, definitely. Just his brother did it against me. I was 5-1 down against Copigny. I got back to 5-5. He took a break, but he took it at the right time.
They look too innocent though to pull a little tactical.
Well, it's not a
timeout.
move. It's a tactical timeout, which is allowed. So you got to take advantage of that.
Yeah,
And
it's
obviously,
true.
you want to break up play, don't you?
course.
Once you lose the momentum.
And you only get one timeout, right? Is it just one?
Yeah, I think so. And momentum's massive at this level.
Of course.
Because Chung knows that if he wins the next rack, he's breaking. It's 4-2 and he's breaking. It's game on again.
I mean, look at that. It didn't look difficult, but playing that with your opposite hand
Yeah,
and then
that's
getting
unbelievable.
perfect, Whereas if me and you would be playing with the rest,
Yeah, it makes you feel sick, really.
it does, doesn't it?
I think I need to be 20 years younger again and restart. Let's relearn myself.
Restart, new eyes, new legs, new heart, everything.
Well, I've got a newish heart.
I knew it. Thought you'd like that
I just
one.
hope this one holds up like it did 10 years ago.
I had to get one heart joke in there, mate. Only because you're still breathing. Just don't die on me, all right?
Only just. It's helped.
It's helped.
It's getting some help. And that's all the I take playing this game.
Yeah, we are down to the quarterfinal stages, guys. So Jason is out, lost the last match. So we're going to go through fairly quickly. I think the finals actually tabled for 8 p.m. this evening.
Race to 10.
Yeah, race to 10 right now. Final will be race to 13.
Like that shot there is a great example of staying down on the shot. Because those little half ball cuts, they're very missable if you jump up.
Yeah.
Or any movement. So just keeping still on the shots, on those type of shots, will really help you.
It's got a bit funny here, though. He's going to have to stretch. I wonder if he's just gone to get his extension.
Well, I'm surprised he's not using his opposite hand.
Right, as good as he's been playing with
Because
it.
he did play the previous one very similar to this. He's put the
Yeah.
extension on.
Yeah, it feels like he can just lean over.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and he's quite tall. I'm
Yeah,
guessing he's still got growing pains. Look at this.
Ooh, I nearly missed it. Yeah, he's 6 feet. I think he's around about the 6 foot mark. Or just under.
Yeah, slightly overcut that ball.
Yeah, he's still. I mean, it's actually helped him, isn't it?
Yeah, but
He's
next
got
week he
more
wouldn't get
angle.
away with it. So we'll have to bear down. But it is easy to be a little bit lazy on some shots when
Agreed.
the pockets are playing generous. Well, in about 3 or 4 days, these tables will tighten up just
Mhm.
because they'll have been played in, and then I think they'll play perfect.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, Shane says he feels like he's playing on a bar box.
Yeah.
And you see him playing. He had that 7-pack.
Yeah,
and
the way he's
9
playing, he looks like a bar box, yeah.
But,
To me, it looks like a snooker table.
12 feet long. That
Everything
Teng's played
looks
well, though. Teng's come back on him by the looks of it, if we're just looking at the scores.
Oh, yeah.
He's only 4-3 up, so he hasn't really dominated like he has with other
It's
players.
like Mario. I didn't realise he was here. I didn't realise Mario was here, and he's in the quarterfinal. That's unbelievable.
How did you not see him?
It's unbelievable. So, yeah, 2-2 against Nahoki Hoi. He's having a good tournament. He's playing well. He's beat a lot of great players in this tournament, Nahoki Hoi. And
Yeah.
Raga just doing his thing. Raga just burst onto the scene in America. But for you guys what didn't know him, I've known him a long time. And the talent has always been there. He just hasn't been able to travel until now, really.
Until recently, yeah. There's a few like that in the Philippines,
Yeah.
aren't there, that just
Well-
don't get visas or back in.
Well, there's one in the Philippines, and they reckon he's the best out of a lot of them. And nobody's seen him yet.
What's his name?
I don't know. I can't remember his name because I've got short-term memory loss, but I will find out.
Yeah, it scares me. It scares
yeah.
me how good some of those guys are. When Raga just burst onto the scene and he's now number 2 in the Fargo rating.
Yeah, there'd be someone watching, I'm sure, who knows who I'm talking about, and they're raving about this guy in the Philippines. He's only young, like 18,
Oh, really?
and they all reckon he's the best player over there, including Raga and all these guys. So if someone's got his name, just pop it on the chat. It's quite one of them names what's not easy to pronounce, so I'm not
You-
even going to try.
You'll know it when you see it, though, right?
Yeah, I know it when I see it. And it's like Raga, and he's like, yeah, he's a funny little character. He's got a personality,
Yeah, he is.
and he wants to win so badly.
Yeah, if Raga gets sponsored, there's no reason why he shouldn't.
You see that soft draw? It's slightly. You've got to tell yourself to overcut the break, which is very hard to do, I think.
Yeah, because you
but
don't
that's
want
what
to
they're doing.
slide past it, do you? You don't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you hit the break too thin, you lose that cue ball.
But what I've told myself after this tournament is that no matter what, make sure you make the one ball on the break, and then just keep control of the table. You can't be giving up the table like I
Right.
have this tournament. Really, you
See-
can't be coming up dry on this break.
How often in your day did you push into a jump?
Very rare, really.
Very rare, right?
Depends who you're playing against, don't it? I mean, if you're playing against Efren, you might push into an easy jump, right? Just put it behind the 9-ball, for example.
Because that's what I've noticed they've started to do
What
a
can they
lot
say?
more. He's pushing into a jump, see?
No, the thing.
Or even a half ball, maybe. He's left it.
Yeah, I
but
mean, it depends who your opponent is. So when people say you don't play the opponent, I think that's nonsense.
of course you do.
Because when the balls are open, you play against yourself. You're running the rack. But in these situations, you're definitely playing your opponent. You got to figure out their strengths or weaknesses, or try and figure out their strengths and weaknesses while you're playing against them.
Shots that they're refusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
obviously, I've played these guys so many times. I sort of know what their strengths and weaknesses are. So if I'm going to play into a jump, I really think about who I'm playing against.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to do it against someone that's just going to whip out the cue straight away, do you?
Yeah, or if you're playing against a great shot maker, then you think, right, do I really want to leave them this long shot? But then if you're playing someone who's not a great shooter, then you might dangle them the carrot. So there's all sorts of aspects
Yeah.
to consider when you're jumping or playing safe. Like here is, I mean, surely he's got to put him back.
Yeah, this is too tough. You're putting into a blind pocket. Yes, it does afford some advantage if he makes it, but got to make a hell of a shot, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know how much you can see of this 2-ball. He might even go for it.
I think he has to. Is he just thinning
Or
off it?
overcut it and come around the back of the 3 and try and get behind the 9, just like this. So yeah, he's played it perfect. Wow, what a shot.
Jesus.
That might be the shot of the match so far for me.
Yeah, definitely. He's left an edge though,
Has he?
or a small jump edge.
Don't think he's quite got an edge unless he massaged it a little bit. But he's got straight for his jump cue. There's no hesitation.
No, that's what we're
It's
just
like-
talking about.
He's like they walk around with their jump cue in the back pocket these days. I mean, that's a really good shot.
That was a really good call as well.
And he's a little unlucky that the 2-ball kissed the 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably
This is-
70% to make it, isn't he?
I don't know. You're risking missing it. That's the problem.
And the nine's
That's
moving.
why I
Nine's moving. Nine's moving.
Wow, look at this.
Oh, look at this.
No.
Oh. If that goes, you're sick as a dog.
Well, if that 9-ball was closer to the pocket, he might have considered trying to attack it here as a 2-way shot. But I think there might be a gap here, between the
There is
8
a
and the
gap.
6, which
Yeah,
is
you
incredible.
can see it on
really.
this one.
Yeah, it's not easy, but
It looks like it goes.
yeah,
I think he's not going to attack the 9. He's just going to play the shot.
yeah. And I knew it wasn't easy, but he's been a little bit fortunate there, to be honest.
Very fortunate, I think.
Well, he's done well to not double kiss that 8-ball, really.
Yeah, how's that not got? That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. It looked like it hit it fat, didn't it?
So this is really the game ball. If he gets decent shape on the pink 4,
Has he got to dig it, or do you think you can roll it around?
it looks like he's rolling it.
Yeah, he
Played
had
it well.
enough.
Plays those shots good.
Wow. Another one. I think it's a little bit fortunate, but
Yeah, I'm very surprised that he didn't double kiss the 8-ball here.
I didn't think it would drop. Honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Look.
the 8-ball was just off the rail a little bit. That helped him. He can really get into the cue ball here. He might play for the 5 into the 9 pocket.
There you go, mate. Kyle Amaroto. Does that sound right?
That's the one.
Kyle Amaroto.
Remember that name, folks.
Yep. 19.
Remember that name right there.
Tiffany's my good fact checker. I like Tiffany in the chat.
Kyle Amaroto is the guy. What everyone's talking about in the Philippines.
So world champion next 4 years.
I've only seen him vaguely, but let's see if he even plays a world championship. The
Right.
problem you've got is that it's not easy for these guys to get visas.
Yeah, that's true. But someone like that, they'd make the effort, right? Move.
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah, I'm guessing I'm pretty sure we'll see him on the international scene sooner or later.
Yeah, I mean, Federer got a green card. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's different for Europe. I mean, yeah, it's different for Europeans.
Yeah, very much.
Obviously, there's been problems with Russia, but I think Fedor was already on the ball before
Yeah,
everything's kicked off what's been kicking off.
yeah.
But yeah, it's very, very difficult, as we've seen with Dennis Okolo and guys like that for the Filipinos, just because it's a poor country, isn't it? So,
Yeah, very tough. That's why we've not seen him in the States.
yep. And he's
6-1.
Morris is flying here,
Wow.
and we haven't seen much of Chung play really. It's not. I'm not sat here thinking, oh, he's playing bad here.
Maybe just a couple of decision decision errors, or the jump shot he played was pretty loose.
I know there's another tournament going on at the same time here in Michigan. And that's why there's probably 3 players not here, what you probably consider in the top 8 in the world. But the problem you've got is that there's 20 world champions here to make up for that. And every time it's the same. There's always players missing from a tournament, and people say, yeah, but so-and-so was not there. I says, well, that's been the same for the last 15, 20 years. There's always players missing from a tournament.
Yeah, through one reason or another.
But you still got to beat 25 other world champions anyway, so it's just as tough or strong. I mean, it's like Joshua Filler's not here, but you don't really notice it because there's still loads of world champions still here.
Formats are different too.
Yeah.
I prefer the longer races.
Right,
So if I had to pick an event, I would pick the one with the race to 9 versus the race to 4, for instance.
Yeah, and obviously the big carrot for most of the players here is the Matchroom rankings,
Correct.
and also it's just down the road from the next tournament.
Yeah. No, they've had 2 or 3 good tournaments back to back, haven't they?
And plus, it's Jason. The tournaments hosted by Jason Shaw, so that's a big kicker also.
Chef Shaw.
So the players want to support his pool room and support him. Obviously, he's a very popular figure on the pool scene.
Yeah, he's a character, isn't he?
Wherever you go, he's there. He's one of those guys. Wherever you go, he's there. You don't have to look for him. Even if you're in Vegas, in the middle of nowhere, or in a big casino, and there's like thousands of people,
You can hear him.
you see him or bump into him somehow. It's like there's like 10 Jason Shaws in Las Vegas or something.
Did you say a few years back he was one of the hardest workers? In terms of
Oh yeah.
he could just play on the table 10 hours a day and
Yeah.
not feel it.
Yeah, he used to never be off the table. It's like most of these young guys are the same though. And Jason was one of those. He just probably a little bit less these days, but he still puts enough work in to compete.
That's right.
But he does have other interests away from pool now, which is good, and that's what you need, especially when you get to your 30s.
You need a business, don't you?
Yeah,
He needs a retirement plan.
yeah. Yeah, it doesn't last forever.
Co's got to turn the screw. I think he's got to finish these now. I don't think he can afford too many more mistakes.
Yeah, he's got to play more or less perfect pool from now on, and he's capable of doing that, and he's done it before, so he knows he can do it. He won't be panicking. 6-1, 6-2, get the break.
Do you think just because of the 6 to the 7, do you think he entertains the 6-9?
The 6-9.
Do you think
I
he
think-
entertains it, or do
I
you think it's fairly easy to get 6-7?
Definitely entertains it, but I don't think
on the
he's
wrong
landed
side, is
good
he?
on the 5. I think he probably played to do that, but he's come a little bit straight on the 5 here.
Because
But obviously his cue ball's so good, the 7 does go in the side and it goes in one of the corners, or even the opposite side middle. So it depends what angle he leaves here.
another one that can just switch hands at will.
Look at this here. Leaves a bigger angle than what you would think he would leave, but he's not worried about that.
He could play it for the middle, or will he come? Will he try and hug the left side?
I think this is a safer option, playing the right-hand side as we look at the 7, because then you're guaranteed a shot on the 7. If you come down the left-hand side where he's standing, if you over-hit that ball, you can get funny or snooker yourself.
Yeah, he played the open table, right?
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, this should be no problem for him. He just roll forward.
Yeah, this is nice. He needed to take that opportunity. Can't let Moritz have it all his own way.
Yeah, it's amazing how time flies. I remember playing Ko Ping Chung in 2009 at the World 10 Ball Championships. I drew him in the first round. I think he was about 12 then. And I beat him like 9-8, and I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. I hope I'm not going to see him too much.
That's like Filler, wasn't it? What was Filler when he first joined the Euro Tour? Was he
Same
11?
thing, yeah. But I mean,
11,
Ko Ping Chung, I mean, he was so small, it was unbelievable. It was frightening. The Q was bigger than him, and I'm like, struggled to beat him, and I was on top of my game then. I'm thinking, wow, this kid's unbelievable.
That's why I always say
Yeah.
experience can beat youth sometimes.
Well, yeah, maybe on that occasion, but 14 years later, here he is, and he still doesn't look much different.
True.
Yeah,
And
I'm guessing he's what, like 30 years old now?
Yeah, he's
You
no,
would never
he's,
believe
he's,
it, would
he's, no,
you?
he's no more than that. I mean, he could still be 12. I don't know.
Yeah,
It must be nice. Never a shaven life, I tell you.
14 years. Yeah, I'm guessing he's got to be late 20s, 30 years old.
It has to be. I mean, how old's Ko Ping Yi?
Yeah,
He's
it'd be like
sort of late
30.
30s, right?
No,
Mid-30s?
No. I'd probably say 30, 33 to 35.
Okay.
Yeah, because I remember playing him back in them days. He was probably early 20s.
They've made themselves a good brand, haven't they?
Oh,
You
yeah,
know, in
they're
terms of
funny as well.
yeah, their
They're
products.
funny. They're funny without realising it.
Yeah, Chung is
But-
28.
Yeah, just with how they act and their demeanour and everything.
They're great.
And they're doing their videos. I don't think they're trying to be funny. They just naturally come across that way,
It's comical.
especially towards Westerners. So they're entertaining to watch, yeah. And they're really nice people. They're very polite. And you never see any issues with them. You know, on the table, there's never
Mhm.
no issues. Or he's bad call, or he's done this, or he's tried to
Respectful,
pull a
aren't they?
move. There's never had any issues. Never seen any issues with either of them. And their brother, their young brother, who was actually a really good dart player.
Is it
You know,
Ko Ping Han, right?
Ko Ping Han, yeah, he was like a semi-professional dart player.
Really?
Yeah, but I think because he wanted to spend so much time with his brothers, because they're all three of them are glued to the hip. There might be triplets.
Triplets born apart.
Yeah, I think he just wants to be with his brothers, so I think that's why he stopped playing darts.
I got them wrong, but Baby Ko, Little Ko, and Big Ko, right?
Yeah.
That's them.
Yeah. And they actually, all three of them look a little bit different. So you won't really think, oh, these three are brothers.
Yeah, you might.
It's, yeah, because of the hair,
Because, yeah.
the hairstyle.
Yeah, someone said he'd brushed his hair today, so he's playing better. What would you do here, Daz?
Well, he's pushed out, so he's left the edge of the two. Can he bank it across and get the cue ball down table?
Right.
Right, so he's pointed his cue ball near the 4 and the 8 here, so I'm not too sure what he's going to play here.
Well, I'm about to learn something.
Unless he's really spinning the cue ball. That looks difficult to do that. Oh, he did do it. Wow, nice shot. I didn't think that was quite there.
Yeah, I just learned something.
I'll tell you what, he's rather been very, very unlucky, which I think he has.
God.
I mean, that's just brutal if he's left that gap there.
I mean, he's played that with the slide on the table. He's played that
Mm.
shot perfectly, hasn't he?
And he had to play at that speed to get it down there. So he didn't quite know where the two ball... He was actually probably half-heartedly trying to make the two off the two rails also.
Yeah, half-heartedly, I get it.
And I think he's been brutally unlucky here if he's left his shot. And he has, I'm pretty sure he has. So
I mean,
that's very
Moritz-
unfortunate.
Moritz is already looking where he wants a cue ball, so he's actually going to jump this
Yeah, slightly jumping.
and then
Where for these guys, that's not a problem.
withdraw. You kidding me?
Might scratch.
Wow.
No,
Well,
it's
gonna
okay.
He's going to get lucky.
Got lucky, but the 4 doesn't pass the 8. And what's the angle on the 3 like?
Yeah, true.
He might have to play a carom or a combination on the 4-8 or play safe after the 3. Well, this is where you need a little bit of luck. On another day, if things are not going your way, you're scratching the corner there.
Do you just roll this in and maybe play the carom on the 8?
Possibly, but it looks like
Looks like
the
it's sitting.
carom's a lot of distance, but it depends how you're feeling, I think.
It looks like it's sitting nice if the cue ball sits on the right line. No, I think this is safety coming up, right?
There's definitely no carom.
Well, it's a combo now, isn't it?
Combos probably, I don't know. Depends how good you are at them. There's some people are great at them, some people not so great.
I don't think it offers much positional value, though.
But he does have good safety. He can roll forward, get the 4 maybe up table, the cue ball behind the 8.
It's an under-practice shot, this stun forward, where you can just stun it forward.
Yeah, he's played it safe and he's played it bad.
Ooh, no good.
Because the key to that shot is to make sure you get the cue ball.
The overhead looks like he's got it.
I don't think he's got it, but the pink 4 doesn't pass the 7.
Right.
And I don't think he can see enough of it to cut it in the middle, which is probably not the shot anyway. So he's either got the cut into the top right, as we look on our screens, which he's looking at.
I've seen Co absolutely rip these in and get perfect shape on the 6.
And tough shots these are. But
Oh my
so again,
God.
just made it look easy.
Oh my
And believe me, they're not
God.
easy.
Uh,
I can't even see that shot no more.
Oh, I can see it. I just can't play it.
Yeah, execute. He played it like as if it's
Just a
his
hanger,
big
right?
favourite to make that shot.
See, I
It's
thought
a
he was
tough
gonna.
shot.
I thought he was going to draw on off the rail. He actually went forward. Played it perfect. Played it with high ball.
That's all them hours of practice, that is.
Yeah.
And having good fundamentals.
Having good siblings that are like good Bargos. Yeah. It's the same as like the Pia Filler and Josh Filler stuff, right? Hit that one for me.
Yeah,
God.
and this is game on again, Del.
It is, isn't it? He's back in the hunt. He's feeling it. And Moritz really has. He hasn't made many mistakes. Made maybe one error. That's maybe his first or second error. Crazy. You're getting asked a question there by Laura. She said, "Do you like the use of jump cues, Des?"
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. A great debate. What's going on in the pool world for quite some time now. My take on it, I don't know what yours is, Del, is that I think it should be a little bit like tennis, where you get free challenges. And I think pool should be the same, where we get free jump shots per match, not tournament. Because then it brings a different element to the game. It brings more talking points to the game.
Agreed.
You're going to see all skills of the game. You're going to see more kicking, players having to learn more kicking and all that stuff. But you're going to use your jump shots wisely, where to me the equipment's too good, right? Where it's just so easy to jump now. Even for someone like me who was never, I was never a jump shot player, right? But now I've had to become a jump shot player because otherwise you get left behind. And I think the equipment's too easy. I'd love to see it where, and you can have it on the screen where he has like the 3 beats at the bottom of your name,
The
and
3
it says
dots
like
or something. Yeah.
you have 1 left or 2 left, and that brings a good talking points. Or will he use a jump cue or not? And I think that'd be a good introduction to the game.
I got to agree with you. You were one of the first pioneers to kind of test out. You know, you were only allowed to jump if your opponent hooked you, right?
I forgot about that.
At the WPS, the World Pool Series, you couldn't if you put yourself in a hook. If you caused the safe, you weren't allowed to use a jump.
Yeah.
But if your opponent put you in,
Yep.
I thought that was a great variation.
Yeah, people loved it.
They did, but it never took hook. I don't know what
Nobody's ever listened to me.
But I do like that element. I think that could work on TV. You know, good TV, extra bit of pressure.
Well, you have to keep the jump cue because of the manufacturers.
Yeah, you do.
There's too much money in the jump industry. Let's say
So many variations and tips and chalk and everything, right?
definitely. I mean, and you got to think of the products and you got to think of the manufacturers who do put a lot of money into the game. Even though, obviously, eventually we have to look after the people that look after the game and the players, right? But obviously, eventually, we want to get corporate sponsors and major sponsors like Nike and all them lot. But that's in the future. But we still need all these cue manufacturers because without the cue manufacturers, we're all screwed, basically.
Yeah, agreed.
Literally, because we'd have no cue unless you start making them yourself.
But they're investing as well.
And they invest a lot of money in the game. The cue. I've got respect for all cue manufacturers because I've started to get involved a little bit on that side. So you realise the work what goes into these things. It's just amazing.
You see the shot he played prior there. I think he actually broke out the 5. I think it goes now.
Yep.
So you can see he's got a little spring in his step.
But you got to be careful with these shots when they are tight. It's so easy to not just focus on making the 5 ball because that 8 ball's in your high line. So you got to really bear down and think, right, just make the 5 in the middle of the pocket. Don't think about anything else.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Because you'd be amazed how many times you see amateurs end up hitting the 8 ball there.
Or flick
because they're worried about it.
Or flick the near jaw, overcutting it.
Or overcut it,
Yeah, no, I've got to agree with you, mate. Have you got your own line of cues coming out with Tiger, or?
Yes and no. I've got my own line of cues coming out, but it'll be next year.
Okay.
But they're not made by Tiger, but I will be with Tiger still.
Okay.
But I'm just bringing my own line of cues out. I'll have like 5 or 6 different models, so I'm really excited about that.
Oh, congrats, mate. That'd be awesome.
A bit of low range, but be average between $100 to $600. So very affordable.
It's a cue for everyone nowadays, isn't there? 200 up to 20,000.
Yeah, well, I think the way I look at it is that you've got people in the game spending crazy amounts of money on equipment, but they don't pay money to get a lesson,
Right.
which doesn't make sense to me. So it should be the other way: get a lesson first and get to a decent level, and then decide what's how much you want to spend on equipment. Really,
I think that the game has changed slightly, and I'll say this because in this era of YouTube and things like this, there's so much content available online that some players, don't get in-person coaching anymore. And I'm actually a big advocate of watching as much as possible. So whenever I'm alone or the missus goes out and I'm watching on YouTube, I'm watching the available content. I'm probably about 10,000 hours in just watching Paul right now. You know what I mean?
yeah, I know what you're saying. It's unbelievable.
Because I think you
the
can
content.
learn. You can learn from the. This is why people are tuned in. It's not.
I learn watching YouTube, watching all these great instructors like is it Tor? What's his name? Can't remember his last name. I really like his stuff. The Russian guy. There's loads of tuition stuff on there. Even Dr. Dave, all these guys.
They're interesting,
Niels.
aren't they? Niels is good.
I enjoy watching all these guys, and I learn something off everyone. And like I say, even though I think I've got a lot of knowledge of the game, you never stop learning, and you can take that into your own game or your own videos. And there's loads of content out there now, so
It's
that's
free.
why the guys are getting so good so quickly, because the information's out there and it's free.
Information is exactly right. Yeah.
Where that was never there when I first started playing.
But you had to buy a DVD or a VHS, didn't you?
I'll go to the Philippines.
Break it all. Live there for 3 months.
Yeah. Well, that's even better. If you can do it in person, that's even better.
Of course.
You can watch as much as you want, but to really understand the game, you really want to be getting lessons one-on-one with top coaches. You learn so much.
Yeah, someone just mentioned Shivari there. He's probably the most well-known on YouTube.
Yeah, Savali, yeah, is really good.
Yeah, so we're in a golden age of it right now, and I think with those elements that you've mentioned, the equipment being better, the availability of information, the coaching, all of those elements together.
Yeah, and it looks like it's not that difficult to put all these videos together, the graphics, everything else. Yeah, everyone's having a go, and there's a lot of good stuff out there.
I remember the Break and Run DVD series you guys were on.
Yeah, that was probably.
Was it
one of the
Melling
first.
as well?
Yeah,
Raj?
Yeah, Raj. Yeah.
Rodney?
Mika.
Mika? They were funny.
So Big Racky, if I'm Maritz, got back to 6-4 from 6-1. Well, now he's got a nice open table.
Needs to keep that cushion, doesn't he? That 2 to 3 racks. Just keep Ko at bay.
And that's the thing, is that you always know your opponent's capable of getting back into the game 3 or 4 racks, but with Maritz, you just got to stay patient, because you've got to think you'd have to be very unlucky to not get another opportunity.
Agreed.
And so when he gets it, just make sure you keep that cushion. So 7-4 and you're breaking again. Yeah, Tall Lowry, I like his stuff. That was
Tall
the guy.
Lowry, that's the one. He's managed the angle here nicely. I don't see a problem here. So he's going to get himself up to 7. Nice and easy. Doesn't want to be straight. Doesn't want to be straight.
Yep.
Can just draw it back to his chalk though, can't he? No, or forward.
Could do. Force draw.
Force draw.
Force punch draw, or just go forward.
Yeah, he's going to go try and come above it by the looks of it. That was a confident stroke.
Well, that's confidence in the table and knowing the table also. So, yeah, played that beautiful.
Yeah, very nice. Let's see. Again, he was a little bit stretched on the last one, and I've seen him miscue with the extension on. At a key moment, he made a miscue in a previous match. Not the same here. So again, nice. The crowd is really respectful there. You see the VIP tables and then the bleachers on the right. Bleachers have probably got a better view than the VIP.
Yeah.
You don't get the service there. You don't get the food.
Yeah, and the food is really good here. And the stuff.
There's a kid sat there on the bleachers with his mum there in the pink. He's being coached down at Society Billiards in Manhattan right now.
Oh, okay.
And begged his mum to come up here today. He said, "Mum, take me up to Connecticut." So she's now got a day out, a forced day out.
Yeah, I think I met those two at the expo recently.
That's right. They've been down there traveling all over. He's a good young talent, that kid. He was playing with Skylar and Billy on the outer tables as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I see Elliot Sanderson in the crowd from the UK. He's a traveling touring player these days.
He's going to
Playing all the events.
Canada. He's going to Wisconsin, sponsored by Jacoby.
Yeah, he's getting around, trying to get his education and improve his game.
It's the only way to do it, isn't it? Is to
Yeah.
travel. And think about it. That's what Jason did.
Mm. Yeah, Jason, he's been in America quite some time now.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I spent some time on the road with him back in 2012.
Yeah, and Phil Burford.
Phil Burford, Adam Shaw, and me.
Mm.
I learned a lot just in that.
How long have you been over here now?
It's my 9th year.
Mm.
Yeah, New York. I want to move back, though. I want to move back.
What, to UK?
Yeah, one day. I want to retire there. I couldn't
Mm.
retire in New York.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Too expensive. Unless I go on Matchroom Pro Tour, you know. Outside the top 60.
Nice shot here, look at this.
I'll be like Happy Gilmore with the big check at the end.
Mhm.
Where's my giant check?
Mhm.
Yeah, this last place, sir. Last place.
Does this cut?
It does, yeah. I think it cuts, but I'm wondering if he can maybe spin it. It can get on
Yeah.
the left side of
Did
the...
he miss the 4?
yeah, he did.
Just.
Perfect. How good is he? Oh, wow.
Yeah, killed that nicely. It's like one of them little quit strokes, but not quit.
Yeah, quick
It's a
and
tough
yeah.
one to explain, that one.
Yeah. I mean, he could have run into the 8, but, you know, you don't want to
Yeah.
bump balls unless you have to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great tip there. Don't bump balls unless you need to. Sometimes you need to, so you just got to practice them. It's important to practice kissing into balls, but also knowing your angles.
Yeah. I mean,
And I
you're...
think F and Ray's was the best ever at those type of shots.
Yeah. I know you're a big advocate for straight pull as well.
Mm.
And that's another one that you'll learn how to break clusters and continue.
And 8-ball.
8-ball too.
8-ball straight pull, very connected games in my opinion.
I love my 8-ball.
On the right equipment.
Yeah, not on massive Brunswick.
Oh, so Teng is 7-5 up on Shane now, wow.
Well, remember, Teng beat Raga.
No, I'm not surprised at all. I'm just, because people think because Shane won 10-0, he's run 7 racks, that's it, the tournament's over, right?
just
But
had a-
every game, how can you double up and do that again?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very, very unlikely that's going to happen again. And the problem is that, like we said before, there's 20 guys what can do the same thing. They probably just can't do it as consistently.
Yeah, Shane's one of them that can do it
Oh,
consistently.
definitely.
But you kind of see the type of shot that Moritz just played. You know,
Yeah.
the guy's in such good form right now.
Mm.
He's just pumped that ball cross table, and
Mm.
he's finished 6 to 8 inches away from the 8.
And he should make this, but he has left it a little bit tougher than what he would like.
Good pre-shot, isn't he?
Great
It's-
3-foot and a nice deep breath.
Yeah, and just you can see
Stepped
Mechanics.
into the shot.
mechanics are great. And a nice round of applause.
Yeah, he's on a good run into. He's obviously finished second in the World Cup pool. He's had some other high finishes. He come off last week. He lost in the final, 13-12 against Carlo Biardo from 10-4. Should have won, but
Yeah.
it hasn't let it affect him. And now he's here in the final 8, 2 racks away from a place in the semi-final in probably a slightly tougher field than last week, I would say.
I think so. I think this is a slightly...
Don't get me wrong, like last week was tough also, but I think this is obviously you got likes of Shane Van Bonen here, Jason here, the Cole brothers. So yeah, I think and
definitely stronger. There's
Chan
less players, though.
Yulong. Yeah, there's definitely a slightly stronger field here this week.
It's a stronger 64 than they had 96. So,
Yeah.
and I think the conditions here are definitely better.
Yeah. Yeah, no disrespect to the old Brunswick tables, but the new Razon tables get my vote.
Yeah, they're very cost effective too. I mean, for under $5,000, that's pretty
Yeah, I
good.
couldn't believe it.
Yeah. I mean, a good kind of intermediate table.
There
I'd
you go
say.
with that delayed draw break. I need to really work on that for the US Open.
They figured it out, didn't they?
It's just massive, isn't it? But will he get away with that break, though, in the matchroom events? Because they do warn you for hitting them too soft. And that's definitely on the soft side.
Again, it's down to interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. And
Like
but you
what,
do see these
interpret?
referees warning the players. I'm thinking, so then it forces you to hit them hard.
If you're going to do that, give them speed guns. You know what I mean?
Exactly. How do you determine what's soft and hard when
Exactly.
everyone's got different power? I mean, I can't break the balls as hard as I used to do because of what's happened to me.
True.
So that's going to be my card.
Yeah. You've said it on air now, mate. That's it.
Well, it's true, though.
I've taken note. Don't listen to Darren.
I've got the card in my pocket.
Yeah. Oh wow. So
That's what it's come out good as well, right?
look at this.
So this, just that winning that one rack, stopping the momentum. He's got the momentum back, and this is why winner break's massive.
It's huge, isn't it? I mean, he had the confidence there to arc the cue ball around the 8.
Do you prefer winner break or alternate break?
It's an age-old discussion, but I'm actually a fan of alternate break.
Yeah, me too.
Just because as a player, as a spectator, winner breaks. As a player, alternate break.
Yep.
Because then, I need the opportunity to showcase my break,
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if Coping Chung's played good or bad in this match, and this is what really frustrates me with winner break.
Exactly, because there's such long periods where he might be sat down.
Well, he has done. I'm guessing 60% of these racks have been break and runs from Moritz.
Agreed.
So I don't know if Coping Chung's played great or not in this match, and that really frustrates me. I think it's like tennis. You've got to have a serve.
That's what I'm saying. There's no other sport out there or game. Golf. You both get to tee off.
Yeah, exactly. You both should get the same opportunity. At least try and level it up as much as possible, and then it's down to yourself when it comes to the break. I mean, there's some luck on the break, of course, but at least if you know how to break, unless you get very unlucky, you're going to have a shot, whether it's a push out or whatever.
I mean, I used to talk to Earl, and if you can, if you can talk to Earl, there's some pearls that come out of him, right?
Oh yeah.
And he has this format where you both get the opportunity to break and run. You know what I mean? I think it's a great format for TV.
Definitely, yeah.
You break and run them out, and then I'll break and run them out, and then you can grade it based on who got the more balls, or.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you should get your opportunity at the table, like tennis. You serve, and then I serve. Blah blah.
Yeah.
Because pool is very much like that. If you've got the break, it's a huge advantage.
It's massive. It is massive, and like you say, the ones that figure out the break quicker. Like these guys have, they've got a huge advantage.
Well, it's like I said earlier. I mean, Lee Van's got to the final 16. He's probably walked in the room today. He might have been feeling unbelievable, feeling absolutely perfect. Oh, I'm on top of my game. Today could be my day. And he sits there for 10 racks. He might have played one shot in 10 racks, right?
Very true.
Which is just ridiculous, in my opinion.
Very true.
It's like Federer playing Nadal, and Federer gets to serve every game. Right? So unless you break his serve, you're not going to serve, right? I mean, you can't win.
Very true.
Right? You can't win. So if you're playing win a break and one guy just obviously gets his break going, you might not shoot. So Levan's lost 10-0 and he's come off the table. Obviously, he's seen it all before, so it's nothing new to him. But he's thinking like,
but
this is nonsense.
You're $5,000 in expenses before you've even arrived.
Exactly.
But you need the opportunity to play.
Yeah, he's on his way to the US Open now. I'm thinking, well, this could happen again in 2 days.
Yeah.
And I'm playing the best pull of my life right now, but nobody knows.
So you have to be mentally tough too, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I said on my post last night, pool is the toughest game in the world. I don't care what anyone says. Not saying it's the most difficult game to play.
First mistake, Moritz.
Oh yeah. But mentally, it's in my opinion, it's by far the toughest game in the world. It's not even close to anything.
Yeah, I've often said that it's 60% mental, 30% is talent, skill, and then 10% luck.
Yeah. It's just mental. It's just crazy.
I think it's like that.
You've got to be somewhat special to play this game for a living and be successful. I really do believe that.
Agreed.
Because you can play golf and play it to be 100 ranked in the world, and you're making $1 million a year. Tennis is the same. Soccer is the same.
True.
American football's the same.
True.
It's just unbelievable that they get paid for being average. Really,
average
at that level. I mean,
very true.
But it's just pull. The guy what's number 17 in the world is probably broke.
It's awful, isn't it? But they are creating a platform for it now, and we're starting to see it. And I think over the next 5 years, you'll see career pool players coming back.
Oh, definitely. Oh, it's definitely improving, but it needs to massively improve.
Yeah, it does. But they'll get over the hurdle with the WPA. I think every federation has got involved at some point when they've been happened in darts, didn't it? Happened to PDC and all that. Happened in snooker.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going to take time, but hopefully we get there.
True.
The guy here, I'd rather play snooker than these pockets are like Grand Canyon. Well, the problem you got, Andrew Downs, is that you've seen a lot of snooker players play on these tables and they can't make a ball. So
Yeah,
figure that out.
It's a different style altogether. I don't think you can play both, honestly, to a high standard.
Well, we said that. I mean, Judd Trump missed about 55 balls in 2 matches last year at the US Open.
Equipment's different,
Yeah.
style's
It's
different,
different hit a ball.
different hit. But yeah, you're hearing all these variations. People that don't know Darren, you know, he dominated for a good 10 years in this game. So it's always great to hear his opinion. Great to hear his, the lessons and experience that these younger players coming up have to really pay homage to, in my opinion. And players that we're seeing now, obviously, and the likes of Moritz and Filler, they've all been watching these guys, over the last 10, 15 years. It's insane.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, and the good thing with alternate break is that you're going to see a lot closer matches.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
I'm not saying he hasn't had shots here, Ko Ping Chung, but he's not had easy openers, or he's coming to the table where he's snookered, or he's safe all the time. You know what I mean? It's hard to get the momentum back.
Here's the thing: as a spectator and someone that's sat down watching the stream, there's a potential here that Ko, he didn't scratch, but he's got no shot.
Yeah.
He has the potential to come back and win the next 5 and win the set.
Definitely. Yeah.
You
What do you do here? Do you just roll onto the 9?
I might play the very negative safety.
Well, I'd roll onto it, but make sure you roll onto it so that the cue ball and the 9-ball are sort of facing the rail.
He was very lucky to make it.
Right.
Even.
So you've got to put the cue ball right on top of the 9-ball here.
I mean, I'm 9-4. Do I go for it? It's the
Well, I
long.
think this is crazy.
Is he going for it?
I think this is a wrong shot.
Whoom.
It's a wrong shot. It's just absolute
Oh,
suicidal shot.
Shake hands, and that's a frustration shot, isn't it?
Makes no sense at all playing that shot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
saw the
Moritz is
right
very
number.
happy. A very happy young man in another semi-final. It's been a pleasure to commentate with you, Del.
Pleasure, mate. Always. I love seeing you travelling around in the US, and hopefully see you down at Atlantic City.
Yep.
I'll come the
Yeah,
weekend.
it's my second home, so it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be spending a lot of time in America again. Probably 50% of my time will be in the States.
Yeah. So, what do we think the next matches are? What's the semi-final looking like?
All right, so next matches should be coming up soon. We're going to be taking a break. We don't have any times yet, but I'm guessing the next hour or so. And updated scores, Shane is tied at 8-8.
Wow.
And let's see, Chang Yu Lung has defeated Raga. So
Chang.
that's one match in the books.
So after going hill with Billy, was it hill with Billy? Oh no, that was different.
It
different
was,
show.
I think Billy did go hill.
Oh, it was just off one off the hill.
No,
it
it
one
was
up?
10-8.
10-8.
10-8? Okay,
Yeah.
one off the hill. Well, yeah, I got the scores right here.
Yeah,
8-10.
and the, what's his face? Chang, he missed a great chance to win 10-7 as well.
He was unseeded,
But-
remember? Unseeded in this event.
Yeah, I mean, that's just unbelievable. But the same with Chang Yu Lung. Chang Yu Lung's not seeded at US Open,
Really?
right? One of the best players in the world, because he's not been active on the international scene.
Wow.
Oh, there's floaters in that US Open. It's like if Wu Chia-Ching was playing
Yeah.
and Chang Yu Lung
He'd be unseeded
Jingling Chang. That's 3 of the best players in the world who you might, let's say, Ruaz could draw in the first round, or any top seeded 64 player. So it's just, well, that's the pool we'll speak about in the commentary, is that you don't always get the best players in the tournaments because
True.
pool is so global. We all think we know who the top 20 players in the world are, but there's probably another 20 players floating around in Malaysia
Yeah.
and Singapore who we don't know about. And
Yeah.
eventually, when the game gets more financially doable and we all can make money
Stable,
from it,
yeah.
like the big sports, then you're going to see 50 unbelievable great players, and the standard is just going to keep rising and rising. And then what will happen is that other players from different sports will start trying their hand, like Chinese pool, snooker, English
they will.
pool. And trust me, there's plenty of good players what will do well at this game if they put the work in.
That's what I mean. They have to switch full time. I got to agree. Can we see Shane's table at all or no? I think there's a couple of people. Maybe we can watch the end of the Shane match.
Yeah, let me try to transition over there. It's going to take me a hot second. We'll
No
get it done in a minute.
And big shout out to the Big Apple Extreme. I mean, obviously, where the guy's talking, but these guys, I think this stream is as good as anything I've ever seen.
Yeah, Mad Apple Extreme, right?
I mean, it's unbelievable. The quality, the setup they got here, And yeah, these guys work for peanuts, so make sure you support them. And they're from Appleton, which makes them even nicer and better. And believe it or not, when it's not cold there, it is a beautiful part of the country.
All right. Oh, here we go. Is this it? This is Tay, right? Or 10?
This, yeah, I gotta take off the scoreboard. But this looks like Shane's table.
Okay.
Yeah, well, are we staying to do this?
I mean, mate, you got time? Are we going to stick
I'm
on?
all right. Have you got time?
Yeah, of course. The bar's not moving.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get some more coffee, but there we go. We can't have everything, can we?
And this match right now is 8-8.
These boys
Just to
get
give you guys a heads up, we're at 8-8. Shane at the table.
Is there any coffee at the back still? Might be able to get another cup for you, mate. Just for Daz, yeah, if there was one. So Shane's actually got himself way back into this match, right? So he was, oh, wow, what a shot. Just as I said that, he was...
And that's all because he was thinking about the cue ball. He had to overspin the cue ball, and he forgot to make the one ball. And I've been guilty of that many times.
So you're at 8-8 currently.
But he's left him tricky here because he can make the one, but getting shape on the two ball is very, very difficult.
I think that's the first positive thing Gerard said. Thanks for the table. Thanks for the free stream, guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Is that mine?
Yes, for you, mate. Yeah.
Tell you what, this stream's awesome.
Time to get you a coffee. Just go ask.
Yeah, and when I went down to their place at the Mad Apple, he never got me one coffee. Unbelievable.
Yeah, 10's got it.
Oh, he's missed it.
This has got to be nerves. This is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that shot there wasn't difficult because he was playing for the bank on the two ball, which was the right shot. And if you look at the bank on the two ball, the cue ball would have naturally come round for the free,
yeah,
as long as you don't get hooked behind the 7.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine Shane might try the same shot here, try and make the one and play for the bank. But can he hold it?
Do you think it goes by the 4? Maybe if he comes long on it.
What can he get there?
Yeah, I'm just. Oh, he's going to play it slow.
Wow, look at this.
Got a touch on him, and he's covered it.
Yep. He
Maybe
play for the bank as well, though. Never easy when you're slow rolling them, Dell, like that
Oh, it isn't.
from distance.
If I was going to bet anyone that could do it, though, it'd be Shane. He loves slow rolling the ball.
All right, we got the score up on the board.
Oh wow, look at that. We've even got a score in. Jeez, you guys are quick.
So he's going to kick at this. This is a short side kick, so it's tricky. You've got to make sure you execute this one. What I mean by that is that the cue ball's close to the rails hitting, so it's harder to judge. So you might play a little draw here.
Think you put pace on it?
Yeah, just a little draw, just like that.
Oh wow,
Nicely
what a shot.
played.
Cue ball's tracking away though. Tracking away. It's gonna fudge.
Yeah, you got to say that's very unfortunate.
Jump cross bank.
Yeah. Never even thought about that, but yeah, these days
have
that's
to.
probably the right shot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, 10,000 hours in.
Yeah, that's living in New York, that.
I'd be thinking about that, you know.
No, he's kicking it just around the back of the 9, between the 4 and the 9. Good hit. Will he get lucky?
I've not really seen this guy play too much.
I've actually played him a couple of times. He's a good player.
What's his
A
home
good,
country?
steady player. And I'm guessing he's probably around the same age as me, mid to late 40s.
Is it another Chinese Taipei?
Yep.
I mean, there's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 players, Chinese Taipei, still in it. Very
Yeah,
strong.
he's been around quite some time, but he's like lived in the shadows of the other guys, let's say. But when he's hitting the ball nicely, he's very good on the high. But when he's not on his game, then he just doesn't look the part, let's say. But when he's playing well, he's a handful.
Yeah, and I think he's showcasing it here. I mean, he's already played and beat a couple of great players.
Oh, he plays great. The only thing I'd probably his weakness is probably his mental side of the game.
Oh, right, okay.
So I guess that's why he's not really kicked on and won anything major. But yes, he's a very, very good player.
Oh, very good. Shane's going to get to the hill first, though, by the looks of it.
And these are the matches you got to escape, Del. If you're going to win tournaments, you're always going to have 1 or 2 matches where you probably should have got beat, could have got beat, and you escape.
8-5 down, he should really get beat, right?
Yeah, especially when you got the other guys got the break as well.
And win a break, yeah.
So yeah, you need a bit of luck, and this is the little bit of luck what Shane's had by his opponent helping him out. Not saying he's been lucky within the game, but you need a bit of help from your opponent.
Yeah, definitely so. And this single elimination format for the last 16, I think I prefer it Not
that
just
shot.
for speed, but I think it adds a little
Oh.
bit more pressure to it too.
Yep. Didn't play the best shot there, but shouldn't be no problem.
Yeah, nicely done.
Puts him on the hill. Oh, no, 9-9?
Is it 9-8?
I've lost
9-9.
it here.
Sorry. We're on the wrong side, mate. There we go.
I'm on the wrong side. Confusing
I,
the pull wheel.
That's our
I
first-
marked it wrong. I just fixed it. Sorry about that.
That's their first error. We'll let them off.
Tang can play. These commentators really don't keep up with Paul. We didn't say he can't play. Obviously, he's a great player. He's just not consistently won tournaments.
And he's
Uh,
not on the scene.
I
over
played
here
the
a lot.
guy. I know how good he plays.
Yeah, I'm just saying I haven't seen him in the US too much.
Yeah. He's obviously a world class player. There's no doubt about that. I ain't gonna be jumping out of this commentary box and telling him, do you want to play for a few thousand right now? That's how good he plays.
I mean, you probably offered Gerard a 7 out, couldn't you? 6 out. I'd probably give him a 6 out based on those comments.
Well, the way Gerard looks like he's a top tier player, so I'm not going to challenge him. And I haven't seen him in person. He might be 7 foot tall and pick me up by his left arm or his left finger.
No, I just there's no reason to get agitated in the chat, guys. This is all
it's
this is all
okay.
being done out
It's
the good spirit of our heart.
Constructive.
Very constructive, exactly. So,
It's very fine details between Shane Van Bonen and let's say Del Sim.
very.
Right. There's different levels, but very, very close levels. It's just you're talking like a ball, or maybe he does this a little bit better, or he's a slightly stronger mentally. That's all it is, and that's the difference between these top tier boys and us just average pool players.
Very true. Very true.
Or good pool players.
Yeah. No, I understand it. I'm only having fun, and that's all we want to do while we're here.
And Neil Strickland should be the main commentator, not these clueless dudes. But you are right. Compared to Will Strickland, we are clueless.
We got no clue. The man's a genius.
Well, I definitely agree with that, James. 100%. I mean, Hill, he's like a dictionary.
This is a hanger, isn't it? Is it a hanger?
They make this, and then we go hill.
This is it.
Draw back about 2 feet. Hanger this shot. Told you.
Oh, you nearly made it. Are you kidding me?
He played a two-way shot.
Very nice. Imagine if he made it though. It's even on the 3.
Well, to play pool for a living, Vinny, I think we all lose our marbles a little. Just some more than others.
Can Shane see this? Can you see it? Can you see an edge of it?
If
You
you
can
can
see the
see
edge.
it, but I don't think you can see it to make it in the side pocket. So he
Yes,
might play a two-way bank here.
Maybe.
Can he miss a 7 though?
I think he cut it in the corner, right?
Oh, really? I think you're right.
Yeah, cut
Missed
it in the corner.
Missed it.
Oh, he's hit the corner.
It's a tough shot.
Yeah, but I think has he got away with it?
But on these pockets, was it a tough shot? Can you believe he's missed it?
I can't actually.
Has he left it? Has he left the edge of the 2-ball?
I think he's got the potting angle, you know. So I think we could be heading for Hill.
Still a bit of work to do, though.
Yeah, everything else is open. 4 to the 5, perhaps.
5's a big shot, I think.
But you've just got to finish on the high side of it, haven't you? Or the low side of it, sorry, as we look.
Got a nice kiss there. The 7's could be a slight blocking natural path.
True. Very true.
So he needs to get good on this pink 4. Don't want to leave too much angle. And he's played that nicely. Because I don't think he can use a second rail here, Del. He's got to play one rail. So this is all about, he looks at
He's got to smooth it,
the
hasn't he?
combination there, but I don't like that.
He's got to smooth it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got to smooth it and get the right speed of the cue ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's 7. If the 7 wasn't there, he might go 2 rails, eh?
Definitely.
Yeah,
Oh, I
7's
don't
big.
like that.
7's big, see?
I didn't like that. I don't understand that.
Upstate Al says that's like a beach ball. 7's like a beach ball in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I don't understand that shot. But he's still got a shot, and the 8-ball should help him if he decides to play with follow and hit it quite softly.
Slow the cue ball, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or do you try and draw and get into the... Well, yeah, he's rolling it. Got to be a little bit careful here, though. The 8, he could get snookered behind the 8.
Yeah, he needs to give it enough of a bump, doesn't he? Needs to bump it in and out of bulk, which he's done.
Played it nice. But
Dead straight.
where's that 7 ball going?
It don't go in the side. It might go in the side, but he's got to be right behind it. He don't want to be on the rail, does he?
That's because he bumped it. He didn't need to bump it. Does it go in the side?
I think it does.
What, from this
Yeah.
this short rail? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
The side pockets are playing big.
I think he's playing rail first, Dale.
He's
Get closer to his work.
He's going to miss it. He's going to
Big
miss it.
pocket.
He's going to miss.
It should be okay. There you go.
Oh, he's paid for the bank.
Did he? He's not on it. Does it cut?
Well, we were about to find out. And we're only commentating from the angle we can see here. So only he knows. I think he has to play it because the bank's not on. Bank's way too short.
Yep, I think he's got to play safe here. So he's going to 2-rail the 7 and get the cue ball behind the 8. And the 7 onto the short rail. Yeah, this doesn't cut. I've played on this table.
Wow.
On this table, but these tables, sorry.
I mean, he's played a pretty decent safe there, actually.
Yep. So Shane, I like how he's played it because he's made sure that he don't leave the bank.
I mean, the bank's on, isn't it?
Don't think so. Even if it is, I don't know.
Watch him absolutely pump this
We'll
one.
see.
I think he's made his decision. Nope. All right, fair one.
Oh,
How
lucky. Lucky. But it's got a bank shot, but what is the 8 ball makeable afterwards?
Wow.
But I think you got to go for the bank now. Just leave yourself a long shot on the 8. You don't want to get too clever and try and draw off 3 rails with this. Just make the bank and then worry about the 8 ball afterwards. No.
Playing at that
Tried
speed.
to be too greedy by trying to get shape on the 8, which makes the bank 3 times more difficult. So that's a big lesson for you guys watching there. Just give yourself a shot on the 8. Back yourself to make that long 8. Cut it in and come round the table.
Yeah, 8 was open, wasn't it?
And Shane comes to the table thinking, thank you very much, Mr. Ling. I'll love you a long time.
Oh, man. He's going to draw this back, and that's the end of the game. The bank was there for sure, but... And Shane, like you said, he escaped. I think he escaped this one, and you need that if you're going to pull off the title.
Yep, and they'll probably win the tournament now.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure, mate.
Yep.
I enjoyed chatting all things Paul.
Yep, even though nobody can understand us, and we're not
So we should
worthy
go.
of the job, but we do apologise. We tried our best as average pool players.
We'll
Hopefully we're back for the next match.
we'll go back to England, play snooker, mate.
Gentlemen, it was awesome. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the semifinals. Stick around, and we'll see you in a few.
Okay, for folks, we're going to shut it down here. Make sure that we don't get cut in the middle of some of these semifinal and final matches. So watch for the feed again. It's going to be coming back up, but we're going to shut it down right now, and we'll be back in a matter of minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the semifinal match between Moritz Newhausen and Shane Van Boning. This is Kendall Cook in the booth, and I'm joined with the very one and only Darren Appleton. How you doing, Darren?
Yeah, thanks for having me. How you doing?
Absolutely. And we got Chris G running the camera work for you. So
Hello, hello.
should be a great match. Excited to see these two go at it. I'll tell you, Moritz plays. I've never watched him play, but I was just watching that last match and pretty flawless.
Yeah, he's on a good run at the moment. Having lost in the final last week at the Racks Open, and a match he should have won. And he's here again in the deep end. He's best friends with Joshua Filler. They basically glued at the hip these days at the tournaments, and obviously what Josh was doing is definitely helping him.
Yeah.
And how he plays the game and his fundamentals and carries himself, I think this kid's here to stay. Sometimes you see a lot of these young guys and you see them 1 or 2 tournaments and you might not see them again, but Moritz is definitely going to have a long career, I think. And you can see that he's doing all the right things. He's hungry, he's young, he's good looking, and he plays the game very, very solid. So he's, like I said, he's only going to get better.
In a time when we're looking for good representatives of the sport.
He's a nice kid as well.
We won the first break and pocketed the one on the side, which is almost a gimme at this point. I think they've all got it figured out. And not as easy to accomplish. He does have shape on the 2, so. Asking for the rack to get removed.
Yeah, he's got a shot on the 2. 2 to the 3 is a key shot here, Kendall. Once he moves the rack. Oh, wow. What a mistake that is. Oh, luckily, it hasn't really affected any part of the table where you're thinking, oh, that might have been, might have been a big thing if there's a ball right next to it.
The shot, right? Are you gonna come around that way?
Yeah, I don't think he's got like a natural angle to just play at one rail, so he's going to have to punch round the back of the 8. So he's got to be careful here if he does that, because it does bring the corner pocket into play. And he's got a bit of a stretch here also, it makes things. I think he can go forward, but he's got to really trust his stroke with this, because I think it's easier to. It looks like he could catch the 7 on the way back up with that angle. No, he come round the back.
Well, see, that 8 might have came into play on that shot.
Definitely, and not only 8. If you hit it too hard, you can scratch in the corner there, but he's actually played it perfect, really. He's just got to slow roll this and trust his stroke. So this is where he's really good. He's good at staying down on the cue, keeping his head still.
Follow through, finish the shot.
Yeah, and any young player, it's very important to keep that head still on those type of shots, on any shot, but especially those type of shots where it's like a little bit of a nervy, slow roll shot. You got to keep still on the shot. You just killed the ball nicely there with a touch of left English.
What do you think of these Rasson tables?
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the new Razon table, and yeah, pretty impressed. I think because they're brand new, the tables are playing a little bit generous, but in a few days they'll get to their normal size, and yeah, they roll really nicely.
Shot right there.
I think they roll nicely, and the rails play nice, and they look really nice. Yeah, I really like the look of them. They're bright, and that helps when you got great lighting. And these lights are by far the best lights in the game.
They make our cameras look amazing.
Yeah,
really consistent.
Well,
lighting.
Ira Lee, he's always like been really against bad table lighting. It really winds him up. So I think that's why he really wanted to do these lights, is because when we do play the game, there's nothing worse playing on bad lighting where you can't see the ball properly. And it definitely helps someone like me, who my eyes are not as good as they used to be. So brighter the better. And it's a bright start for Moritz. Interesting. The old school. You'd have to put Shane in the old school bracket now. He's 1 year away from being inducted to the Hall of Fame, and we all know that once he turns 40,
You think he'll make it? Huh?
I think he might have just turned 40 actually.
Yeah.
I think he's got a good chance of being inducted to the Hall of Fame next year.
Just might. Yeah.
I think it's the one guy where we don't need a vote.
He's already, I think, working on the Fishing Hall of Fame. Right?
Yeah, that might be his next career.
Shoe in.
He spends as much time fishing as he does pool, but he's earned that right, so that's okay. Because you do hear some comments on social media, oh, you need to stop fishing and focus on pool again. I think he's found the right balance in his life at this particular moment.
And he's still such a great representative. I don't care if he fishes 9 out of 10 days. Just give us the one day of what you do.
And he does enough to keep sharp. He finds the right moments now to play pool and peak yourself for the right tournaments. And that's where it does as you're getting older and you've had so much success like him, you've got to really start picking and choosing your moments. Otherwise, you just go crazy if you just pull 24/7, right? Your whole life. Eventually, you're like Moritz is just going to be pulled for the next 10 years, right? That's going to be his life.
He plays that cut break for the 9 more consistently than I think I've seen anybody. He cuts that thing up towards that left corner almost every time.
Yep, and believe it or not, there's a few guys what do the same thing. Like I think Ruiz is the master at the break. Francisco Ruiz, but they're all learning off Francisco Ruiz. He was the first guy to get the cue ball to arc back into the stack, consistently going towards that 9-ball spot, and I just find it amazing. I mean, I can't explain to the amateur pool players out there how difficult that is. Right. But these guys just do it consistently. Because sometimes it's easy to hit the break too thin or hit it too fat and lose a cue ball to the top of the table, but these guys straight into that stack all the time.
Well, and speed appears to be extremely important also in that shot. So you got the combination of those two things, which, just amazes me that they can be that consistent at that particular thing.
And looks like we might have a quick rack here. Do you think he'll play the 6-9? Well, if it doesn't pass the 9, obviously. Oh, he's played for... okay, confidence is high, so he's played for the 6 in the same pocket, which is fine. But a lot of players, I think, would have played for the 6-9, though.
Yeah, it's pretty this way. I think.
Yeah. And someone says, who beats Raga? Well, any of the 4 guys... There's 4 players left?
Yeah,
so any of these 4 guys can win the tournament. It's just all on the day. And who plays well and gets a few rolls here and there. Well, Raga's been beat then. So, yeah, someone says, who beat Raga? I do apologise. Yeah, Mario, I just feel like I haven't even seen Mario since I've been here, and he's in the semi-finals. So he's gone quietly about his business, as he usually does, very quiet guy. But a killer on the table. And Chang Yu Lung, one of my favourite players to watch.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch him.
And he's an old-time player. He's got to be close to 50 now.
Well, you know how busy I am. I wish I had more time to watch all these guys play.
So a nice start for Moritz here, just what he needs. Got a big crowd here playing against Shane Van Bonen in America. So this is a big match for Moritz. Probably one of the biggest matches of his life in his young, short career so far.
Yeah, just hold it together. Right? I mean,
well, he should be excited. I think excitement is what I think about when you're playing someone like Shane Van Bonen, especially in America, with a nice crowd. I think you should look forward to it, and you should be excited just to test yourself against one of the greats of the game.
Yeah,
and that's what it's about. This is what will make Moritz a top player going forward. Is that relishing these opportunities?
So far, he's handled it perfect.
Yeah, he's got a good demeanour, good attitude, on and off the table. And he's quite a funny guy. I don't know if you've seen him doing impressions of other players.
No.
He's pretty good at that. So he's not shy. Like, so I got that break again. Got kissed this time. Doesn't mean it was a bad break. He just got kissed.
Well, like that line?
Yeah.
I doubt if he's playing it.
If I was 10 years, if I was like 20 years ago, I might play the 2-9 combo here. but I would imagine he's not going to play that shot.
Well, of course, that's the way it's going to go, isn't it?
So, yeah, I would imagine he's going to play safe behind the 6 ball here, Kendall. Cue ball off the side rail, try and float in behind the 6. No, he's gone for it. Wow.
Oh,
He made it,
and the
but
scratch.
unfortunately, he scratched as well.
It's quite aggressive. I actually did not expect him to play it either.
Well, I think what he's done there is that he's trying to get the cue ball back up table and play it as sort of a two-way shot, which I'm not too sure about. I think if he's going to go for the combo, he should have maybe draw the ball behind the 8, off the side rail behind the 8 that way.
Yeah.
Unless you're 100% sure the cue ball wasn't going to go near the side pocket, the corner pocket. So that was a big misjudgment of error there. But Shane will be happy. Get right back into this game. Yeah, someone says Gorse not doing too hot lately. Yeah, I think with most amateurs and people watching is that the problem you've got in pool is that there's 50, 60 players who all can beat each other, maybe even more, in a one-off match. So, and how the game is, there's quite a lot of luck. You need rolls. You need shots after the break. You're never going to be dominant force in pool. You might have your spells like Ruiz. Francisco Ruiz went on a crazy run last year. But to repeat that again, I mean, you need a hell of a lot of luck for that to happen. And sometimes you lose playing great. Sometimes you win not playing great. And that's the way the game's always going to be.
It's actually when I teach my juniors, that's one of the lessons that I teach them first off is you might play some of your best pool and lose. And it just doesn't matter all that. You just got to play.
Yep. Yep. You're going to have... the game will frustrate you to death.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you win when you think, how have I won that match or have I won that tournament? And then sometimes you lose playing great. Like, for example, Levan Corteza today probably showed up today full of energy, ready to play, and he doesn't get to shoot. He loses 10-0 and sits in his chair for 9 out of the 10 racks. I mean, that's just brutal. Yeah. And that's the brutality of the sport.
Well, including a 7-pack from Shane. Yeah. So, guys, I apologize. We had a little technical difficulty. So if you notice, we don't have our upper camera right now. But we will fix that before the finals. Still got plenty of great views, though.
Oh. Yeah, we've got 2 great matches there as well. Shane, let's see how Shane... I haven't seen him play this week, so let's see. He's one of the guys what breaks the balls really hard, even with his cut break. Where you've seen Moritz there and a lot of other guys, they played that control break where it's like a delayed draw into this back into the stack, where Shane, he hits them really hard. So contrasting styles here when it comes to breaking.
Where is he trying to get his cue ball?
He just gets his cue ball on that middle diamond directly across from the 1 ball.
Okay.
And back into the stack. And him and Kachi are the best 2 at breaking these balls as hard as they can, let's say, and getting that cue ball back into the stack. Clenty Kachi, who was actually back in Albania, was in a horrific accident about 2 months ago, a car accident, so he is out of action. We wish you a speedy recovery to Kachi, and hopefully gets back playing soon. But watch this break. Look at that, that's just unbelievable. To hit the balls that hard, get the cue balls come off that spot consistently is just incredible. And he got unlucky with a cue ball kiss, and he's no shot on the 2. So that's where you need luck in the game also. So even though I do like the new break rule because you're seeing more play, you're still quite a lucky break whether you get a shot or not. Where the old school where you play 1 ball on the spot and hit them full, it was easy to control where the balls were going, easier to control where the balls were going. You're still not 100% sure where they're going to land, but you had a rough idea.
Right.
If the cue ball don't get kissed, obviously you can put it exactly where you want it, and sometimes, depending on the table, you could control where the 1 ball went. Well, Shane was the master at that. At 10 ball, even more so. Yeah, I mean, you watch Shane's 10 ball break, it's just incredible how he got that one ball over the top pocket over and over again. Yeah, you're playing a race to Shane, 110 ball.
Might have left the
And you
edge.
got to have your life on it. I'd never bet against Shane Van Bonin. With his break, obviously he plays amazing also, but his break was unbelievable.
I don't know if it was the longest run of the tournament or just on the stream, but that run of 7 he had was.
He had 7 break and runs. That's incredible. With this new break rule, I mean, that's like equivalent to breaking probably 15 at 10 ball. I think mine's free, my most, which is embarrassing, really, isn't it? But that's just because it's so hard to see the open ball after the break consistently.
That's the truth. We were talking about it. It's like everybody keeps making the one, but that second shot has been the key. Nobody's really gotten lucky enough to get it often. But he had it rolling for sure.
So you probably thin the 2 ball here, come around the back of the free. Right, just like that. Probably hit it a bit fatter than he would have liked there,
Yeah, he
Kendall,
left it.
and that's why he's sold out. Bad mistake there from Shane. It wasn't a bad shot, he just badly executed. He hit the ball too thick, which is easy to do. I wonder if Shane feels a bit of pressure in this match because he's playing like up-and-coming young players. You know, when I was like at my peak, let's say, then you got to play someone like Joshua who's just come on the scene, or a Fedor Goss, or Jason Shaw, for example. You just felt that little bit more pressure for some reason. You think, well, these guys are chasing me down, let's say.
Yeah.
It's a different type of pressure, and I think it could be a case of that here. It's like the new guard's on the way. Shane's still obviously one of the best, but he knows eventually you got to pass the torch. It's just human nature, right? It's going to happen. It might be another 10 years before Shane hangs up his cue, or 10 years, but eventually time catches up with us all. And these new guys, they're hungry. They're on the table non-stop.
Right. I mean, when you're Shane, who are you pursuing? There's nobody to pursue.
And not only that, Kendall, is that these guys want to play Shane Van Bonin because they want to test themselves against the best. And Shane's one of the greatest players of all time. So they get this kid should be excited to play Shane Van Bonin, and I think you can see that he's not scared. He wants to impress Shane, right? He wants to impress him.
Absolutely.
He wants Shane to shake his hand at the end of the match, say, "Oh, that's really impressive. Well played." That's what you want.
Well, that's what we want our sport to be.
Yeah.
And I don't see him saying anything but, because so far he's looked perfect. I like his pace a lot.
Yeah, he does everything. He does everything at a good pace, I think. He's just... Yeah, we might be saying in 5 years' time, we might be sitting here saying he's a complete pool player. We just don't know yet. But he's definitely got the structure to do that, and the fundamentals, that's for sure. So I don't think there's a shot on the table what he can't play. So that's the impressive thing for me, is that, Moritz, he's got every shot in his locker. He breaks great. He actually breaks better than Joshua Filler. If there was one slight weakness with Joshua, it'd be his break. I'm not saying he breaks bad, but compared to, let's say, the top 8 breakers in the game, it'd probably be his one weakness. Yeah, this is no surprise. The people who you're watching out there saying Chang Yu Lung, who is he? Which a lot of you will be thinking that. He's been around a long time. He might not necessarily spend so much time in America or had success in America, but in Asia, he's been one of the top players in Asia for the last 20 years.
Mario, he down 4-0 right now. So.
Yep, and Mario is one of those guys where he's always thereabouts, but he's yet to take that big jump and win that big major title for whatever reason. But he's a super consistent guy.
Super nice guy too.
It's absolutely amazing that he hasn't played in the Mosconi Cup yet. But I think Mario, we might see him in the Mosconi Cup this year. I'm hoping so for him, because Mario was a great player. Another good break. It's just consistently hits the break the same every time. He's got a shot here. Will he come underneath the free, or will he try and kill it with a touch of left and try and hold it roughly where the 2-ball is?
Looks like he was going to go forward there, possibly.
Yeah,
pointed
you don't
over
want to
kind of
punch
by
this,
the
does
eight.
he? Yeah, he might go forward here just to be a touch of right. Just like that. Played it nicely.
Should
Yeah.
clear the 7 to get over there for the 4, I would think, huh? Looks like he should be good.
So yeah, I think the start of these matches are so important, and yeah, it's always hard when you're playing catch up. So getting off to a good start in these matches is really key.
Just so happy to see winter break come back.
Oh yeah, I know you're a big fan of winter break. I'm the other way. I like alternate break. Maybe because my break's not as good as these guys.
Just for 9-ball.
Yeah.
Other games, I think it's fine, but 9-ball, I just want to see them string racks. Otherwise, I feel like you're watching tennis.
Yeah, and the good thing with Moritz as well is that his cue ball control is really good for someone so young. He's very rarely out of line. So if you're making the game easy like he is,
Yeah.
and he's going to be a super consistent player. Where you see a lot of players where they kind of lose the cue ball a lot, but they're great shot makers. But you can't keep making those balls, recovery after recovery. Where Moritz, he's got total control of his game and his cue ball, and that makes him a dangerous man. Even when you're not playing well, you can still play great. You understand? Yeah, he'll be a super consistent player just because he's got a great cue ball. A bit like back in the old days, Buddy Hall and people like Dennis Orcolo, Alex Pagaline, great cue ball players.
So, long time ago, Sharks Club, which is in my hometown, had a tournament. It was a pro event, and Dennis was there. And I don't follow names, you know what I mean? At the time, he was playing probably the best. I asked him what his name was at the beginning of the match to shake his hand. And kind of looked at me like I was under a rock, you know, like Dennis Okola. I almost had him too.
Yeah.
I thought I did.
I think you've had a lot of people. Kendall here is a monster player, been around a long time.
Right.
Would you say, is bar table your strongest game?
What's that?
Bar table your strongest game?
Bar table for sure, yeah. I
Is
never
that because you
much
played
this-
the majority of your pool on the bar table?
Yeah, that's where I learned.
Yeah.
But I like it. Fast, fun.
So 8-ball's your strongest game, right? 8-ball bar table?
It's not supposed to be because I never played 8-ball,
Oh,
but
okay.
that's what I do well at state
Right.
tournament. I always think I do.
Yeah, from
well in the
Wisconsin,
rotation.
they seem to be good at 8-ball bar table. I think all bar table, but yeah, I spent a lot of time there. It's nice.
So perfectly hit safe.
Yeah.
Snugged them up tight.
And that's the key. You get them tight behind the balls, it cuts off a lot of avenues when it comes to kicking and especially jumping.
Must have left him a little room, but
He's playing this quite quick as well. Has he got away with that or not? No.
not getting any breaks. I mean,
Yeah, I was a bit surprised he didn't hit that harder though. Or maybe try and get some distance between the balls. I feel like he played a nothing shot, to be honest. And Shane can do that every now and again. He just like doesn't put a lot of effort into some shots, and I think, oh, he probably could have done a little bit more with that.
I think he almost lulls people. That was the first match I saw him, you know. Let somebody overconfidence out of it. I don't know.
Right, the future of Billy's Moritz, Fida and Raga. Well, let's make no mistake, Joshua Filler's going nowhere. He's only 25 years old. He's not even hit his prime yet. So, but yeah, there's a group of players now.
Filler's only 25.
Yeah, he's going to be around for a long time. He's only going to get better, which is scary. Because for me, he's probably the best player, rotation player I've ever seen. But
think
everyone's
he's-
entitled to their opinion.
Ranked number 1 right now. Right?
is up there. I don't know who's number 1. It might be Ruiz, but Phil is just consistently always up there. There's no doubt about that. But I believe on the Matchroom rankings, I think Francisco Ruiz is the number 1. He's been the most dominant player, let's say, the last 12, 18 months. But Phil might be number 1 on WPA rankings, right? I'm pretty sure he's number 1 on the WPA rankings. But so it's all, there's a few politics in the game right now, so we're not too sure what the rankings are. Yeah, I'm not a big advocate of rankings. It's just I have my own rankings.
Yeah.
I think we all have our own top 10 rankings in our head.
Well, you play against all these guys and see how deadly they can be. Almost as deadly as you always have.
Yeah, there isn't too much what can go wrong with Maritz's stroke and his fundamentals. And I like how he just steps into every shot consistently all the time.
Yeah, that absolute consistency looks the same.
Yep. Because the biggest mistake most amateurs do, especially league players and below, is that they walk round to play their next shot and they get down to the shot before they look at the shot. Where you see all these pros, they always look at the shot before you get down to the shot, and that is key. You've got to find your line before you get down to the shot.
Step in, bring your cue into it.
Yeah, otherwise it's like golf. You just put the ball down, step back, and whack the ball. I mean, it's going to be very hard to put that ball put it in the direction you want it to go in. And pulls exactly the same. Always look at your shot before you get down to your shot. And if you watch the pros, they all do that. And if you get a consistent base doing that all the time, then your game's going to be more consistent. Yeah, big shout out to you guys, the Mad Apple Extreme. Looks like you're going to burst onto the scene, and we're going to see a lot more of Mad Apple Extreme streaming more big tournaments like this around the country, and maybe internationally in the future.
Thanks, Darren. It's been a lot of fun for me personally. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was very happy when I saw you guys arrive. I didn't know until I got here. I haven't seen you guys for a couple of years. And during that time, I've died and come back. So I'm happy to be here and see you guys again.
Well, hopefully you felt all the love. We had a lot of people from Mad Apple chiming in when you were healing. So I know everybody from the room still talks about your visit, and how much they enjoyed it. So.
Overwhelming, really, the people that reached out. Well, yeah, I loved it down in Appleton, which is quite ironic that my last name is Appleton. I knew about the place. I'm thinking, one day I have to go there.
Yeah.
And I did it. Was it a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I think 2 years now.
Yeah, it's amazing how time flies.
Right. We're talking Jason into coming to visit us.
Yeah, he said that'd be fun. And you had Rodney there, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Rodney fixed my golf
Rodney.
swing, actually.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, Rodney must have massively improved his golf, then.
As well, I always say you don't have to know how to play to teach. You know, sometimes you can teach.
Yeah.
Good players aren't always good teachers, and good teachers aren't always good players.
Definitely. Same with Paul. So here you go again. He's on the 6 ball here. He just got there. I thought it was a little bit short there. Because initially I thought he was going to play for the 6 in the side because he didn't have much angle, but he's okay.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just still a case of you didn't quite decide. 3/4 of the way there you were. Because he could have played it either way, but it came out perfect. I mean, these guys at this point got this table down. Speed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not going to see too many cue ball errors, I don't think. It's more just execution now at this stage of the tournament. They know the speed of the table, which shots you can play and which shots you can't play. And again, he's running away with this match like he did the last one, against great players as well. I mean, there's just no fear in this kid. It's amazing what confidence does, though, innit? I think since he got to the final of the World Cup of Pool with Joshua Filler, his game's gone to a different level.
Yeah, you always got to believe, you know, and once you start to believe if you got the talent,
it's just all mental.
Go anywhere.
Just shows you how much the game is mental, though. Yeah. You just get that one big result, it can change your whole career.
Everybody thinks the mechanics are super important, but it's not the hardest part of the game to master by any means. Otherwise, we'd have a whole lot of incredible players, which we do, but even more, you know.
And Chang Yu-Lung, 4-2 up against Mario. So Mario's on his way back there. He's down 4-0. Same with this match. You don't write Shane Van Bonen off. He's only got to get that break back in his court, and anything can happen.
All I got to think about is the 7 I watched him run before. So if he strings that together,
Yeah,
he's in the lead.
Trust me, I've played Shane so many times over the years, and even though I was leading quite a big lead against him, I always thought, this is not over.
Right.
Even at, like, you're on the hill, like 9-2, race to 10, I always thought to myself, make sure you kill him off.
Right. Yeah, right.
He's like the one guy where you don't want him back at the table. And Moritz, he'll be thinking the same. He knows he's still got a lot of work to do here. Is there a kitchen rule? You just got to break inside the box, if you mean for the break. You see the lines there? So the cue ball's got to be placed inside that box in the middle of the table.
Yeah, and we were explaining that as a line off the first diamond outside of the pocket drawn to the center of the spot, and then that intersecting line on the kitchen.
So getting to the 4 here is tricky. He could just stop the cue ball dead and get a shot on the 4, but then he's got the problem getting on the 5, so he needs to go back down table, I think.
At least where he is, and maybe just a little bit higher. Right?
Yeah, so I'm guessing he's going to try and come in between the 5 and the 7.
All right, so follow this forward 2 rails. Is that what?
Power it 2 rails. Just try and get the cue ball towards a 7 is probably his thinking here. But it depends on the angle on the free ball. There you go.
Just saw the acceleration there.
And what about if you play
How
that?
do you hit that up?
Oh, my God. Probably one of the best positional shots of the whole tournament right there. I mean,
yeah, that was terrific.
I mean, it wasn't that difficult to get the cue ball down there, but to play with so much control and not kiss everything, just the pure stroke on the cue ball is what did it for me. He didn't try and over-hit the ball. He put the right amount of spin on it, and he just got the perfect speed. Beautiful.
I'd say that would be a key shot here in this rack. Got a lot easier from there. This isn't give me here either.
Yeah. Would have liked a little bit more angle here for it to be a natural follow between the 7 and 9. Come to the side rail. He's about to come round the back of the 7 here. Just like that. Just missed the 7. But he's left his work a little bit more difficult now just because of that little careless positional shot. Now he's got to play a big draw shot here. And got to be careful you don't underdraw it or overdraw the cue ball and scratch in the corner. So this is speed control. And again, he's played that beautiful. I mean, this is a guy full of confidence. To play that to the short rail like that, yeah, that's a guy full of confidence and in total control of his stroke and his mind.
Oh. Yeah, you made this still interesting. Back to the side. Is that what you're playing here?
I think he's looking at cutting it back. Can he play it with inside English and miss the corner? Kill the cue ball? Yep. Wow, he's overcut it. Oh, he got careless there. Got careless. Will it cost him?
Wow, that's a shame after that beautiful stroke shot to get up there.
Yeah, definitely. And just that one shot could just change the whole complexion of this match. Because, believe me, this is not over. Shane couldn't easily get back into the game here. Moritz might not get out of his chair again until it's like 6-5, 6-6.
Yeah. Shane might have actually had the thought that he might not get back with a good shot if he would have got out there. But this is that stroke shot that...
Yeah, this was beautiful. Yeah, this is a shot on the match so far.
Just watch the acceleration after, right there.
Yep.
Just to straighten it out enough to get that line and kind of hit the speed better.
Yeah, and then he plays a bad position.
Yeah.
Usually the case. And sometimes that happens. You play a great shot like that, you just switch off for that little split second, just get a little careless, but you're thinking, well, it don't matter. The balls are laying nicely. And once you start chasing that cue ball, it's never easy.
So a lot of people wonder, what is the purpose of racking the 9 on the spot?
Well, just so that the wing ball's not guaranteed on the break. So if you look at the rack right now, from where Shane's breaking from, which would be the 7 ball, the brown 7, where with a 9 on the spot, you'll see the 7 ball doesn't go in the corner pocket. So let's see, you see? Where if the 1 ball was on the spot, that 7 ball's wired every time. So you sort of, with a 1 ball on the spot, you're guaranteed a ball on the break. And you obviously can hit them full and control the rack so much easier. Where compared to the 9 on the spot, you've got to cut the break to try and make, because now the 1 ball is now the wing ball, but you're just trying to make the 1 ball in the side pocket. And obviously, even if you do make the 1 ball, you've no idea where the other balls are going, because you don't know where the next lowest ball is going to land. Usually it's a 2 ball or the 3, but the 1 ball stayed on the table, and this is why Shane's pushing out. Where if Shane would have made the 1 ball on the break there, he would have had a shot on the 2 and would have played a 3-9 combo. It'd be 6-3. And we'd be getting on with the next rack. So just having that 9 ball on the spot, it makes the game a little bit tougher, and you're going to see more random layouts compared to 1 ball on the spot.
Where do you go here? Try and kick behind it? No, he gave it back.
Yeah, you can see the 1. So he might cross it over to the pink 4 and get the cue ball off 2 rails, maybe behind the 3 and the 9, in between the 3 and the 9. He's played outside, that's okay also. But you don't want to leave that gap. And he has ish. No, he's got away with it.
Jump cue, short cue coming.
Yeah. And again,
maybe he doesn't need it, huh?
You can see a little bit of it, I think, but not enough to make it. But these guys are so good with this jump cue. You probably have to say it's not a severe cut, so I'd probably say he's got 50% chance of making this. But he's also a good chance of bringing the cue ball back down table towards the 2 and 8. No, is it that way till full? But got very, very lucky.
Oh, how lucky.
Look at this. Wow. And not only that, the 3-9's laid up perfect, I think. Or has it? No.
I don't know.
Because I thought if he
Push
hit
in.
the top side of the 3, it would have reversed the 9, which I don't think it's quite there. So Shane would be relieved, I think, that he can't play the 3-9 combo.
I don't know. That might push in, man. No. Okay, safe.
If it had been frozen, I think yes, but the 3-9 wasn't frozen. But it's
Now
played a
it
great
goes.
shot. Wow. How was that? Very well controlled.
Kind of brought this up earlier. I thought it's interesting that the generation now, some of them will never know what it is to play on bad equipment. You know, I mean, I think like your age, my age, I mean, we all played on just about everything.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
You see it all.
Equipment's so good now. That's why these guys are so consistent now.
Yep.
Well, that's going to hurt.
Well, it was a good hit, but he needs to put a I'm guessing it's a 3-9 combo now because he did move those balls a little bit when he played the safe. And this is laying nicely where he can just draw out for the 2. A little awkward cueing. Whenever you're frozen to the rail with a cue ball and the opposite ball's just off the rail, it's a little bit awkward to get your hand in a comfortable position, but you should be okay. And struck it beautiful. And this was a big rack, even though a lot of you will be thinking it's 6-2 and he's got a comfortable lead, but Shane could have easily made it 6-3 there if he'll have made that 1 ball on the break, and all of a sudden 6-3, you're breaking. So that mistake what Moritz made in the last rack hasn't cost him.
Puts it down for number 7. It's not good, though. I heard the other commentators across the room. I heard my name.
Oh, you heard your name?
Yeah, I don't know. Makes me uncomfortable, actually, a little bit.
Pretty sure it was a compliment.
Oh.
Yeah, it's always a compliment, right?
Not always.
Can't imagine
Be
anyone speaking
surprised
bad
how-
about you.
You know how hard it is to keep people happy. If you got lovers and haters, you're doing it right.
I'm not too sure what the prize from breakdown is. I know it's 15,000 to the winner, 8,000 for second. I'm guessing around 4,000 for this semi-final round. So it's quite a big jump in prize money here as well, and especially for Moritz, because I think he's making a late charge for the Mosconi Cup here. let's not rule him out of the Mosconi Cup. He's on a bit of a charge here. So if he picks up $15,000 in this tournament from the 10,000 he picked up last week, he must be right in the mix for the Mosconi Cup rankings. And if he has a good US Open, he's got a realistic opportunity to qualify for the Mosconi Cup, and that'd be something else.
So I told Jason after I got here, got to know him a little bit, and talked to him a while. I said, getting to know you like this is going to make it really hard for me to hate you during Mosconi.
Yeah, I used to have that when I lived in America, and a lot of my friends in America sort of get annoyed with me because I played for Europe. I says, I do apologise, that's where I'm from.
Right.
I mean, if I could turn back the clock and I never played for Europe, then I would have considered playing for America. But once you've played for your continent, whatever you want to call it, then that's it, you're done.
Yeah, you're
so people keep saying, why doesn't Fedor play for America? He's already played for Europe. It's not even possible for him to play for America. It's never going to happen. Where if he hadn't played for Europe,
it's
still like a 5-year wait.
Thing?
Yeah, there's still a rule where you have to wait 5 years. You've got to be a resident for 5 years or something before you can apply for citizenship.
I mean, we'd take him in 5 years. We'd be okay.
But unfortunately for you guys, he has played for Europe in the Mosconi, so that's not even possible anymore. Right, so Shane, 7-2, back at the table. But he needs to play a hell of a shot here, Kendall, to get to the 4. How would you play this?
Tough look. I think you can. Can you get it over to the side rail first here?
Not sure. It's not easy when you're elevating down because that 9 ball's a bit of a... Can he go forward off 3 rails and come towards the 8? Come round the back of the 8?
Yeah, past the 5, right?
Wow,
yeah, right there.
Shot.
That's the one I didn't know if you could get to that rail.
Look at this here. That's very unfortunate. Even if he can see some of it, how do you get on the 5? Yeah, that's quite unfortunate right there.
Got to be careful coming out. Is he going to hit the back of the 9, or do you think he's...
Well, I don't think he can see enough of the 4 to make it direct, so he's got to play rail first and just give himself a shot, I guess, just like this. That's the best he could do. And the problem now, it's not making the 5 ball. How do you get on the 6? Because unless he's kissing the 6 after making the 5, which I don't think he is, unless he jacks up.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. I think just make the ball right and then play safe.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Cross bank it as a 2-way shot. That's nice also. I think I would have played the same shot there.
It's hard. It's so much easier when you're down there to get that feel.
Definitely. Well, even if he makes a 5, and the 5 wasn't a gimme, so he's thinking, well, the percentage was to play it safe. Because if you miss the 5, you're selling out, which was very missable from that distance. Where just playing the safe, stay in the game, and hopefully get a better shot after this one. So he's come underneath the 5, slightly hit it thin, and that's why he's left. He's got lucky there. Yeah, he's got fortunate there. He's got fortunate there because he wanted to hit that more underneath the 5 and get the 5 down towards the 7-9. But when you're playing well and you're young, you get those little rolls a little bit more, I think. Shane's going to play a hit and hope here. And if there's one thing I'd say about Shane, which is it's not really a massive criticism, but if there's one little weakness is that he has a tendency to do that, where he just plays a hit and hope shot. Where I don't like that, me personally. I think there's a controlled kick there. If you hit it right, you have a chance of getting a lot of good things happening. But sometimes when he's down in matches like this, he can have that tendency just to throw his arm at something, hoping to get lucky.
Yeah.
So if there was one little criticism about his game, it would be that, which is very small because obviously he does so many things great.
Yeah, it just goes to say, though, I mean, everybody has things they can work on, otherwise there's no point to playing.
Well, definitely. I mean, I have definitely more weaknesses than Shane, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think, honestly, the longer I play, the more I realize that it's a matter of playing within your ability. And if you do something well, lean on it.
Yep, definitely. But when you do that, I think it gives your opponent strength. Thinking, he's probably sort of, he just played like a give-up stroke, you know what I mean? I call it a give-up stroke.
Yeah.
Throwing the towel in stroke sort of thing. And it's like the changing of the guard, isn't it? the new brigades on their way, and they're everywhere. It's unbelievable. They're just getting younger and younger and stronger and hungry, and they want your title. That's what it comes down to. They want what you've got, and eventually you can't stop it.
Right.
You can hold them off for so long, but eventually they're just going to get you. And like you said, Kendall, it's great for the game, isn't it? It just makes everything evolves and times change.
Well, and all of the greats, everybody that is now, they're not going anywhere.
Mm.
You know, I think we actually have a structure to the sport that we actually can,
Big time.
just small stuff like the stuff we have, our Billiards Hall of Fame in Wisconsin,
Yeah.
stuff preserving all our players like Willie Munson,
Mm.
you know. Do you know Willie?
I know of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I've met him a couple of times. Nice guy, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, just complete ambassador of the game. I mean, played during a time where, the black and white pool halls were separate, and he had such a character that he could go in, he got away with it, and he was just one of the greats, not only in Wisconsin, but I think just in pool.
Oh, the game's definitely in good hands. As always, Shane will choke in the semis. Well, I wish I'd choked as much as Shane Van Bonen in the semi-finals, because he must have been to, 500, 1,000 semi-finals in his career?
Yeah, I mean,
is there
a stat of that? Most...
Well, I'll just put that comment there. It says, as always, Shane will choke in the semis.
Oh, my.
I'm just saying, I wish I choked as much as Shane in the semis, because he's probably been to about 1,000 semi-finals in his career. And
sometimes,
even though it pains me to say it a little bit, he's probably the most successful player in the last 15 years. That's for sure. He's won the most titles in the last 15 years. So he's not done bad to say he's choked.
To have the opportunity to choke in as many as
Yeah, exactly.
he's choked, and I guess.
Yeah, like me, I've probably been to like 30, 40 semi-finals, major semi-finals. Shane's probably been to like 150 major semi-finals, at least. So that's the difference. So he probably has lost in more semi-finals than anyone else, because he's been there.
Yeah,
like you say.
right. Well,
I don't think he's choked this match, has he? He's made one or two mistakes, but I haven't seen him miss anything or miss a ball where you just flat out dogged it. His opponents played great, and sometimes you just got to hold your hand up and say the best man's won.
Well, I mean,
on the day
he would have ran all 10 racks, but
they could
choke that one.
exactly.
shot.
But they could flick the coin for the next set, and it could be the reverse very easily. So Shane will still have a lot of success in the game, and he'll still win big titles. But he's got more competition. That's probably the best way of putting it now. He's got more competition than what he's ever had.
Well, and again, good for the game. I think, it's at such a great time because we're able to bring more and more pool to the public, with all the streaming that is going on in our sport. Just terrific. I think all that helps.
Yep, and Shane will recognise it. Shane's a pretty humble guy, a good loser, let's say, even though I know he hates losing. Trust me, he's a bad loser as well, but he takes it in the right way. But yeah, the great players, they absolutely hate losing, no matter what. But he'll take it on the chin and congratulate his opponent if he does lose this match. This is far from over. Like I said before, I've played Shane so many times, I just know that it's not over until you make that final ball. And especially with this format, this winner break format, because he's the best breaker of all time in the game.
Yeah, most consistent.
Mm. Yep, we're back at the table. So you don't want to get straight on the pink 4 here. The thing in his favour here is that the pink 4 is not frozen to the rail, so he can play rail first here with a cue ball if he likes and try and go forward, but the 7 ball makes things a little bit tricky, so he might avoid that and try and draw out to where he is now with a lot of left. Reverse it off the side rail, just like that. Played it perfect speed. Left a nice angle as well, so he can play. I think he can play for the 6.
Short side of the 6.
Yeah,
to the
short
top.
side of 6 to the top. Because you don't want to be playing the 6-8 combination unless he really needs to. Oh, he has played it. And
So 6-8 combo coming.
yeah, a little bit surprised, but he's played it as good as he can play it. And yeah, he's right behind it, so he should be no problem here. Ooh. He knew there was a chance of that happening, so he wasn't too
Made 'em
worried.
both, yeah.
He's got the 7 in the corner, or the side, but I think he will take the corner. Right, so is this the start of the comeback?
Well, that's one anyway, so gets him to 3 games.
Yeah, and the thing will Shane will be, he will still have a lot of hope while his opponent is not on the hill. Just gives you that little bit of breathing space, thinking that it might not necessarily be my final shot if he does make a mistake, but while your opponent's not on the hill, you know you've got a realistic chance of still winning the match. And we win a break with Shane Van Bonen breaking. Anything is possible.
Well, we all witnessed it. It was on the stream that he did run those, so don't even have to go that far for reference.
Let's see that big power break again. Ooh. Like someone like myself, I'd be quite happy with that break. I know that he's not happy with that break, even though he think he's got a shot, or if he hasn't. But even if he had a shot on the 2, he wouldn't be happy how the cue ball went there, right? Because it went above the side pocket. But I mean, that's the standards, really. Can he see enough of the 2? He was waving his arms around like he couldn't, but I think he's okay. I think he's okay, and he is. Didn't want to kiss that 6, though. And the problem you've got here is that he can't cut the 6. I don't think he can cut the free ball in. Oh, maybe he can, yes. I do apologize.
Yeah, probably. And then two rails back and forth, maybe, yeah.
So he's going to have to leave a slightly tougher pink 4. Ooh, he's played that really cute. And he's actually played that to perfection. I mean, that is such a great shot. Much better than where it looked.
Yeah, I got down to the bottom side of the 4.
Right, so he looks like Shane's got that spring in his step again. So he's become a dangerous man again. So that's why the previous 2 racks ago, when he just like threw his arm at that kick shot, but he does that a lot and then he wakes up again.
Yeah, it's like maybe trying to just change the norm.
Yep.
You know, it's hard to say. If you don't like what's going on, do something extreme to change it. Right?
Mm. So 8-4. Yeah, now Shane's got the momentum. So he knows while he's win a break, he's a dangerous man.
Okay, let's see if he can keep this break going. Three rails back and forth. He got that cue ball moving sideways. Almost three, but
He'll be happy with the result, I think. He's asking the referee to remove the rack. Sometimes the players move it themselves, but Shane don't want to move that 9-ball at all, and then there'd be some controversy. So if you're unsure, best to ask the referee if you've got a referee available. That's right. So he needs to put a good stroke on this 2-ball. It's got to make it in the side pocket and punch draw back off the side rail. He's asking the referee to stay still, I think. Someone in his eye line there to his right. Yeah, that was a problem there. What I was worried about is drawing the cue ball a little bit too much. Because that 5-ball made it a little bit awkward just to punch it into the side pocket and come back out. Because the natural path was the 5-ball. But you might go for the bank here, or the cut, or the safety.
down to the middle end of the rail there. So it's a shot.
Yeah, I found it. Safe. I would have found it hard to see him playing safe just because he wants to keep the momentum, and he's played it great. He played a little bit of a two-way shot, but knowing that the cue ball was still going to get shape on the 4, so he sacrificed a slightly more difficult 4-ball, but he knows he should make this. Is he playing it in the bottom right or the bottom left?
Looks like he's back on that. Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess when he rolled up on it, I assumed he was going to play the other pocket.
Yeah. Like a lot of players would take this in the side, but Shane takes it in the corner, which is the right shot to do. But a lot of amateurs there would have played it in the side because it's more unmissable.
Yeah, more controllable for the cue ball the way that Shane plays it.
Yeah.
Or the way you're supposed to play it.
Right, so game on again here. So Moritz will be hoping that he gets back to the table in this match, which is not guaranteed.
Tightening up, isn't it? Are you playing the US Open?
Yep, US Open. I actually played Tuesday, so I'm happy about that I don't play on the day one. I can take a look, see what's happening, see how the tables are playing, get a feel for the venue. There's nothing worse, especially for the defending champion, when you're the first match up in the whole tournament and you're thinking, oh, don't lose this match. Everyone's watching.
Right.
And you've no idea how the tables are playing. You just want to sort of get a feel for the tournament. I've always been like, just give me a feel for the tournament. Let me have a look at the first day. Let's see what's going on. See how the tables are breaking, how the tables are playing. So, yeah, I was very happy that I don't play till Tuesday.
Yeah, it's nice. You can watch a few matches, too. Just watch.
Just little things like that make a big difference to some players, really. I mean, not wrong, right? If you've got to play the first day, you've got to play. But it is nice to just feel your way into the tournament. Wow, look at this.
Oops.
And he did that the previous rack. Didn't scratch, but he lost the cue ball up table. I mean, it's still unlucky because if you try to do that, it's very difficult, right? Draw off the side, round to the side pocket. But he'll look at that as a mistake. And it's probably going to be a very costly one because that was his chance to get back in the match there. And, unfortunately for him, the balls are laying beautiful for Moritz. So this is all about probably the 4 to the 5 and... yeah, everything looks dot to dot from there.
Yeah, that's right. Those two balls right in the center with the 9 playing where it is.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure he does the right things here, regards his cue ball control. Because there's no real balls what you can see him missing. It's just whether he gets the position he wants. So I think the 6 goes in the side, so that helps him. Especially where the 5 is. I'm guessing he's going to come to the side where he's standing now for the 5. So he's just going to play the 2 rails, follow on the cue ball, with a touch of left. Doesn't matter if he lands straight, because like I said, the 6 goes in the side. Doesn't go in the top past the 7, so they'll be playing for the side pocket here. unless he
Oh,
decides
yeah.
to draw it out.
It's like he's gonna.
Oh, and he is.
Look at this
He
stroke.
is. So that was a one shot where it could go wrong. He could have come short, but as it is, he's played it absolutely perfect. Couldn't have really placed that much better with his hand. So again, for someone so young, he has a great cue ball. And that's going to hold him in good stead in the years to come.
Yeah, he definitely seems comfortable. I mean, he's not forcing anything. Everything's struck really clean.
A little short, right, to what it would have been a natural, easy positional shot to the 9. So it'd be interesting to see what he does here.
You got to spin this one a little, basically, is what, right? So anytime you have to do that, it's an opportunity for error.
Yeah, that's confidence there. Knowing your angles and the hit on the cue ball.
Well, unlucky to be dead tied up on that rail after that.
Yep. The key to these shots, make sure you stay still. Just like that.
All right.
Yeah, and the other table getting closer, 6-5. Chang Yu Lung over Mario. Remember, Mario was down 4-0.
Yeah, so the winner here goes to the finals to take him on.
So 9-5. So Shane needs a lot of help now. Because you got to believe that Moritz should get at least one opportunity to win the match here. So yeah, everything's in his hands now. Yeah, so this one rack away from another big final back-to-back, which is pretty impressive at any level, but especially with these monster fields the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, everybody that's here.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You go to a lot of tournaments and there's a player here or a player there that you hear is champions every corner you turn.
Yeah, and I always think like the smaller the field in these majors, the tougher it is because there's no easy matches, right? Sometimes you might, like the US Open, for example, you might get 2 or 3 matches where you just, like warm-up matches, just to get practice. But at these tournaments, you don't get nothing. If you're not on it from round 1, you're done.
Come out firing, right?
And good break, made a good shot on the 2, and I'm guessing if he gets position from this 3 to 4, which he has done, all he's got to do here is leave a little angle on the 5, and this match should be all over. And that might help him. Makes his life a little bit easier to get on the 6.
Spread him out a bit.
Got a funny little angle here. I think the natural draw shot would be to scratch in the side, so he probably doesn't want to use the side rail here. So he's probably going to land purposely a little bit short on the 6 and then make the 6 come round the back of the 8. And that's exactly what he's done. Did use a side rail, but he played a punch draw to avoid that side pocket. So one good stroke here, Kendall, and it should be all over. Just like that. So he's just going to punch this 7 in off the side rail and probably play the 9 in the top pocket. Just roll the 8 ball in here. Yeah, this is a big win for Moritz. This is big scalp, big win. This is going to feel good for him. I guess the 9 goes in the side. I think that's all because he left a bit more angle on the 8 than he wanted, but if it goes in the side, no problem.
To the finals he goes.
Yeah, that's a big win for him there. And Shane there graciously says, well done.
Yeah, and it was a great match by him. Shane made a couple of mistakes, I think, but overall, I think
Yeah, I think I
Moritz
can't
came
remember Moritz really missing a ball. You know, maybe one or two mistakes, but if someone says to you before the match you only make one or two mistakes,
Yeah.
I think you'll take it.
absolutely.
You're going to be an hard man to beat, right?
All right. All right, so we got next match coming up soon. We're going to take a break here and probably switch you over if you guys want to check out the other match going on. Just head over to the Mad Apple Extreme YouTube. That match is over there. And then come on back. We'll be bringing you the next one here. So thanks a lot, Darren. Appreciate it.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Hey, just to keep everybody informed, about 16 minutes and the finals will begin. So grab some popcorn, share the stream, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back. US1 Billiards. Finals. I'm in the booth with the one and only Jason Shaw and Darren Appleton. How you guys doing tonight?
Yeah, cheers, pal. Yeah, very happy to be here. We've got a great final, and we've got the host of the tournament, Jason Shaw.
How you doing, guys? Looking forward to this one. I think Moritz is due a win. I think he's been very, very close recently, and he's put on another great performance here. So maybe this is his time.
Yeah, against the veteran, Chang Yu Lung. Who do you like in this match, Jason?
I've been watching Chang, and I've been telling someone who's a friend of mine at the bar that a lot of people don't really know who this guy is. He's a very, very good player. He's won a lot of big tournaments, and you're going to get to see how good this guy is in this final right here.
Yeah, I think he's actually won the China Open twice, I believe.
I heard the announcer called that he won the World Cup of Pool?
Yeah, beat me and Carl Boys in the semi-final. I remember it really well. Him and Copigny, I was sick.
Oh, yeah, he beat Darryl Peach and Mark Gray in the final.
Yep. He played he was unbelievable in that tournament. I remember it very well. With a little memory I do have left, but I remember him playing amazing in that tournament. He at that particular time, he played the best out of the two in that tournament. Yeah, he's one of those funny players. He can play indifferent, but when he's on his game, it's beautiful to watch. He moves the cue ball around very effortlessly. He's got a lot of knowledge of the game. He's got a nice stroke, and he hits the ball easy, right?
Yeah, like that shot there. I didn't think the cue ball could get there. And he looked like he didn't really put a big stroke on it, and I do agree with what you're saying there. He's very fluent, good on the cue, don't really miss many balls, and he's one of those players, if he gets in front of you, he can blow you away very quickly.
Yeah, he's one of the guys what can make the game look really easy. And obviously he's playing really well in this tournament, so I can't see him not playing good in the final. It's just whether you get enough chances, and he's up against a great young opponent, like he said. He's on a good run, right? He's a few finals this year. He got to the World Cup final. Recently at the Rax Open, which was another monster field. And this field, which is probably slightly stronger than last week. And he's in the final again.
He's knocking on the door. I spoke to him earlier, and he's saying, I'm playing good, but I'm not getting there. I said, listen, you're young. I've been there. All the older players have been there. The first one's always the hardest, and once you get that one out of the way, the rest of them come flowing.
Oh yeah, I mean, keep getting to the final. Eventually, he's going to win, and he's young. So in his fearless, he showed that in the semi-final against Shane. That was a big win for him. Probably the biggest win of his career so far, just because of the setting, the size of the tournament, and beating the American, probably the best player ever from America. That's going to give him a lot of confidence.
I think here he's just going to take his medicine, pot this ball, come below the 8 and shoot the 7. I like rolling this ball and going past the 8 there, and shooting the 7 up to the top left or the top right.
Yeah, you just never know. He might come underneath the 8 here, just like this, or even kiss it.
Oh, wow, what a shot that is.
Yeah, nice little flick. Did he? I don't think he played to kiss the 7, all right.
Do you know what? I think he maybe tried to run into it, but running into that was risky. But it came out good, and he's looking like he's going to take the first rack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one to call, this match. I think what I've seen the last week, or even this tournament, I probably have to say Moritz, just because I haven't seen enough of Chang Yu Lung. But if you're going by experience, you'd fancy Chang, sorry.
Yeah, I think what I've seen today from the quarter final, he's been very, very good. He played really well against Raga in the quarters. He was down in that match, and then he got up, and then he took like 4 or 5 game lead. I think he ended up winning 9-5. Oh,
The good thing with me and you in that picture there is that our ears are covered up. That's the first time I've looked at us both. I thought, oh, where's our ears?
oh God.
Someone says Trump 2024.
Let's go, Donald.
Does it mean Judd?
It's going Cup 2024. Donald Trump.
So Chang, he broke the first rack. So he's kept the serve here. Let's see how he's breaking.
He was break. He made the one ball almost every break against Raga.
Nice break.
The 2-ball got kissed there. Is he going to get shot?
Yeah, what do you think of the break? What do you think of this break rule?
Well, I think it's good, but I've just heard something that they're going to try a break. A break speed gun.
Oh, okay.
Which I think is good because you can't really judge sometimes whether someone's hitting a hard break or not. It's a fine line, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see someone breaking and you think it's soft, but then you see the outcome of the balls. It's not really soft if you're getting 3 or 4 balls up the other side of the table and making 2.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. How they determine what's soft and hard? That's what I.
Well, it says forceful break, so.
Yeah, but what's a forceful break if you're obviously a lot smaller than your opponent?
Yeah, that's a big factor too.
Like for example, Alex Pagulayan against Chris Mellin. Obviously, one guy's bigger than the other. You just don't know what's forceful for them, for that person. So the speed gun probably is the right way forward.
Well, you got to try something, you know. Obviously, there's no the break's still tough. It's not like you're guaranteed a shot.
Very tough.
You make the one, you're just praying to get on the 2-ball. It's all down to luck. It's not like you're playing shape.
Do you think the break's lucky, or do you think obviously there's a skill to breaking, like obviously consistently making that 1 ball, but to run 5 or 6 racks, to me, you need a lot of luck to do that.
Yeah, I think
it appears that way.
What I've seen of the 2, I think Maritz put a 7-pack together in Shane. I think what I've seen of both of them was they made 2 or 3 balls, you know, so it wasn't much traffic there. And yeah, they did hit them good, but like you said, to land on the lowest ball every rack, there's obviously some luck involved, but that's Nineball, that's the game. If you're not lucky or you're not rolling a little bit good, you can be playing as good as you want in this game.
Yeah.
If things are not rolling for you, it's just the way it goes.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, if you get a good consistent break, you give yourself more chances, but you still need some luck to get a shot on the lowest ball.
That was a nice shot there, but
yeah, very good shot.
He's not gonna be trying to cut this in. He's gonna try and probably chip the 3-ball behind the 5.
Yeah, the cue ball towards the 6, I guess, or 4.
Yeah, I think more towards the 4 is better.
The only problem with this is that it's a very straightforward kick, unless
Not if
it
he
gets
sticks
glued
it.
behind the pink 4, which would have been great. So this is quite a straightforward kick for Chang. I'm just wondering if he'll play this slowly or whether he'll play. Oh, you can see the ball even better. He's got to take the paint off it.
I don't like this shot.
Yeah, well, he might use a 5 as a blocker. He played it well. Really.
Yeah, that was as good as you could hit that shot.
Yeah, it's so easy to leak that 3 ball out by hitting it too fat or over hitting the ball. When you're younger, those shots are a lot easier.
Yeah, your eyesight's
your
better.
eyes so much better. But as you get older, it's not easy to see that edge of that ball. But the good thing here, though, Jason, your pool room is obviously a big addition. This new lighting. Not too sure what the lights are called, but Ira Lee produced these lights, and I think it's the best thing what's happened to pool. And what a roll there! But you just, yeah, it's just everything's a lot brighter. The cloth color, in my opinion, is the best cloth color ever for pool. Everything's a lot brighter, so you can see the ball so much better.
Yeah, I think I had about 6 of these lights in the room already, and I was trying to get more. And I had 6 up all spread out, and you could just see the difference in the room. So I think with all of them in the room now, it really makes it pop. And with the cloth, like you said, it's definitely the best cloth. It's way better than blue. I'm not saying that blue's not a good cloth. I'm just saying it looks better
Definitely.
in the eye of the viewers.
Yeah, it's weird because when we were playing with blue all the time, you just get used to it and you think it's great. But when they brought the grey, I don't know, it just suits the colour of the balls. Everything's brighter, and it's a brighter colour. So, yeah, I think definitely the grey for me. Right, so Moritz is in here, playing short side on the pink 4. If this was like a 4-inch table, which obviously it's not, he might try and get a lot closer to that pink 4, but
Yeah.
because the tables are brand new and they are in a 4 1/4, Jason, I believe. which still missed
Oh, Darren, you.
it. I cursed it.
The tables are 4 3/8, but
Yeah.
you know, they might be playing it a little bit loose in that. But I've seen some. But I missed an 8-ball earlier down the rail when it jawed and stayed up close to the rail.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to tighten up
No,
over
definitely.
the next week or so. But you still expect to slide with the clean balls and the cloth and that. So we all know that. But I've definitely seen a lot of balls missed.
Yeah, he ate that ugly anyway. He ate it a bit too fat. Wow.
Oh,
But you got fortunate with
Yep.
a leave. What I mean by he got fortunate is that when he missed the ball, he left it deep in the pocket on the right-hand side. So he had to really get into the cue ball there, and he was probably risking following the cue ball in also. So he was trying to hit it thin off by hitting the short rail first. So let's see if he...
this is.
not too sure he played it exactly that way, but it's worked out great.
I think he was trying to get the top side of the 8.
Yeah, you would have thought so.
But it's worked out good, and he's got a good angle to get up for the 6. So
Yeah. And he'll be feeling a little bit edgy, I think. It's another final. Obviously, we all saw what happened last week at the Racks Open when he missed the match-winning 8-ball. I don't know if you saw that, Jason, but he had a 10-4 lead. He was up, I think it was 12-10 when he missed the 8-ball to win the match, and he ended up losing 13-12.
I seen it he'd lost, and I said, someone said something, but I didn't see it. I've been here.
Yeah, just like a little half ball cut back into the top right-hand pocket, and he overcut the ball. So he'll be eager to win this one, like he said, and get his first win, his first big title under his belt.
So Moritz makes the 9, and it's all tied up at 1 game apiece.
And if he was to win this, it'll have been a great few weeks for him so far in America. Because really, he'll been looking to do well in these 2 tournaments, warm-up tournaments, before, if you want to call them warm-up tournaments for the big one. I mean, no disrespect to last week and this week. They're great tournaments in their own right, but obviously we're all thinking about the US Open. But if you do well in these tournaments, it gives you a lot of confidence.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially in these fields.
Yeah, it's been a strong field. I think everyone's enjoyed it. I think the crowd's been good. Tables have been good. Everything's been first class, I think.
Plus it's $15,000 to the winner, so there's a lot at stake here. $7,000 difference between first and second. And there's a big crowd here, so that adds to it. There's nothing worse playing a final where there's nobody there.
Yeah.
Like the old days, you play the Euro Tour, for example. And
Wow.
by the time you get to the final, there's 2 men and their dog watching. Right? It's true, though.
Yeah.
Where now you've got a big crowd. So even if you're playing for 500 here, you're going to feel pressure because of the crowd and the nerves, and it gives you that nervous energy which we all want.
That was a nice break there, and he also got a nice little kiss back off the side rail, and the cue ball just kind of stopped dead and perfect for the 2-ball.
And he can play opposite hand. I've seen him play quite a few shots opposite hand, which is a nice tool to have. Yeah, that's a big bonus.
Yeah, I'm not very good with my other hand.
I'm useless. Probably the worst in the world, actually.
Oh,
I'm not great with my normal hand at the
wait
moment.
till
But
that's funny.
yeah, I'm useless with the opposite hand.
Yeah, I think I can't even like cue straight.
Yeah.
My stance is terrible. My holding the cue at the back's awful. I just rather use the bridge or do the underarm.
You actually do everything right-handed except for play pool, right?
Yeah.
Which yeah, it's a bit weird.
Golf, darts, everything.
So Moritz, he breaks as good as anybody with this break rule, which bodes well for him in the future. I mean, it's hard for anything to go wrong with this kid because his fundamentals are great. He approaches every shot the same every time, and he plays at a good speed, and there's not a lot what can go wrong. And the main reason for me is that for someone so young, he has a great cue ball.
Yeah, he's very good. He's very talented young player.
Yeah, I first saw him play, I think it was a couple of years ago at the World Nineball Championships when I think he beat Carl Boys. I think he put Carl into permanent retirement, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I think that was when
Did he drill Carl? Did he?
I think it was like 9-1, 9-2.
Yeah, 9-1 or 9-2 against
Yeah.
Carl Boys. That's when I took notice of him.
Oh, that's funny. I think Carl was supposed to be here today. You know that?
Well, I think he saw Moritz in the draw. And, oh yeah, they give him some battle scars there.
Yeah, I think he's away surfing somewhere.
Maybe with the average pool player in New York surfing or something. Making more videos.
Yeah.
YouTube stars.
So
Trying
Yeah.
to make the average pool player into a worse player, it looks of it.
I had to give him a lesson. I had to give him a 1 hour lesson. I said to Carl, I said, "Have you not been giving them?
Yeah, I saw
Have
that.
you not been helping them?" And Carl said, "Not really. It's not what I've been doing. We just kind of made the videos." And I said, "Oh, okay."
I think Carl's quite happy to see him suffer.
That was a bad break. That's his worst break he's hit all day. He overcut that really bad.
Yeah, it's probably the worst break I've seen him hit so far. Yeah, the 2 or 3 matches I've seen him, it's the worst break so far.
Yeah, I just want to thank a few people. I want to thank Matchroom for letting me do this. And I want to thank all the sponsors. I want to thank CueLee's for being the official sponsor of the event. I want to thank everybody else who's been involved as well. And I want to thank Aramis and Simonis for taking care of us again.
And CueLee's, are they a local Q?
No, they're
Company?
actually from China.
Oh, right.
They're a new company. And, you know, I think, is it J Flowers, another new Q company? A couple of them reached out and wanted to sponsor the event. So happy to have them on board. And without them, this wouldn't really happen. So thanks again.
That was very well controlled.
Yep.
Because he didn't want to get the wrong side of the 5 there, and he couldn't have really put that any better with his hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he had to pull out a little bit there. The
He had
average pool player, folks. Cowboys in the chat, actually.
Where is he?
If it is Cowboys.
Oh, it is.
It might be his partner. It seems like the average pool players took over his account. If you're getting paid too much by Macro.
So looking forward to the US Open, Darren?
Yeah. Yeah, just because I've been here like 10 days, 2 weeks, so I feel like I needed these 2 tournaments just to see where I am with my game, what I've got to improve on, and yeah, at least I know I can compete. I'm not a complete dead guy. So yeah, hopefully I can get a few wins under my belt, and then you never know.
Any chance, any thoughts of turning the music down so we can hear the sound of the pool tables? Not really. It's kind of, you might not see it there, but the pool room's kind of quiet out there without a little bit of music on.
Oh, it's nothing worse in a pool room, especially.
And everybody's kind of, not a lot of people are talking there, they're just sitting and watching. So with the music on a little bit, it's kind of taking the edge off a little.
It's a pool room. You can't expect just regular people just to sit there in silence in a pool room. It's not going to happen. Right? So you need a bit of background music, really, in my opinion.
That's what we should do, as that guy's just said there. We need a podcast with just Darren and Jason drinking and talking pool.
Yeah.
We should get one of like Joe Rogan podcasts set up, something like that.
Be nice, wouldn't
Talk pool, have different people come in.
it? Yeah.
Well, something you could do.
Definitely.
You know, it's not. You see a lot of people doing these podcasts
No, these
now.
podcasts are very successful, aren't they? There's actually a few pool ones like the Windows Open. I think they're doing really well. The Kiwi Hook Cup, and it's all good for the game.
Yeah.
And pool's a very global sport, so why not? And I think people like listening to the players.
Oh, that was close. Is he gonna get a shot? Yeah.
Yeah, you see it in the NFL and soccer. There's a lot of former players doing their own podcasts. And like you said, Joe Rogan, people like that.
He's been getting involved in pool a little bit more too. He just did an interview with Jeremy Jones. Did you watch it?
No, but I've seen the link. I just haven't got round to watching it yet. Have you?
Yeah, so didn't watch it all. Listened to a bit of it. Like I said, didn't have time as well.
Yeah, I tell you what'd be funny if he got Earl Strickland then.
I think Earl knocked it back.
Yeah.
Someone said that.
Yeah, he needs to rethink that because it's
Oh.
great. It's great branding for yourself, really. Right?
Stick behind the 6 year.
Especially with what Earl's doing now. Obviously, doing a lot of exhibitions and clinics, and just get your name out there.
Someone
gonna
said
get-
to me Earl has changed a lot in the last few months. I think he's probably changed because he's making more money.
He's making more money now than what he ever did. He told me, which is good. He should be doing it at his age. He shouldn't be relying on pool tournaments.
No.
At 50, what is he? 61 now.
Yeah. He should just be flying
59?
to China, doing his little exhibitions in the US, got his exhibitions too. And if he wants to go to a pool tournament, he's going to the US Open.
Yep.
So, tournaments that mean something to him.
Yeah, I mean,
He's-
it's all right. Now
I
and
was
again.
going to invite him here, but it was a little bit too late. I wanted to. Shane asked me, "You didn't invite Earl?" That was my last.
Mhm.
That was my last thought. Is he going to get lucky here?
Yes. No.
Mm.
Maybe.
Oh,
He can make it, but I don't think he can see it direct.
it's tough. He's
Yeah,
tough.
Earl. I mean, Earl is obviously doing the right things now, and yeah, when you get older, it gets tougher to compete with these guys. And he's great at what he does. He's great with the exhibitions, right?
Yeah, he's very good. Well, nice shot. That's him, though. His style and what he does and the way he performs around the table. Exhibitions are made for him.
100%. I don't think there's anyone better, to be honest, when it comes to entertaining and talking.
No, he's the master at that.
Yeah, you live with him for a while.
Yeah, we shared an apartment for about a year.
That must have been fun.
Well, it was a lot of fun, but I learned a lot also. The guy's a genius, really, isn't he? Well, when you talk to him, people
Unbelievable.
listen. People think he's crazy because the way he kind of is around the table, but as a normal person, talking to the guy one-on-one, he's like one of the nicest guys you'll ever speak to.
Definitely, yeah.
He's so down to earth. But pool's obviously just his life, innit? So it's took over.
He lives and breathes the game, doesn't he? It's every day. It's been his life every day. I can't imagine him going a day without playing, actually. Whether he's competing or not, he just wants to play. He just loves the game.
Look at this
I don't
shot.
think anyone loves the game as much as him.
Wow.
Wow, great shot.
Wow. That was effortless.
Yep, and this is the type of shots what you will see from Chang Yu Lung. Is definitely one of the shot makers in the game. Sometimes to his disadvantage, because it does cost him sometimes, because he does really like to go for his shots. But when he's on, he's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, he's very fluent. I said to my friend earlier, and he said, "Who do you think's going to win?" And I said, "I think Chang's going to get to the final. He's playing really, really smooth. He doesn't hesitate to go for his shots, and when he's on, he's scary, really scary."
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably one of the most underrated players on the tour, to be honest. You don't look at the field of potential winners and put him in that bracket, but he's a danger in any tournament. And we're tied at 2-2. It's a race to 13. So this is a shot here on the 5 ball. A lot of eye left English here. Just spin that cue ball around. Look at that. Beautiful speed control. And
Just-
knowing that you're not going to scratch on that shot is the key also.
A little tip, if you're having any kind of issues with clarity, you have to go to the YouTube settings and set it to high. And that'll get you better bandwidth and it'll clear up for you.
Got our table mechanic there, John. Sort of in the middle of that picture there, just touched to the right, sat at the front with his moustache. I think he was sleeping, wasn't he?
Taking a nap.
I think he's taking a little nap.
He's taking a break nap.
Ooh, got the 9
Is he
ball
going to get a
moving.
shot? Oh, here we go.
Right.
If he starts getting a couple of breaks like this and gets to 5-5-2, this could be very, very good pool to watch.
Yep, and I corrected there. The score's actually 3-2 to Chang Yu-Lung. Oh yeah, I believe. Is it 3-2? 3-2 or 2-2?
Who would you say 5 to 10 players of winning the US Open?
5 to 10 players?
Yes, that could win
5
the
to
US
10
Open
players.
coming up.
I think on current form of what I've seen, I mean, now you've got to put Moritz in the mix. I mean, how can you not put him in the mix with the current form right now?
Yeah.
I mean, his confidence has got to be sky high, win or lose this final. And then, so definitely him. Obviously, Joshua Filler coming back off the China Open. Ruaz defending his title. Fedor Gorst. So that'd be the first 4. And then probably Shane.
Yeah.
That'd be the 5. And then you got the
Skylar.
outsiders like yourself,
Skylar.
Ko Pin-Yi, Skylar, Chung.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's probably 20
Yeah, I
20
think
players,
there's
I'd
20,
say,
yeah.
at least capable of winning more, because you've got Carlo.
Yeah.
And Chang Yu-Lung. I mean, probably more. There's
Check.
probably 5 favourites, but
Chang-
after that, there's probably 25 players what could win the US Open.
Chang Junling, Ko
Yeah.
Pin-Yi, Wu Cha-Ching,
Is Wu Chia-Ching playing?
Dang Zheng.
Dan,
Dang.
are they playing?
Yeah.
What about Chua?
Chua's not playing, he pulled out.
I see him playing in Chinese 8-ball tournament.
Yeah, well, I think, you know what, I don't know what's going on, obviously, but there's a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
That.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm guessing that, yeah, Raga's right up
Raga,
there right
yeah,
now. And
Raga's another one.
Fedor
Raga.
as well.
Fedor. So there's a good 6 where you'd like the front,
Yeah,
but
Levan's been playing a little.
Levan,
Mika's been playing a little bit better
Mika's
too.
been playing better, yeah.
Dawson played a little bit better too. He's been getting a little bit of a run in the last couple before this one. He didn't do well here, but before this he played well. He played well in
I mean, the old timers can
Germany.
definitely have good runs. Maybe even, yeah. Never discount anyone, do you, really?
No,
I mean, once
you
you've been there and done it, Neil's Fine's had a good year, right?
Yeah, and he struggled this event. He
Yeah, but
struggled yesterday. I
Neil's
think.
one of those where I feel like he needs to get over his jet lag and all this stuff. He's very set on his preparation, so it won't worry him that he didn't have a good tournament here. Again, he's going to be focused on the US Open, getting himself right. Max Lechner, Mario He, always
Mario,
thereabouts.
He's another big one.
There's so many players. There's probably 30, even more
Kachi,
players.
but he's not
Kachi's not
playing.
playing, obviously. But there's probably 30, 40 players capable of winning the US Open. I said there's more good players now than what there's ever been. But yeah, your favourites are the guys what's mentioned on the chat, really.
You know yourself.
Yap's another one.
You can say that these guys can do well, but the US Open,
Yeah.
for some reason, I don't know why. You look at any other tournament, except from obviously like your Mosconi and your World Nineball, the US Open is one of those events where you see so many people dog it, you know, because it's such a big event. There's so much pressure on it. You know, when you go there, you can feel the tension in the room.
Yeah, 100%.
And
The World Championship and the US Open are the big two, obviously. And it's different to any other tournament. No disrespect to the UK Open, European Open, Spanish Open. They're great events to win in the majors, but they're not US Open or World Nineball Championship.
No, the US
It's
Open.
just different pressure. Even the old US Open was amazing, you know what I mean? The pressure was just different. Right? You won it, right, at
Yeah.
Virginia. I mean, it's just an amazing tournament. There's something about the US Open.
You know what's funny though, when I think about it, when I've gone there, I've won the US Open there, and then obviously the year after it didn't happen because Matchroom took it over. But then the following that year, in 2019, I won the International Open,
Yeah.
which would have been,
Yeah, it still feels a
Right.
little bit like the US
it
Open.
would have been the US Open, and
Yeah.
then I won it again in 2021.
Yeah, you could have been 2 or 3 times US Open champion.
You know, that's how, in that in your mind sometimes when you look at it
Yeah,
back,
yeah.
it's the exact same field that's over there.
Yep.
So when I
Yeah.
look back at
It's
it,
a special event. The International Open is right up there with my favourite tournaments, without a doubt. Definitely one of my favourite tournaments of the year.
Yeah, this
And
guy's
Pat,
breaking.
Pat
Oh,
Fleming.
look
this
at
here.
that.
Pat Fleming puts on great tournaments, right?
What a sick roll that is.
Yeah, that's just the pool gods right there. Unfortunately, it's all happened to us. Yeah, it's a cruel game, is pool sometimes, and it's just what Moritz needed, because this match can get away from you very quickly. And once you get a 3 or 4 game lead, it's not easy to come back, even with win a break. But yeah, that US Open, it's
I think
definitely
he might have landed the wrong side of this here.
definitely one of the titles you really want.
Nah, he looks okay. Looked a little bit off on the top camera. Yeah, he's going to be feeling it now a little bit, Moritz. You know, if he can get this back, but if he can not win a couple more games and let Chang get in front, it could be not good for him.
Yeah, he was just conscious there. It's not come too far, and
I would have drawn that ball out of there.
Yeah. But because the 6 is quite open, with the 9 not being on its spot, it makes life a little bit easier. And he hit that really well.
Yeah.
He couldn't really hit that any better, Jason.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't have played it as far as that. If I was playing, I would have just kind of left myself a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'll have definitely been more cautious there. But yeah, this kid's got a really good stroke. I really like his stroke. His tempo and rhythm around the table is really good also. So it's going to be hard for him to really, I think, going forward, choke. I think everyone's going to miss balls now and again, but...
you see that shot there?
Yeah.
That shot there will catch you out a lot on the tables like this.
Definitely. On the TV tables.
Especially like Mosconi's and stuff. That ball would never get there. That ball would have been up close to the 9.
Yeah, he's got to play short side there and play the 8 in the top. Right?
Yeah.
But he'll learn all that stuff as he goes on. And I think he's a quick learner, so it won't take him long.
Someone says the best is the carpet for me. Cost me 10 grand, that pal.
Yeah, from Ashley's Furniture. It's a new carpet.
Had it a couple of years when I first opened.
Life's good. How far do you live from this pool room?
Jason, is it true you had a break of 145 with a snooker cue using a pool cue? Yes. Actually, not 145. It was 140. 140. I've had a 134 with my 9-ball cue too. Actually, it feels better playing with your 9-ball cue at snooker, because when you're in the balls, you can
definitely
maneuver the cue ball around easier.
Definitely.
The little
in the balls, it's much better with a pull cue, I think.
Yeah, long shots, it's kind of
a nightmare.
Yeah,
especially with spin.
What were we saying about the pool room?
How far do you live from this pool room?
5-minute drive.
Do you?
Yeah.
Never been invited.
Yeah. It's the first time you've been here.
Yeah, end up in an Airbnb. Knowing you
this
longer than
brick.
anyone.
Look at this brick. I didn't know you were coming along.
Your parents and your in-laws have been very kind to me since I've been here.
Yeah, they're kind to everybody.
But yourself and Hara have let me down a little bit. Yeah, your parents and in-law have been looking after me.
Yeah, because it all during the time that you were not feeling good and you had a heart attack. I had told them about it, and I was worried about you.
Oh, was you?
So then I told them, and they were like, "Oh, they were like, oh, I hope he's okay." I said, "He'll be all right. He'll be back."
Yeah, your mother-in-law is really funny.
Yeah, she's funny. She just wants to cook every 2 minutes for you.
Yeah, I can see that she's like
You hungry?
typical.
You
mother.
hungry? You hungry? That's why I got fat.
Yeah, you've got a good life here. So I think we might have a close match here. This
Yeah.
could go to the wire, which would be great for the people in the pool room. I mean, I tell you what, this is a great crowd. They're loving their pool. A lot of locals. I guess because they don't see too many top players coming through this area.
Yep.
So they've really took advantage and they've been spoilt this week. And that's down to Jason. So well done, pal.
Cheers, bud. Ara put in a lot of work too.
as
She's
usual.
been grafting like crazy.
Yeah.
She's like literally did so much, like all the signs, the banners, the all the artwork, all the stuff for the pool room, all that stuff you see in the back, all the banners, like all that stuff's done by her. So
Yeah, she does the same at the expo for the Jason Shaw booth. You can just tell that she don't leave anything uncovered,
yeah,
and she's very on it. But she's Asian; they're hard-working people, right? Unbelievable. They're very hard-working people. They live to work. And Chang Yu Lung is working very hard here. You're tied up 4-4.
yeah, we've got a good. So you can see those people in the back, but there's the room's full. You can just see that there, but the room is full. You can.
I love this little setup on this side of the room with the 4 tables. It's just perfect for the final day. Where, unfortunately for me, I only got to play once on this side. I've just been thrown to the other side with the rest of them, as usual. It's okay. So, yeah, this kid's definitely got one of the best breaks in the game. I love how he just arcs the cue ball back into the stack. Cursed him again.
Yeah.
He did get kicked, though. He hit it a little bit too thin.
So
But he's got a shot, Jason. This is one for you, this one. This is you're one of the best I've ever seen at this shot. Off the rail, long table, half ball cut into that top pocket, rolling it in. You got to be cueing straight for these. And nothing to do with the cue ball. This is all about making the ball. And it's really game ball. Do you like it?
Yeah, I think he makes it.
You're right. Didn't even touch the sides.
Yeah, he's a straight shooter. He's come a long way recently. I think that's all the practicing with filler and.
I think the big thing, obviously, we all know that he's going to get there eventually.
I
Or
don't want
he's
to
gonna
get
be
straight on this ball.
one of those players, but I think just getting to the final of the World Cup was a big confidence boost.
Also, his coach is Ralph Eckert.
Oh yeah. Ooh, he could get in the Moscow, yeah.
No, that's who coaches him.
Yeah, I think it's a bit too early to say he would get a wild card, but he's definitely put himself in the mix to qualify out automatic.
Yes, he needs to do well at the US Open though. Even if he wins this, he needs a big, big, big performance. I'm talking like
Yeah.
semis.
He's definitely got to qualify out right, that's for sure. You got to earn your wild card by getting your stripes, I think, over. That's true.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You earn your wild card by your history and all that stuff, and your pedigree, and you're proven in that particular event. You're never going to see a rookie get a wild card. That's for sure.
Oh
Wow.
my God!
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Just as we're talking about that, how crazy is that?
And that's just lack of focus or concentration. Maybe he was thinking about something else on the shot there, because there's no way he would miss that if he was fully focused.
You're thinking about Mosconi?
Probably, yeah. He could be, though. He could be thinking all sorts of things on that particular shot. But, yeah, he'd probably never miss that ball ever again. But that's just all down to experience.
Yeah, mate. I think I'm going to have more tournaments. You know that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I was just looking at the calendar there. Maybe, you have the straight pool before the International Open.
Yeah.
And you have was it Shane Wolford's event? Are you playing that event?
Yep. No, I'm not playing now.
I was thinking maybe doing one before that. So that there's like three events again.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do. Yeah, more tournaments the better, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Especially when you're in the area as well.
Well, that's what I mean. I think if I could, get it close to that Shane Wolford's event and the International Open, which are 2 matchroom ranking events, that would be cool. Definitely up for it.
Wow.
Oh,
Got lucky again, though.
yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's your day, the balls just roll your way, and that wasn't a bad miss. That was a very tough shot, and it was very close, but still lucky to get the leave he's got. But the previous one, I mean, he's been very lucky to get away with that.
Okay, we'll have a straight pool tournament. These tables would be perfect for straight pool. They would.
Yeah.
Oh,
He went for it. Wow.
he's got to get lucky.
Surprised he went for that, Jason.
Yeah, I thought he would have just chipped off it and come
But
back
that's what he
down.
does. He
Yeah.
likes to go for his shots.
Well, if he gets it, he's out. All right.
But I just think when the guy's missed under a little bit of pressure now is Moritz. I thought maybe just make him work for it.
Yeah, put him to the back rail.
Still not easy though, this shot, especially after what he's missed. It's not a gimme.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
So it looks like he's escaped. So that miss will be forgotten about. And he'll probably laugh about it a little bit to himself, thinking, right, stop being silly. That'll sharpen him up, you know what I mean? It'll sharpen him up, make him bear down that little bit more. And yes, that's a little bit of luck you need at this game. Someone asked, who do you think the best player ever is? Well, it's probably pretty easy for me. It's Efren Reyes.
Was the best player? Yeah, I think Efren's the best all-round player we've ever seen. But Nineball, you've got to give it to Earl.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have to.
for his history. But, I mean, I think Efren's probably the best 9-ball player also. He just didn't break good.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what killed him with the rotation games, is his break. His break's so bad it was unbelievable. It's amazing what he won, really. Where Hurl, obviously, back in the day, 9-ball was his game, like Johnny Archer. Johnny Archer was just predominantly a 9-ball player, right?
Yeah.
Johnny doesn't play, no respect to Johnny, I mean, he's an amazing player, but he didn't play the other games, you know what I mean? So, and Ill's pretty good, though, at all the games, really. But 9-ball was definitely his strongest game. But yeah, I mean, Efren's the best pool player I've ever seen. There's a difference between saying 9-ball, 10-ball, one pocket bank pool, but Efren, no one's got the game and the knowledge of what Efren had.
No, what he did at the Derby last year was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, if Efren goes up to you or anybody or filler and says, look, you should have done this, you should have done that, you're listening.
Of course. Of course.
Right? You want to just suck everything you can, the information is giving you. I don't think straight pool's a very underrated game. It's just not a TV game, unfortunately.
Why are all the great events stacked up during this time of the year? Because they're stacked up because they want the players to be in the same area at one point, you know, to have 2 or 3 events in the same spot and not having to spend a lot of money traveling around. And then also with these events going on straight after them, or big events in Asia or Europe, whatever. But it's good for the players because you're getting a lot of play. That's what you want, right?
Yep.
You want to play in events. You want to.
Wow.
You want to keep playing. That's what keeps you sharp. When you play for 2 events and then don't play for a month, you're practicing non-stop, waiting for that action. So when you can go away on the road, like you're gone, what, 2 months?
Yep.
Darren's here for 2 months, so he's going to play in 3 or 4 tournaments and do whatever else he's doing. For him to come here just for one event, it's not really worth it, is it?
Yeah, people got to think
Look
that
at this.
the
He left it.
expense- look at
He
this
left
here.
it.
Wow, that's terrible. That's a very poor judgment, and maybe the last wreck has affected him a little bit, just unnerved him. But yeah, I mean, you got people watching in the stream. It's that the expense comes into it, right? So it's best to put the events close together when you're all in one place. Where if you're traveling, let's say, from Europe, then to America, then to Asia, back-to-back events, and it becomes very expensive. So it's a good time to put these tournaments on roughly around the same area where, let's say, the big major title is like the US Open. And the players love it because they can come early, they get over the jet lag, they get themselves in stroke, they have a chance to earn a few quid
this
before.
terrible shot. Look at
Yeah,
this.
no.
How bad is that?
Yeah, very surprising the last few shots from these two.
Oh, why all the way to the top rail? Why not to the left-hand side of the table?
Mm.
Very, very, very surprising shot from him.
Yeah, it's like he might have cued across that ball.
Yeah, with top right.
Mm.
It's how often are you going to Dubai, Jason? I think in the next, I'm gonna go there about 3 months of the year right now. But oh my God,
I told you that's going for his shots. Well, that's unbelievable. I mean, that to me is just unbelievable shot selection. I mean, great if he makes it, but what's the chance of him making that ball? And you're trying to do something with a cue ball, which makes the bank even double more difficult.
That is unbelievable. How
That's
you
just giving racks away, right? Really, the last 2 games he's just thrown these, he's given these mistakes. What Moritz is making, he's letting him off the hook, and that's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat. No, it's not in Dubai. It's in Connecticut in USA. US1 Billiards. Yeah.
And that was a straightforward safety shot right there.
Why not roll up on the black? Yep, that was the
Exactly,
shot.
yeah. And probably asking himself that actually right now. They're thinking, well, that wasn't the most cleverest shot I've ever played, is it? It looks great if you make it, and he is a shot maker. That's his way of playing. It's his style of play. So he's in the final. So who are we to really judge his call? Really, he's got to do what he feels right at that time. Well, it's going to cost him because it's now 6-4.
Yeah, that was a very, very surprising shot for me. I didn't understand that. He was just chasing something that wasn't there. Not only did he have to make the bank, like you said, he had to like draw it and arc the 6 ball to straighten up. He didn't give it a chance, really.
Well, that
did
shows
he?
me that he's not an accomplished bank pull player, let's say, where your top American bankers would never execute it that way. They punch that ball in. And that's why I didn't like the shot, really, just because he had to do a lot with a cue ball. Oscar beats Carl. Are they playing for money?
Who?
Oscar against Carl. They're actually playing, or
I
is that
think
just
they're-
rumours?
No, I think they're going to play again.
Okay.
I think so. Boise. You know what Boise's like? Comes out of retirement, nicks a quick 20 and then dips out.
Yeah.
It's not like he can't play. We
Yeah.
played a little bit, and you can still see he's at home every day, right, doing
He
videos.
plays a lot more than
Yeah.
what he's letting on.
Yeah, I think so.
He's a secret practicer. I think he's like regretting things. I think he's on I think he's deep down he would like to play more tournaments, but obviously he's got a full-time job with Matchroom, so. But I wouldn't be surprised in playing some tournaments when it allows.
No, I think he said last time I'd spoke to him saying that.
Because I know he still plays some English 8-ball.
Yeah, he's he can still play. I think he wants to play some challenge matches, you know. What does it say? David NYC, don't be mad. I know you're straight and married, but I have such a huge crush on you. Okay, pal. Send you a picture.
From New York as well, it looks a bit pal, so it's not too far away.
I'll sign it,
Wow,
bud.
nice break.
I'll sign it for you.
Right, so this match has turned on its head here. Moritz has made 2 bad mistakes. Chung has let him off the hook, and yeah. This game.
Stop. Yeah, now you can see he's picked up the pace. He's smelt a little bit of fear, I think, and a couple of bad shots. Hello, Jason. You is your favorite to win the US Open, except you. I think Raga's got a chance. He's just he don't care.
He's due, right? He's been to 2 major finals recently.
Thank you, Jason. I'm in tears. That was funny though. I will send them a picture though.
Aye.
50. Yeah, I think this is that 8-ball, or sorry, the 6-ball where he should have rolled up behind the 8.
Yeah.
I think that was a big,
Yeah,
big.
he went
big,
for that cut on the 6-ball in the previous rack after he missed that easy 6-ball. I mean, that was amazing also. But it's like I say, it's his style of play. If you make them great, but it could be very costly. And at the moment, Moritz is going to be full of confidence knowing that he's made these mistakes. and he's leading 7-4.
Jason beat me 9-1 at the Derby a few years ago. I still can't sit down.
Well, you're not the only one to get beat 9-1 off him.
Jason, please don't go to the dark side. Only dark side I'm going to is the proper dark side.
Mhm.
Gareth Potts, how do you think he would do? I think if Gareth played pool like he's got into Chinese 8-ball and other like English 8-ball again, I think if he really wanted to put the time in and dedicate it to it, but for me, he sees more value in going to China. You know, the prize money's bigger than that game, and obviously pool's got good money in it, but I think with him and his style of playing, the way he sets up, he's got really a tight style. I think 9-ball is not really suited for that, is it? You need to be loose.
Yeah, I
You're
think
gonna-
he'd obviously do well.
Of course he would.
But it would take time. He's not just going to start playing matchroom events and what have you and
100%.
winning them. I mean, it's hard to say, isn't it? Because he's never tried it. But I mean, obviously his fundamentals are very strong, so he's going to hold his own to a certain degree. But there's a big difference between playing well and being one of the top 10, 15, 20 players in the world. There's a massive difference. That takes years to get to that level.
Yeah, I think this match has turned on its head for Chang. And for me right now, Moritz has picked up the pace. He looks like he can smell a little bit of blood. And I think he's ready to put his foot down and finally get himself over the line.
Yeah, plus you play this game for a living, you've got to be strong mentally. You've got to go through the pain barrier. Yeah, I think you've got to be a special type of breed to stick at the game for so long. Because you get so many bad beats at pool. Mentally, it can be a struggle for a lot of players.
Yep, I agree with you 100%. Anybody looking for the new Akura table, contact me via Facebook, Instagram, or I'll give you my phone number. No, I'm joking. Yeah, Facebook, Instagram, or if you have my number, message me. Amazing table, very good, well made, plays amazing. The ball returns sick, and very, very, very good price.
Yeah, very
I
impressive.
think it's about $4,900.
Yeah, it's very good. Just under $5,000.
So I'm the official dealer
Look at this.
in Connecticut now.
Nice little rub.
So if you're wanting a new table, you can come to US1 and check them out and see if you like it. Play a few games of pool. Well, back to the action is 8-4 to Moritz Neuhausen against Chen Julung, and Moritz is looking good now.
Yeah, you play this game long enough, you do get a few marbles rattling around in your head. So what I would say is that the pole world, there's a lot of characters. It's just developed over time.
Where is Akura made? It's made in China. It's made from Rason Song, US1 Billiards. In my opinion, I think when the table's done tight, it's one of the toughest tables to play on. You agree, Darren?
Yeah, I mean, when you think back, right, we've been with Razon how long now?
6 years?
Yeah, when they first brought the table out 10 years ago, it was garbage. Absolute garbage, the table. But the reason why they sponsored the likes of myself and Jason is to get feedback. So we gave them feedback after every tournament for about a year, and their table just got better and better and better. And that's all because they listened to the players. And now they're as good as any table out there.
Yeah, considering, you know, for the price of this table and how it looks unbelievable in person. On the stream, it looks really good too. It looks clean, but not just for a pool room, for your house.
Definitely.
This in a house would look very, very clean.
Someone says, do you think Melin has a chance of replacing you on the Mosconi Cup team?
He's talking to you.
I think he's talking to you. I'm not in the Mosconi Cup.
Um,
You're the one who currently makes the Mosconi Cup.
is this going to roll behind the 9?
This would be funny-ish.
Yeah. Listen, obviously, there's a lot of time to go, right? Who knows? He's going to the U.S. Open.
Well, he has to win the US Open.
yeah, if he
Simple as
has, if he doesn't win the U.S. Open, then I wouldn't say he's going to get picked.
Well,
I think a win's a win.
that. Well, let's say he wins the US Open. He's not going to replace you, is it?
No,
Because
he's probably going to come in next to me.
Exactly. I mean, you're more or less guaranteed a wild card. Whatever Chris does to get there is going to make no difference on you. But Chris has to win the US Open, so it's as simple as that, really. He's never going to get a wild card, so the only way he can qualify is by playing more tournaments or winning the US Open or the World Nineball Championship.
To be, who was the name of
Well, he's capable.
Arcade? What does it say? Arcadia Smart Coin? Is that what it says? Arcadale.
#1 Brunswick Gold Crown.
Oh yeah, this table actually plays a little bit like a Brunswick.
A little bit, yeah.
That does. It's got that feeling like when the ball's close to the rail.
Yeah.
It's got that same arc on the rail as well.
Mm.
And Copigny actually said to me, I asked him, I said, "You play on this table?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "What does it play like the other one?" He said, "A little bit like a Brunswick."
Yeah, I could see that the likes of Billy Thorpe and the Taiwanese players really loved this table. Because I think these tables play a lot like the tables what the Taiwanese play on in Taiwan.
Catchy, I'm not sure. I heard a little bit of something from recently about Catchy, that when he had in to do his operation, that they did it wrong. He has to go back in and have it redone. So I don't know how long he's going to be out. He might be out a little bit longer than he was supposed to
It
be.
sounds like he's very lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
I asked him if he's coming to the US Open. He said no. I'm guessing I think he's done for the year, to be honest, which is very unfortunate because he was more or less guaranteed to make the Mosconi Cup. But it looks like his season's over, unfortunately. But the good thing for him is that he's very young. He was having a great year before this happened. Let's just hope that he gets healthy enough to get back playing, because that's a serious injury when you've got tendon problems in your arms and your hands. You know what I mean? It's for a pool player, there can't be anything worse, really. Elliot Saunders playing in the US Open. Yes, Elliot Saunders is playing in the US Open, but not that Saunders. It's called Sanderson.
That's what we will call him from now on. Elliot Saunders.
Elliot Saunders, yeah, that's his new name. Thanks for that. We appreciate it. Jordan.
Oh, so 9-4 here. Maurice just checking to see if 9 was on the spot there.
Brutal team. It's hard to believe this is 9-4, but yeah, he had a lead very similar to this last week.
He's getting so lucky here on these breaks.
So
He's hitting them really bad.
Let's see if he can close this one out. Someone said his third final in a row. Can someone tell me which was the other one?
So he won the Rex. He got lost at the Rex tournament.
Mm-hmm. So which was the tournament before that?
The World Cup pool.
That was months ago.
I know.
No, but someone says it's the third final in the row.
No, yeah.
It's not the third final in a row, is it? He's played a few tournaments since the World Cup pool.
Yeah.
The European Open was after the World
And
Cup
also
pool.
He lost a money match to Lucas a
Did
few
he?
nights ago. He lost 2,500. Lucas beat him.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Lucas, he could be a potential Mosconi Cup player in the future.
I said about a year and a half ago, I said Lucas in a few years will have a chance to qualify for the Mosconi Cup.
Right. What's
Because
this?
obviously I played with him every day.
Okay. Someone's asking about sight right. Has it improved your game, Jason?
Yeah, still out.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I'm joking. It's good.
Is it?
Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it. I didn't really do it to try and bring myself back into being out of shape, or I was standing wrong. I wanted to go see what it was all about. I was going to the UK anyway, and I know Stephen, so I wanted to just go check it out. And also, I played a lot of snooker there, and that week I got to the final of the Premier League after I came there, so obviously did a little something.
Right.
Is he going to get lucky again here? Nope.
No. Yeah, I've done the site right also. It's actually good. It's just hard to follow it up unless you, I don't know.
At Racks,
It's hard to
10
repeat
ball.
that thing all the time. But if you can get it down, then yeah, it definitely benefit you.
At Racks 10 ball before the 8 ball, he was also in the final. Before the 8 ball?
8 ball? I don't understand.
What 8 ball? What 8 ball was on? Net 9 ball, I mean. What 9 ball event was that?
At Racks 10 ball before the, it might be the small tournament at Racks. Maybe like one of them little, like a mini tournament.
Someone said the refs are using they're standing with a phone that has an app with the timer on it. Nothing wrong with that. It has a little timer, works
Mhm.
good, just as good as the little device. I don't see any issues with that.
So the players are on a stopwatch here.
Yeah.
I don't even know what.
Last 16.
Oh, it's been a while since I got the last 16. Yeah, them days are over.
This is the first time I made last 16 in a matchroom event all year.
Is it?
Well, it's a big one. I've lost last 32 like 4 times.
Yeah, but you won a major last year. You haven't been credited for it.
Yeah, but I think the way that they were telling it, she explained it to me is right, because they do the 2-year list.
Oh, okay.
The way it goes.
Mm. Mm.
Well, I
It's a
think
shame that. Would you be in the top 3 if you got credited that 30,000? Was it 30,000?
Well, if I had 30,000 right now, I would be like number 3.
Oh, okay.
Well, number 6.
Mm.
But only 3 qualify and 2 people get a wild card, so maybe I'll get a wild card.
US Open in Vietnam is very big.
US Open.
And this is very
Look at
big.
John. John's woke up. He's clapping.
Yeah, and this is very big, 9-5.
Yeah. You know what I like to do every year?
I'll tell you what, Chang Jung-Ling, where is he?
Where is he? He's over there playing the match.
Oh, Chin. The other Chang.
He's I think he might be playing Chinese 8 ball.
Really?
Yeah.
I did see him in the draw for the US Open, though.
Yeah, I think he's coming, but I think Alex has been going to China. He's been
Yeah, I know.
he's been there with Kelly.
Because he's got a deal with Star.
Ah, okay.
What's your plan with Chinese 8 ball? Because obviously there's a lot of money in Chinese 8 ball right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, the problem with Chinese 8 ball, Darren, is that all the top 9 ball events, all the ones that we play on a regular basis, are all around the same date. So I wouldn't go and play in anything like that if 9 ball events were same time. If there was another event that was on and I had 2 or 3 weeks to come back, and it's not easy to fly there 15 hours, spend 2 weeks there, and then come back and be all right the next day. It takes like a week to get back to normal.
Yeah, no, I don't think people realise that there's only 52 weeks in the year. Yeah, the
crazy.
pull wheel's a brutal schedule. I mean, you have to sacrifice so much to be a top tier professional full-time player. I mean, it's a tough life, really. It's great, but tough at the same time. Because you're sacrificing your family, aren't you? Really, your normal life. It
Yeah.
isn't a normal life being a professional sportsman, but especially pool because it's so global.
Sure, Chinese 8 ball prize is big and they pay real deep.
Yeah, we know
Listen,
that.
I've played. I finished third in the World 8 Ball Championships one year. I think you won it the year before.
Yep.
No, yeah, you won
No.
it year before.
Maybe 2 years before.
2 years before then,
Because the next year I finished third, and then
Mick-
the next year you finished third.
and then Mick got to the final, and then Chris got to the final.
Yeah.
So obviously,
Yeah, I mean, if we played it full time, it would be game over.
yeah. Do you know what's weird though? When you go there,
And they know that.
well, when you go, oh look at this flick. Ay.
They know. The Chinese know that if myself, Jason, Mick, Gareth, and Chris played full time, we're the main 5 guys really. From what can challenge those guys, but obviously American pools are bread and butter. It's hard to do both, isn't it? Well, it's not hard to do both. It's finding time to do both.
Mm-hmm. Look at this shot.
Nice.
He's gonna go for the bank here.
Oh, he'd definitely go for the bank. This is a lot easier
1,000,000%.
than the other one he missed.
If he plays safe here, I'll be really surprised because
And he's probably there's a case to play safe because he can put the cue ball behind the 7.
he's going for the
But
bank.
he's definitely going.
He's
for this.
going for the bank.
And I don't think it's straightforward. He's got to do something with a cue ball.
He's
But
sick.
not as much as last time. He was a bit more straightforward than the previous one. But yeah, he likes to go for his shots, and that was a big one. Yeah, we've got some brutal people in the chat today. Very hard to please, I must say.
I think Josh is beautiful. I think both of them are a beautiful couple.
Yeah, regards Pia. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think she's good on the eye. I guess Josh is very happy. That's all that matters, isn't it?
Nice shot there from Chang. Yeah, claw
Everyone's
back.
beautiful, aren't they? Really. I mean, it's Jason's beautiful.
Yeah, and especially when I've got these.
Those listeners.
Yeah.
Great shot here. Do you think he played that?
Yeah, I think he tried to hit the other side of it, really.
Right.
Like in the middle.
Who's the referee here? Tell us a bit more about the referee.
So
You know them all?
Kevin Kiley is a local player here,
Mhm.
and he is a welder. That's his job. He's a welder, but he plays league here. He's been coming for a long time. He plays decent, and he's very good at doing racking, being a ref. He knows all that stuff. He knows the full etiquette, and a lot of people have been telling me that he's been the best racker out of everybody. So
Yep.
I
Guess
wanted
that's
him
why
to
he's
do-
refereeing the final.
Yep, I wanted him to do the final because he's been very professional, very good. Every rack's been consistent for both players, which is a big plus.
Yep. Yeah, he actually racked quite a lot of my matches, and I noticed he was doing a good job and seemed like a really nice guy.
And now he gave a dry break.
Try break, but luckily for him, there's no shot. So this 9 was it 10-4 again?
Yeah,
The same as last
9.
week.
Yeah, 9-4. It was.
So it's 9-4. So right, let's see what happens. Is Emily single? Does she date pool players? I guess you need to ask her. I guess.
Some people on
Some
here.
strange questions in this chat today.
Who's the ref in the pro pool everyone dislikes? I'd say John Lehman.
The wing ball.
Nah, I'm joking. I'm just joking.
Think
John
he's
Lehman's
joking.
probably one of the nicest guys you ever meet in pool.
Can't think of anybody.
And yeah,
who-
me either. It's not all the refs are sound.
Yeah, they're all sound. They do their job and they're all very personable.
Yeah, I think all the refs, anywhere we've really went and played tournaments, I don't think we've ever had problems when the refs. Yeah, you might have the odd issue with the rack and whatever like that, but that's just part of the whole reffing thing.
Here's a normal question for you. What's your favourite tournament win, Jason? From Lefty 941.
Favorite tournament win? It's got to be US Open.
Mm.
Because for about 3 or 4 years before that, I'd finished 5th, 4th, 3rd,
Oh, yeah, I remember.
5th. I
Unbelievable.
was right there, and I lost like 11-10 every time.
Yeah. No, it's a tough one.
Oh wow, what
Wow.
a shot!
Needed that. It was needed as well. Still a lot of work to do, though. Yeah, I remember that.
Jason, Darren, if the World Pool 9-ball championships and the World 10-ball were running currently, which one would you participate in? The World 9-ball.
If the World 9-ball, 10-ball were running concurrently, yeah, the 9-ball. That's no respect to the 10-ball, but it's just, I mean, they both probably got the same prize money, but it's just the production. The production's everything, isn't it? If you got a great production like Matchroom events, then it just outweighs anything else out there.
Who's my favourite Moscone Cup doubles partner? Albin Ocean.
Oh, great.
Me and Alvin will
Yeah,
play well
thanks.
together.
Yeah, thanks for picking me in the World Cup. Appreciate it.
I do apologise. You lie with your.
I don't think
fucking,
we've ever played together, have
you
we? We've
lie with
played.
your fucking heart on your left hand. So sorry about the swearing.
I don't think we've.
apologise.
Oh, we played Moscow only once on your
Good
debut.
shot.
On your debut, that's it.
Sorry for the language. Sorry.
You dogged your brains out.
Jason is a pretty good golfer too. I'm all right. Darren's good. Darren had a 18 on a par 3.
Yeah, that's funny, wasn't it? And what we call it, I was dropping from the wrong spot.
And then the club went in the water after that. That was funny. You remember that? We used to go to the US
Oh, yeah.
Open,
Unbelievable.
and it used to be me, you, Carl Boyce, Mark
Mellon.
Gray, Chris Mellon,
Not
Darryl.
Mark Gray, he never played golf.
Not Mark
Darryl.
Gray,
Darryl.
Darryl Peach. Darryl Peach. And we all used to go play golf.
That
And
was
before the
amazing.
US Open even started, someone's down. You used to lose like $700 or $500 every time you played.
And Mellon. It was great, wasn't it?
Funny.
Good times they were. It was my
What-
favourite tournament of the year.
Why is they called CueLee's? Who is Lee? The guy's name's Q. Lee.
CueLee's, that's your cues, right?
No, not Matthews.
That's probably the name of the guy.
I think it's just James Aranis is
Bruce Lee
sponsored.
cues.
Well, look at this jump shot from
Yeah,
Neuhaus
it's just
into
a big rack as well.
very good shot on the 4 ball too, jacked up over the 7.
It's just amazing how good they are with the jump cues.
Want any chance I use casinos or something for a bigger event in the future? Great timing right before the US Open. We all these killers on the East Coast already. I was actually thinking about that. You know, I went for birthday dinner at Foxwoods, and when I was there, we were walking through the casino and we were talking about it. Me and Aura, it would be good to have one there. A lot of people would show up to that place. It's not very busy at certain times, so I reckon you could get good rates on rooms.
Yeah.
And what's stopping from going there and asking them,
Yeah,
and then getting tables, bringing the tables in? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think what I would like to do in the future is run like an expo event.
Yeah, that's
I think that's the way to go
Yep.
for me and you.
Yep.
We should do that together. Run an expo event in America.
Rent a room out.
Maybe Atlantic City could work.
Yeah, that would be good. You should be of being in the ref for the final. Do you know what? I've always said. I even said to Emily a few times that I would.
Jason should have been the ref
Yeah,
in the final.
Yeah, I would ref a couple of matches. Actually, in the middle of the tournament on the first day, there was only 3 refs on one side, and I was watching. There was a couple of racks were there, and so I went out and racked the balls.
Yeah, I think you'd be a good referee.
I am good at leaving.
Yeah, at least you got something there when you stop playing, haven't you? I'm sure
Yeah.
Emily would give you a job. Brendan will take care of you.
Look at this
You
shot.
and
Look at this.
who's the girl? What's the girl's name again? The female referee at the match room.
Oh, Desi.
Desi, that's it. Desi will show you the ropes.
Nah, pal. I'll be in Dubai.
Oh, Dubai for you.
The line on the beach.
Yeah, I always thought you'd be a really good referee.
Dubai, bye.
Oh, Mohegan's son, is that still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I won the Challenge of Champions there.
I won
Nice
the,
venue, I liked it there.
I won the Challenge
Amazing
of
place.
Champions in
San Diego. or
the
something?
Taj Mahal in Atlantic City.
Oh,
Trump.
right. Oh, okay, Atlantic.
Yeah, it was in Atlantic City, the Trump Hotel.
Do you guys still have leagues on weekdays?
Yes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, in-house league. In-house league on a Thursday is there's no customers from outside of league can get in the pool room. You can't even get in the parking lot. It's 15 tables where
Yeah, you need a bigger parking lot.
I need a bigger pool room.
This is for 11-6, taking his time on this one.
Nice shot there. Get yourself to 11, couple of games away. Can he close it out? Have you booked up to go to Vietnam, Darren?
No, I've pulled out that tournament because it's too close to America, and I'm in America, so I don't want to be travelling that far with my current condition.
Okay.
With all my medications and all that stuff, it's just hard work at the moment to be frequently flying around the world, so I have to be careful. My doctor said to me to be careful. Too much travel,
So yeah, sadly not playing Vietnam, but hopefully next year. Just happy to be alive right now.
Yep. Good to be here, pal.
Should be 6 feet under, but I'm back. I'm back here talking to you lot.
Well, it's good to have you here, pal.
Aye. A lot of people wish I died, but I'm still here.
It's all right.
I do apologise.
Stop it, man.
Yeah, great break here. Look at this.
He keeps getting the little flicks, though.
Yeah, you've been known for a few flicks.
Yeah. Not over the last 2 years, though. Why do you switch to carbon? I'm just trying out. I'm actually
'Cause
using.
we all get sucked in.
Right now, I'm actually using a Perry carbon fiber brake cue shaft to play with. So I was practicing with the brake cue. Well, I wasn't practicing with brake cue. I hit a few shots with it with a phenolic tip on it. So I put a soft tip on it to brake with, so I could spin the cue ball more.
Are you still with Perry?
Yes.
Have you left now?
No, I'm with Perry.
Oh,
Got
okay.
the logo right here.
I thought someone said you left Perry and you was with someone else.
No.
I do apologise.
I actually got a new cue from Perry not too long ago. It's like $9,800 cue. Really nice.
Nearly a great shot there, just an inch short.
Any chance of amateur events at US1? Yes. Not a problem. Do you ever see yourself being stake horses as you get older? No.
Steak horses.
No. Oh, he made it.
Off the 6, even better.
God, he's mental. It really is.
Steinway's completely closed, sadly.
And those bleachers you see in the background came from Steinway Billiards. Thanks to Manny.
Yeah, there's a lot of his customers.
Yeah, they're all here.
It's in Manny for a long time.
He's in Greece. Oh, he
Wow.
twitched.
Ooh, that was one of mine, that. The old shoulder drop, that's no good. That's what happens though when you start getting older. Start throwing a few in. And I think that's going to be the killer in this match.
What is CueLee's for those who of us
Ooh,
that are
look at this.
familiar? CueLee's is a cue company from China, a new cue company, and they wanted to be a sponsor of the event. So we brought them on board. Yeah, this is over now. This match is well over. Andy's a little bit funky here.
Yeah, he just needs to calm down a little bit here. It looks like he's just started rushing a little bit.
What? I
Yeah,
don't
Craig
understand.
Lucas. He's saying, like, would you protest in any way for Fedor to play for USA? Well, firstly, it's impossible for him to play for USA because he's already played for Europe. And then secondly, I believe you got to be a citizenship for at least 5 years.
Yep.
So that's 2 reasons why he can't play for America.
And he's already played for Europe.
And he's already played for Europe, so it's out of the equation. Unfortunately for you guys, you can't have him.
You had your chance with me.
And me. I'm only joking.
And Mika.
Mika, Torsten.
Yeah.
We think we all should play for America.
Could have been Europe against Europe.
You might have a chance.
Oh, stop it, man.
Fedor play for Asia, yeah.
Yeah, Fedor, he looks... Who, Johnny Ghost? So,
On the hill.
Marit Snijhausen to get to the hill. He's been knocking on the door. Can he finish the match out?
He's on the hill, 12-6. I can't see back-to-back weeks losing a lead like this, Jason.
No. Yeah, Billy's looks like he's playing a little bit better, which is good for USA. I think it's going to be Shane, Skylar, Billy, Tyler Steyer and Shane Wolford.
Yeah, I think unless something big happens at the US Open by one of the outside
Well,
Americans.
Lucas has got a chance too.
Like Lucas or what's his
BG Usher.
Ussy. One of those two. If one of the two guys can make the team automatic, because I don't think the guys what are ranked 3 to 6 don't really have much prize money to show for. So anything can happen. Oscar, I mean, yeah, any American what has a big run at the US Open can force himself in, right? Well, obviously Shane and Skylar's guaranteed, and then like Jason, unless anything changes, it's hard to see Shane Wolford not making the team. Who was the one? Billy.
Isn't Billy running
Tyler Steyer. Oh,
Isn't Billy running a Waffle House now? I know, you got to ask Billy that one.
yeah, anything can happen.
When you're a pool player. One day you're running out, next day you're flipping waffles.
And anything needs to make the team.
Oh, he'd be
That'd
good.
be interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't think that would happen.
But the good thing is that there's a lot of good young players coming through in America, right? You see them play a lot more than me,
Who?
but it seems like there's quite a few young juniors coming through.
I think Lucas,
Like you say,
that
is it
Joey Tate,
Joey Tate, people like that.
is it Landon's Hollinsworth or something like that? And then someone else,
Wild card, Joey Tate. No
What-
rookie's going to get a wild card.
what's
so
that
forget about
kid that got to the final of the, Brent or Trent something?
that.
Trent, kid with long hair, got to the SVB junior
Yeah.
final last year. Yeah, he played Khalid
Yeah, I
in the
think
final.
there's a young lad who got to the
Cashton
quite
Keaton,
deep
yeah.
in that Jason Way Memorial.
Cashton Keaton, and then that other kid's name is
Cashton Keaton, yeah.
there's a few.
Trenton White.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, so that's good. There's good young players coming through, and it looks like they're doing the right things. That's the most important thing. And Moritz is doing the right things here. He's about to take his first biggest major title, and this is a matchroom ranking event. So this is a massive win for him. And this really puts him on a different level regards his pool career going forward.
Yeah, game over, guys. Thanks everybody for streaming and sharing the link, tuning in. Thanks to Mad Apple Stream. It's been amazing. Thanks to all the fans and the sponsors, and congrats to Moritz.
Yeah, congratulations. Massive win for him. A very respectful Chang Yu Lung, and that means a lot to him. That's a big, big win for him.
Yeah,
Thanks
congratulations.
for us all tuning in.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to keep it kind of in the background for you so you can kind of see what's going on. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And we'll try to keep bringing more great action.